I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Supposedly he said to somebody, but I can't do much blogging for a while. What's for dinner? This is for dinner. Ribeye and veggies. We got unconditional love, man. Can't have that around humans. You just really can't. Unconditional love. Dogs don't ask much. Just love them, feed them. Your best companion. Dogs never look for anything much more. Once they bond with you, they bond forever. And they're very loyal. They sense every emotion that you have on a level that's unbelievable. Now you see I'm a dog lover, obviously. You only wish humans could be that way. God, the crap that's going on in the United States right now is unprecedented, really. Well, other than the Civil War, it happened a long time ago. We have a new civil war going on right now. Hey, I can't believe what I'm hearing. I find myself pretty mesmerized with everything I'm hearing in the news. Unjustified killing of a woman. Yet they're having people not even know the videos roll out. And it proves that this one woman who wasn't doing anything, she didn't cause any problems. She wasn't a threat to anybody. She didn't try to run over an ICE agent. And the videos prove it. But yet, the Trump regime, his bandits, the Gestapo, as they're now being called, swear up and down that this woman was a danger. A lesbian woman, not that it matters, but a woman nevertheless, with children, and her life is now gone. Yeah, there's a civil war going on right now, where people are taking to the streets and are not paid like Trump's cronies said. They're not bussed in by buses and paid to protest. These people gone to the point where they've just had it with this administration and the senseless violence that's going on with the ICE agents. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. The United States is not a place to be. But demonstrations are going on around the world. And it's all really related to the guy that you elected president, Donald J. Trump. How could you not talk about it? I mean, this is huge. Absolutely huge. Sometimes I don't believe what I'm seeing. But this is what humanity has come to. While trolls are wasting their time attacking people on YouTube. There's so much going on outside of the YouTube community that people barely talk about. It's more important to attack another YouTuber. It's amazing. It's just amazing. I'm always amazed. I'm constantly amazed. The progression, the idiocracy of our modern day humans and how they think, how violent they are, and trying to find justification for the things that they do as in regards to Trump's Gestapo regime, throwing tear gas canisters at peaceful protesters that are not violent. They're not doing anything but lawfully protesting. Yeah, there's a war going on in the United States, never mind with other countries. There's a war going on right in the United States right now. Hello, Larry, and hello, Nita Barine and Jack Husley. Welcome. Oh, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with your screen. I'm just on a camera. Just to let you know. Consider this like a radio broadcast, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I find myself pretty much glued to the screen, not to listen to a lot of the local yokels here in the Philippines genre, which I'm an American living in the Philippines, if you don't know me, by choice. It's a decision I'm glad I made, considering now, modern day, what's going on. Can't believe it, they're finding justification to kill people. The murdering coward that murdered this woman in Minneapolis ran from the scene. He claims he hurt his leg from her car, which never happened. People got the video. But even with the video evidence, there's still all the representatives of the Trump regime and every aspect of, say, legal position, military, and so forth. Well, you want to call them militants, they are. There's no proof that this woman was a threat to anyone. Boy, things are changing, man. The masses of people in New York City, Minneapolis, and all over the place now, they've had it. And when they hear these blatant lies on the news from people that are trying to defend the actions of the ICE agents, blatant lies, who are putting their lives in danger by their lies too, by the way. It's no big thing that this woman lost her life. No big thing to them. For no reason. It don't matter that she was fucking a lesbian. It don't matter whatever. They gotta bring that up because she's a lesbian. Gotta say she's a lesbian. So she's a lesbian. She didn't deserve to be shot and killed in the head. In fact, the guy even called her a bitch before he shot her. Or was that after he shot her? Fucking bitch. This is what we're dealing with? I must say that Trump is influential, that's for sure, but not in a good way. He's making bullies out of everybody. How could you believe in somebody that much? Is he like Hitler? But, there's a fear system going on. In Hitler's regime, with his Nazis, they were just in fear of Hitler. They didn't listen to him. Well, they might face some pretty bad challenges, to put it that way. I think that's the same thing going on with Trump, with his money and power. He's trying to frighten people into seeing his way or face some consequences, lose your job, get killed, or whatever. This is some incredible stuff that's going on right now. Then you got to be in fear of war, maybe with Iran or who this or Russia or this. I mean, take your pick. Take your pick. Now all the European nations are gearing up with troops and military equipment, and it's unfortunately that some of these nations are going to have to go against America that might have been allies, and this has never happened like this before. Not even close. Oh, hi, Allo. Good morning, Allo. Yeah, Allo, I'm just amazed at what I'm seeing on the news here. That's why I'm talking about this morning. I just can't believe what I'm watching. I don't have too many words for it because I'm still trying to comprehend what's going on. I'm watching and I'm like in disbelief. In a ways, it's like a comedy show going on, or it's just a bunch of actors that this can't be happening. People can't really think this way, but they do. Wow. I'm at a loss for words, except for what I said on this. I just can't. It's kind of hard to comprehend what's going on. Fuck what's going on in the YouTube community, There's a bigger picture going on out there, It's a big picture show with lots of players and characters and actors, lots of actors. Massive peoples are coming to the streets. Massive. I seen the scenes in New York. Tens of thousands of people in the streets protesting. Not just Minneapolis, it's everywhere. I can't find the right word. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know. I'm not finding the right words. I'm in awe of what's going on. No, United States is not the place to live. That's for damn sure. If you could help it, let me tell you, no. It's not the place I grew up in. How could people take to such a corrupt president? How could they be so devoted to him? Well, they're changing their status now. Things are changing. They're seeing what a creep this guy is, what a killer this guy is. They're witnessing his insanity on camera, his lies. He just needs to get out of office, and I don't care how he gets out of office. Just get the man out of office. This guy's going to start world wars. Is it possible that somebody's ego can be astronomical to the point of, insanity? Using his power, his position, to disrupt the lives of not only Americans, but people in other countries that are just looking for peace. I don't know what's in it for Trump. He's already almost 80 years old, and we don't think he's in great health. So how much money is enough money? And everything's about money and power. How much is enough money? How much is enough power for one man? He's not going to live forever. He's just still more concerned with his wealth and his image and his power status. How many years has he got to live? Hopefully not much longer. But when does it stop? Your need for more and more power over people's lives, interfering with people's lives. People just trying to keep on keeping on. They're trying to work. But the fucker is taking food out of children's mouth, and that's how vile this guy is. Stopping food stamp programs in places and federal funding for a lot of things having to do with child welfare, feeding programs, funding for organizations that are fundamental. It's like a child that can't get his way. If you don't give me that toy, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Grown man, grown ass man, almost 80 years old. How could the American people give such power to this guy? Why did they do that? Well, they believed that maybe he was going to make some positive changes, but if anything, he's turned the world upside down. I said the world, not just the United States. I said the world. A God complex. Yeah. I just can't believe what I'm seeing on here every fucking day. I'm glued to it. Well, I'm not really glued to it, but I'm spending a lot of time just kind of keeping up with all the developments, and they're not good. But the American people are fighting back, though. They are fighting back in droves. They're taken to the streets like never before. I don't know. There's going to be a huge depression coming up at some point. He's still saying that, oh, the economy is doing so good. Like, what? That fucking sniper missed by that fucking much on 2 occasions. We wouldn't be having this problem. But do you want Vance as president? Vance wouldn't last. Vance ain't very popular with the people. Vance is not going to last. In fact, there's friction between Vance and President Trump, too, you know. Now, he has a God complex. Yeah. You know, when you think you have problems, look at what's going on worldwide. When you think you have problems, you're all comfortable in your home and, you know, you're not in the middle of all this shit, most of you, I imagine. But yet everything that's going on is going to affect everybody's life one way or the other. I don't care if you're living in the Philippines or wherever you live. It's going to affect your life somehow down the line. It's going to affect everybody's lives. We're just going to get to the point where they're going to put 13-year-olds into the military. I was seeing a lot of stuff on that too. There were kids that were 12 and 13 years old with guns in their hand. They were fighting. Through history, you know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? Well, there's no doubt that Trump is going to go into history as the worst president, the sickest president, the most deranged president in history, if not, never mind the presidency, as a human, as a vile piece of shit, a scumbag. You want something to celebrate? His demise. His demise. That would be something to celebrate. His demise. I don't know, man. I just really want to talk about a lot of negative stuff, but unfortunately there's a lot of shit going on that is very negative. I know everybody wants to talk about the community here. Well, you know, we'll get into that too. And speaking of Heidi, I wish I wasn't. All I can say is good job, whatever you're doing there, Aloe. I just hope you continue whatever it is you're doing. I'll praise you for that. I don't know. Sometimes, Aloe, you could be my worst enemy, but there are times you could be my hero at the same time, if that's even possible. You got the tenacity that I have, and I admire you for that, despite the past. But we're both strong people that don't put up with a lot of shit. That we do have in common, I must say. Sometimes I'm just out of words to try to describe or keep up with the shit that's going on, not only in the community on YouTube, but around the world. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's really funny, the world is falling apart, but yet you get a group of YouTubers that spend their time concentrating on various people, including myself on YouTube, doing the most immature things, vile things, senseless things. When all this is happening around the world, if not in your own community, I'm not going to live forever, but life still goes on when you're no longer here. And some of us, according to what your viewpoint is on life and everything else, I've read some. I've been on a lot of different forums and different things reading, and it's really amazing that a lot of older people say, especially those that are sick or something, they say, "Man, I welcome death. I can't witness this shit anymore." They're saying, "I can't witness this, and I don't want to witness this." And I feel sorry for the children growing up in this world and what it's going to actually come down to anyway. I will. Come here. Come here. I really don't suggest anybody having children, really. Because you're bringing them into, by no choice of their own, you're bringing them into a world, it's not the kind of world we grew up in as kids ourselves. If you're alive to hear my voice, you've seen better times. But I can't help but being pessimistic. What's going on? I think he can see your comment. Who? Who's on here that I can't see? I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, he's probably simulcasting me. You're talking about Popeye. That's a good point right there, that he's simulcasting me. This guy has nothing to do in his life but to simulcast my broadcast and then make commentaries on it. This is an example of what's going on in this world and how sick people are. Well, welcome aboard my machine, Popeye. You're always here. And thank you for your, how shall I say, your dedication. I'm flattered. What, you're not simulcasting me? You're on here making a comment? Come on, that's not your style. I started to do a little piece about false valor. And I don't have the guy's name, but this guy's like the real deal. He was a Navy SEAL, big time. If you didn't know this guy, then you weren't a Navy SEAL or pretending you were. He basically has a YouTube channel where there's a couple of guys that do that are after all these people with false valor, claiming this and that, and they can't answer the most pertinent questions that anyone, for example, who is in the Navy SEALs would know. Like Popeye with his false valor. Oh, he's been in foxholes. And remember that somber moment. You don't know what I've seen and experienced. I think we know. Oh, I think we know. Nothing. Nothing burger, Popeye. You were a nothing burger in the so-called military. You had a better position in the Parks Department and probably contributed more than you did in the Navy, sir. At least in the Parks Department, you were Parks Department, as he says. You did something good for the community, for the county, cleaning up the parks, doing something, clean the shitters, whatever you did, than you did in the Navy. Your Navy career, just because you spent a lot of time in there, doesn't mean that you did diddly, other than, well, I was in the service, so that makes me a fucking hero. No, because you're in the service doesn't make you a hero. To me, a hero is when a fireman runs into a burning house and saves a child. A hero is a military man who's out there on the field and saves his buddy and maybe gives up his life in the process. You didn't do anything like that, Popeye. You didn't do shit. You didn't do squiddly. Diddly squiddly. Because you're a squid. A lot of false valor going on out there, and Popeye's one of them with the false valor. He should be ashamed of himself. He should be absolutely ashamed of himself. This is a man that has no reason to talk, no reason to attack people or question their lifestyle and so forth. He has absolutely no reason. He has no reason to even live. That's how clueless and wasteful he is in his life. I don't want to make this show about Popeye. I really don't, actually. But since he's out there leaving comments, supposedly, I'll gladly talk about Popeye. Can't believe it. I give this guy a reason to live, a reason to be. How can one person have that power over somebody else? Apparently, I do. I got a lot of power over this guy. Didn't realize I had that much power over him. To me, to be a constant in his life. Yeah, a constant in his life. That's pretty sad, Robert. That's piss poor sad. I mean that much to you? Am I like the icing on the cake in your life? Did you devote shows to me and, well, simulcast? And you always have something negative to say about me. But there's a big difference between me and you, Popeye. I actually have a semblance of a life. I actually have something going for me, which you will never have. You're never going to get a woman the rest of your life. It's just not going to happen. Not even if you paid for one. That's how sad your life is. But hey, by your own demonstration, you say, oh, nobody knows what I do in my private life. We do know. We know very well. You talk about Frank. He is asking for an update on the Shaw complaint. Well, aren't you Mr. Knowledge, Robert? You know more than I do, right? You're an expert on Frank. You should know everything going on. What? You mean you're void of information? You? Popeye? Who has a lot to say about everything, as an expert on my life and my future. Think about your own future. I don't think you have much of one. By the way, Frank Allo says Obama was in Popeye's live stream making comments. Yeah, I believe I seen one or two comments by Barry. There were two people in there, two different names that Obama would go under. One I think was a copycat of Obama, and one was actually Barry. White boy, yeah, white boy. Hope you're having a gay old time in prison there, Barry. Couldn't happen to a better person. Alice says Obama is still in. I know he is. He did not mention getting out any soon. Well, as I said, they can do anything they want with him, despite the so-called subsidiary imprisonment. And if people don't understand what that is, it just simply means that although there are laws that say that under these circumstances where he hasn't paid the court penalties and all that, they can keep you in longer But generally the rule is about 6 months, but he's gone beyond the 6 months. He's gone way beyond that. So I could only gather to think or say that there might have been some events going on while he's incarcerated that are making him stay there longer, because there really is a law. I actually thought he'd be out by now. And if you know anything about the subsidiary, simply means that in a situation like Barry's, where he pleaded guilty and the judge ordered him to pay a penalty to the court and damages to the victim, if he doesn't pay that, it might be compounded too by the fact that he didn't pay his overdue immigration fees for 7 years, and that comes to quite a bit of money. I don't know, all the years, I don't know, 600,000, 650,000 pesos, somewhere around there. I don't venture to think that he's actually paid that. So it might be a little, combo thing going on with the drink and the fries, if you know what I mean, that he hasn't satisfied his requirements to get deported yet, to get out of jail yet. And I imagine, knowing his personality, knowing his demeanor, knowing his cockiness, that he probably had a few events while being locked up that is not enabling him to move forward and just get deported. Some people don't change their attitudes and stuff even when they get imprisoned, and they think they're the boss, just like he thought he was the boss of the Mandawi confinement over there. He was the boss, but there was nobody in there at the time. He was a boss of the second floor. He'd be so proud of that. Not really. I think Obama would get out this year. Well, yeah. I think Obama will get out this year. Not a good thing, in my opinion, to be honest. Well, in different respects. I mean, what has he got to get out to? Because truthfully, when he gets put on that plane and he hits U.S. soil, there might be a warrant for his arrest or something, on various issues, including the many years of child support that he owes, because it's still going. In Alabama, there's a 20-year statute or something on there, and it's not anywhere near 20 years. So, with that being said, I think he's going to be facing other challenges. He wants to get out, but then the question is, get out to what? I think, he's getting free rent and board and all that shit. Where he's at, that's probably the best place he could be. Just keep him off the streets and maybe save him from himself, I would say. Yeah, save him from himself. I think he's got the best living conditions he's ever had. He should appreciate what I've done for him. Shit, over 3 years, free rent. That's a big one for him. Free rent. And he's got people to talk to in there. Now, whether he's getting along with these people, I have no idea. I have no clue. But knowing the way he is, I'm sure he's made some enemies in there. I don't know, maybe he's a Superman now. Maybe he built up all his muscles. Maybe they have weight equipment. Maybe he's doing something positive there. But then one thing I heard, you could see my biceps now. Yeah, we'd like to see your biceps, Barry. Is it all fat, or do you call that muscle? Or do you look like an Auschwitz victim? Which is it? Because the last time we've actually seen him on camera was when Brevis went to visit him with the MAGA hats on. And Barry was like a fucking Goodyear blimp. So he's either fatter than he was, I can't even imagine that, or he's, looks like a prisoner of war. Aloe says, I would not say so, but I am pretty sure you think he's doing a fantastic job. Greenland tariffs. Huh? I would not say so, but I am pretty sure you think he is doing a fantastic job. Greenland tariff. You talking about Trump? Are you saying that you think Trump is doing a good job? Oh, that's for for Popeye. Of course Popeye's going to support what Trump does. They're both evil. They're both sick in the head. Can somebody get Popeye laid or something? I mean, put this guy out of his misery or something. I don't know. I think he's suffering. I think the guy's actually suffering. I mean, Trump has torn America apart and is trying to do that with other countries. Trying to get into the war with different countries if he doesn't get his way, like that little spoiled baby. I gotta have my way, or I'm gonna do this. I'll show you. I'll show you. I always remember Billy Mumi, who you know from being on Lost in Space also. He was on the Twilight Zone. And I remember that episode. He had these powers or whatever. He goes to the guy. You're a very bad man. You're a very bad man. Well, Trump is a very bad man and Popeye is a very bad man. So they got something in common anyway. What a waste of human life, Robert Clausen. What a waste of human life. It's that bad, Popeye, that you gotta spend your valuable time talking about me and attacking me? Boy, you really got something up your ass with me, man. You don't got my dick up your ass, buddy. You got something stuck up your fucking ass and, end the misery. Remove the object or come to some reality with your own fucking life, dude. You're like the laughing stock on YouTube and probably in your personal life too. God, leave the house, make a trip somewhere before you croak, which probably ain't gonna be too much longer. Get out of Florida, go somewhere, go visit some nice place. Or go to all those beautiful beaches they have in Florida. Do something, get out of your house. Who is we? I guess you're referring to something that Popeye's saying. Well, it's almost useless getting into a sparring match with Popeye. It's like some kid has a really bad case of autism and it's very hard to communicate with people of that nature or people that are just mentally ill. It's very hard. It's like talking to a wall. They only know one thing that they concentrate on, or that little piece of Lego toys they're playing with, or as an adult, it's the actions of Popeye that prove that he's definitely got some mental illness. I can't define what access they measure somebody's mental acuity, whatever, in axis 1, axis 2, axis AXIS, axis 3, 4, 5, and 6, or something like that. I don't know if a psychological evaluation what axis he would be in, but he's definitely got some problems. It's sad and it sucks to be Robert Clausen. He follows me no matter what I do. That's his life. General Hospital apparently isn't enough for him, but he just wants drama in his life. And why? Because his life is not exciting at all. He has nothing to look forward to in his life. And whether or not this guy has mobility issues and all that, apparently he does because he has a mobility scooter. So I guess there has to be some truth to that. I can speculate. I could understand if he was like housebound because of a disability. I could understand that to a point. But even disabled people get out of their house and they do things. They could even travel. Yeah, they could even travel. Alice says, greatest is defined differently for many people. Living standards, for instance, income. But let's not get into that, yeah. I mean, all the veterans out there should be really against Robert. Because after listening for all these years, it is false valor. The things he talks about, trying to build up his position in the Navy, which wasn't much. But I just can't forget. It's in my mind all the time when I think about him and how, as far as false valor and stuff, and how he talks about, I told you he had that one somber moment where his voice went down to almost a whisper. You have no idea the things I've seen. What did you see? A turd in the toilet bowl? Oh, Popeye. No, that's what you saw working for the Parks Department, but we're talking about your so-called Navy career. Ed Savino's back. Welcome. Yeah, well, we kind of started off, it's still part of the show, but just talking about what's going on in America now and all the protesters and everything and all the lies coming from the Trump regime, the Gestapo headquarters, and people trying to what they're doing is trying to rile up the protesters so they have a reason to shoot them or something or attack them. But I have to give some kudos to the protesters. They have been relatively peaceful from what I see and heard, and they're not giving in to this fiasco. They know better. They know that a peaceful protest. But here's the thing about it: these people, they want to keep peaceful, but what they're witnessing in front of their eyes, it's like, God, I want to go after this fucking ICE agent's throat, But they realize they can't do that because they're going to get killed. That's bottom line. They'll get killed or hurt. But they're getting these, tear gas canisters, and then there's explosive charges. They have those, I forgot what they call them, but explosive charges to disperse the crowd. And some people getting hurt from that too. Even when the protesters were not, they weren't doing anything. They weren't doing anything. They were throwing these canisters left and right at them. And then they were being peaceful. And the only thing that people were doing, a lot of four-letter words are going out there. They were yelling at these bastards, call them every name in a book. They have every right to do that. You do have that kind of freedom of speech in that situation. You absolutely do. But they were still attacking these innocent people. And, it's not just Minnesota, It's everywhere. I just seen a video of the crowds in New York City. My fellow New Yorkers who took to the streets in huge, almost unprecedented numbers. Yet, this creep remains in office. How is that possible? That he's immune to all his crimes, appointed himself with immunity. But things are building up to a crescendo. It's building up to a head, building up to something that he's not going to like. And look, considering all the crazies out there, there's a lot of crazies that don't like Trump. Oh, there probably will be another sniper somewhere. Or somebody's just going to walk up to him with a pistola and just shoot him in the fucking chest. Oh, I'm not advocating violence. No, I'm not advocating violence at all. But something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. What's this? I'm not talking about myself here. It's him. And I don't think it would be, let's see. What did you say before that? Hey, Ed, I don't think that would be fair. What did that say? Sorry, I've been keeping up. Okay. 2, you should do a debate. People would love to listen to that. Let's see. Maybe Frank can do a live. Guys, do you know how fruitless that would be? It's like trying to have an intellectual conversation with a fucking retard. No offense against retarded people, but fact is fact. It wouldn't go anywhere. Well, it's just be a display, what, a yelling match? Is that what you want? What is it, a war of attrition? What is it? What's really going on? That Popeye just has too much time on his hands? Is that what it is? Oh my God. Well, Popeye don't realize, and I gotta watch what I say here, but I'll say it as best as I can. Popeye is definitely somebody that if he was in front of me, I would give him that opportunity to say the same things he says about me to my face. You see, that would never happen. It doesn't mean it can't happen. I can make a trip to Florida. Why? I'm going to travel 15,000 miles to confront him? I think nature's going to take its course with him. It always does. Fazio, all these people. Nature will take its course. And not a lot that needs to be done. But it could be done. I know, he feels so protected. He's a coward. Oh, you're not going to come to Florida, travel 15... Who knows? Did you know that as a fact, Popeye? You would never confront me face to face, Robert. You would never, ever. Unless you had a weapon. There's no way in the world. I got so much defiance for you that you can't measure it. You talk about me, okay. Then you talk about my girlfriend to try to, get my juices flowing. But I told you, I'm so used to this jive-ass talk from you, it doesn't faze me anymore. You do it to try to get my goat and get me going, but unfortunately, Robert, that's not working. It's a lot of wasted effort. You could call my girlfriend whatever you want, but I know who she is. I know who she is, how she is, it's like, an exhibit of intense jealousy that I have things going for me that you just don't. Get a grip. I think what it all comes down to is the decision let me see here. Let's see, I think what it comes down to is decision, Shaw's complaint. And I think that will happen this year. You would think, huh? It will be here. I will be here in March. Let's see. Frank, you go to Popeye's house, watch for the dog, might eat you up. Oh, his little bitch dog he sleeps with that licks his dick every night. That's the closest he's going to get to a bitch in his life. I can't even imagine it. At his age, too, and being alone like that. I don't know. I can't imagine it. No wonder he's so bitter. How many years has it been since he's gotten laid? But then Papa will come on and say, you don't know shit about my private life. Oh, Popeye, I think we got a pretty good idea. I think we do. At least to go out to another state or make a vacation somewhere or something, or in America, so many places to go. It's a lot easier to travel around in America than it is here in Southeast Asia. I mean, you would think that, he would even go to the Philippines after still trying to be part of the YouTube community, after not having anything to do with Philippines, like for 40 fucking years. You'd think maybe he'd at least make a trip to the Philippines and even try to get laid. But he can't do that, apparently. Maybe there's some mechanical things going on, if you know what I mean. But, the definition of a coward is exactly Popeye, Robert Clausen. That's the exact definition of a coward, historically. Popeye, was part of the RRR show at Allo. Allo's seen interesting times at Ridgemont High, you know what I mean, during the Triple R days. But Popeye cowered it out for a lot of people. He lost the argument with the GAC. They were both drunk. The GAC got the best of him, and Popeye just kind of hung up on there, and he ran away. He didn't hear from him for a long time. When Popeye gets upset, boy, he gets upset. Oh, he's super sensitive. You don't think he is. He's super sensitive. His mentality is as such that, oh, gee, if Frank said anything derogative about him, he just goes into a fervor, he just goes into a trance. Oh, I got to do a Popeye special. Oh, I got to simulcast him and do Rank Out Frankie time. That is an example right there of what your life is like, Robert. Right there. Need I say more? I don't know, in the past I thought there were sicker people than Popeye out there, but I'm totally convinced now, contemporary times, that Popeye's got to be the sickest bastard on YouTube. I wouldn't want to live his life if you paid me big-ass money to be him. I would not want to be him. It sucks to be him. I know, it's just words I'm saying, but it's true. I really could not, or ever, even if it meant keeping me alive or something, I'd have to be somebody else. I'd say, let me die. Let me just die. I would not want to come back as somebody like Popeye. I'd rather be dead than be him. If I was given a chance of life and I was dying, you could always be Popeye. Hell no. Hell no. But I guarantee you something, and a no disclaimer needed on this. Take it to the bank and make interest. If I ever had the opportunity to have this son of a bitch in front of my face, it wouldn't be a great situation for him, that's all I'll say. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. But I'd love to have Gilda there too, because he said a lot of nasty stuff about her constantly. She'd have her say in this matter too. Oh, you bet she would. You don't know Gilda like I know her, obviously. If you knew Susie like I knew Susie, oh, what a gal. I'll tell you what, she could be a firecracker when she wants to, Robert. You have no fucking idea. She slapped you silly. She would slap you silly. Until you were purple in the fucking face. No doubt. Sometimes you gotta pay for the things you say on here, Robert. I look at it this way. I got pretty good insight into people on here, obviously. I've been right about a lot of things, too. I predict that you don't have too much longer on this earth. I feel it in my bones. It's an instinctual thing. I can hear the death roll in your voice, that gravel. It's becoming more apparent. You're on your way out. I'm sure of it. He'll criticize people for everything, smoking, this and that. But I'll bet you that he does smoke. He's worried about my lungs. Worry about your own. Look, it's embarrassing to say, but I know a smoker's voice. Popeye's been smoking a long time. I recognize that voice because my voice changed a little over the past 20 years. I know it did. I know a smoker's voice, and he's got a smoker's voice. There's no doubt about it. Who making fun of me that I'm going to get lung cancer, I'm going to die of this and that. No, Popeye, I know you smoke. It's just like one tweaker could recognize another tweaker, okay? It's one of those situations. Tweakers know tweakers. It's a fraternity kind of thing. Fraternity of the tweakers. And you smoke. In fact, I'm going to have one right now. I don't hide it. I don't hide it. Except I don't do that on camera like Barry did. Well, Barry had no class at all. No scruples, nothing. He drank and smoked and cavort on camera. That's one of the differences with me. Be respectable. Nobody wants to see you blown out with cigarette smoke on camera. I've always found it hard to watch any people who smoke on camera. Even though I smoke, I've always found it hard to watch. Maybe it's a guilt complex I have because I smoke, or I just find it rude to do that on camera. You don't have to smoke on camera and get drunk on camera. But we have a lot of that goes on YouTube, especially, well, most of the drinking, really. But I guarantee you, Robert, if I had the delightful opportunity to meet you face to face, I would take that opportunity. And what goes on from there will go on. No more words needed. It's not a threat, it's a promise. And you could cling to the safety of your home and your computer screen and just put out a lot of very vile words and insults to me and mine. But remember, I'm the guy that believes in karma. And so far, I've been right so far. And I think I'll be right about you. If there is such thing as evil in the world, Popeye, the self-proclaimed, religious, I think he's some kind of a deity or something. But for a guy who's so religious, he sure don't practice his beliefs. If you're such a godly person, you wouldn't do the things that you do, Robert. You wouldn't say the things that you do. That's not being godly, to my understanding of what godliness is. You don't represent this organization of religious belief in the scriptures. You don't follow the scriptures. Why bother? It's just a facade that a lot of these religious people put on. I'm goodly and godly because I go to church or I have this deep belief, but you don't practice what you preach. That's the problem, Robert. And you just happen to be one of these people. As I said, I have nothing against religious people. I'm not religious. I'll say that 1,000 times. But as witness to these people, I've had and known a lot of religious people in my life who were the biggest hypocrites you'd ever met in your life. And Robert's one of the biggest. Everything from his false valor to telling me that I'm not a good person if I don't believe in his beliefs. I'm a bad person because I'm not religious. I don't know, last time I checked, and I know it's disappearing, but we have certain rights and we have our own beliefs. I know it was taken away from the Hawaiians, it was taken away from the Indians and Native Americans. It's happening right now. But Popeye comes from a classification of people, well, I'm rough and ready. I was in the military. I got to take this stance on America and everything. America the Great, Trump the greatest president in the world. After all he's done, you're going to think he's the greatest president in the world? And people are fucking burying their MAGA hats? And you still support that kind of behavior? It goes to show you know better than Trump. You know better than Trump. How could you support a guy that was trafficking young children, fucking young children? Him and Epstein were good buddies. I guess you probably believe Epstein was a great person too, a role model perhaps? Maybe a little jealousy of the lifestyle that Epstein had with little girls, trafficking children, Shit, if Popeye could be a member of that club, I'm sure he'd join. It really comes down to one thing, Popeye. You can say anything you want about me. I don't act like a kid and say sticks and stones will break my bones, but words never hurt me. But actually, it's factual. I've been listening to you for 10 fucking years, Popeye. I'm not fazed by your insults to me or Gilda. I'm not fazed by it. There was one time I really took it to heart. That was a long time ago. But I'm used to hearing these insults coming out of your mouth. It's just kind of, you're just demonstrating to people what your true character really is. Oh, he won't ever go to the Philippines. Because if I knew where he was, I'd see him, believe me. I'd confront him. And I'd even go to jail over it if I had to. Just think about that, Popeye. No, I don't like you. I don't like you at all. There's a lot of people that don't like you. What you stand for, even, is amazing. That you can support a president like Trump. I mean, that's a key issue here, actually, I think. And your godliness, that's the other issue. Things that you don't even practice. Why bother? Do you even go to church? I mean, you're a big believer in God and, religion, and which is your right to believe in. But you see, the thing is, you got to practice what you preach, and that's something that Popeye just doesn't do. Not even remotely. He's just part of the hypocrites in society. It's not my fault that you're living such a horrible life, void of any intimacy in your life other than your little bitch dog, And I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything bad about dogs. I like dogs, but this poor dog has to live his life with him. Oh my God. Poor dog. Are you into bestiality, Popeye? Has it reached that point? You're into bestiality? Would that surprise me? No. The other thing, Aloe, I hope you're really doing what you're saying on a Heidi situation. I sincerely hope. Again, she's another hypocrite like Popeye. Maybe they get along. Heidi is a fucking felon, is what she is. How she got into this country amazes me. They let the guard down. But I really get kicks out to what Heidi would say on her show. I'm not like these people. I don't do a show of hate talking about people. What? That's the whole denominator of her fucking show. It's the whole fucking denominator of her show. Yeah, I thought it was 6, but yeah, 5, yeah. Obviously not. She didn't say anything to immigration. She's not going to say that. I mean, but let's get an opportunity to let immigration know, Popeye. I mean, Aloe, do your best. I know what you do very well. Demonstrate it. I'd be awfully impressed. I'd be awfully impressed with you if you managed to get this information to immigration and they did an investigation on her. I'd be awfully impressed. You'd be my fucking hero. Liar and a thief, yeah. And she puts on this show so nonchalantly, like her shit doesn't stink. I imagine her shit stinks a lot. She's like 400 pounds, and what she eats. Now, am I making fun of Heidi? Yeah, I am. Straightforward, straight up. Another hypocrite. As I said, if these people weren't making money on their shows, they'd be impoverished. They wouldn't be able to stay in the Philippines. But then where would they go? That's, less expensive, really. I don't know, Cambodia, perhaps. Malaysia for sure, but unfortunately, Malaysia's immigration laws are pretty stiff. You have to go to a song and dance to have a lot of money to get a retirement situation status in Malaysia. Although what I read on it's a great country. Lots of English spoken. One could survive there, but unfortunately their visa situation is not ideal. Yeah, that's the only thing bad about Malaysia, unfortunately. All kinds of criminal records, that loser. George Mendoza, okay. What's that? Oh, the guy's not any better, George. Yeah, dude, what is this? Uh, what was the story with George? I know he has a past. I know that he's had some interesting times with the law. I just don't know the details of it because most people concentrate on Heidi. But I know George doesn't live a flawless life, let's put it that way, and had his own problems, even psychologically, I think, too, if I'm not correct. He was a thief. He was into battery. You mean like, violence? Oh, I hope he would. I'd like to learn a little more about that. I know a lot about Heidi, but I don't know, admittedly, that too much about George. I know he's got his own personal problems and whatnot. You're good for that, Aloe. Bring it out. You're good for that kind of stuff. Get it on. But I really think that Heidi should be reported to immigration. Let them get their sniff dogs out on her and examine her history and see what they want to do about it. If they're that gung-ho on people coming to this country that are less than desirable in this country, or they prove to be undesirable in this country, I mean, she's like an excellent target. Boy, I'd love to see her go down. Totally effed up, all dirty, all broken. Oh, Alice says, rented a place and left it in a horrible condition. Well, I could see Heidi being a hoarder. I could see her being not very, hygienic and sanitary around the house. Because most people that are obese like that with all her health problems are not generally capable of housekeeping. And George, I just don't see him as the type of person that's going to be out cleaning the house for her and all that shit. You only see them sitting on their couch, but you don't really see the rest of the house. And plus, she's got all these cats running around and shit. I mean, it must smell in there. It must really smell in that apartment. I know the wigs and all that shit he wears. They're all insane on here. They're all fucking insane, Alan. But they're doing that to get views and subs. Because they know they need the money terribly. They need that money. And people would do anything on their shows to get it. And we don't have to go into that. We know all the clickbait people do, and we know all to get the fanfare and all that stuff. It's pretty obvious what people do with the clickbaiting. And like the title of the show, Philippines Antics. So they have to perform all these antics to get this attention. Heidi's not even capable of walking down the road to get exercise. She doesn't even exercise, Aloe. She's just stuffing her mouth with donuts, and even though she's got diabetes and high blood pressure and everything, she just don't seem to care. I mean, I personally don't care what she does to her body. It's pretty obvious from looking like a waif-thin younger person to what she looks like now. Wow, what a transformation. What a transformation. What about pro-life traveler? I don't know. Do you remember when they harassed a food delivery guy? Yeah. They were upset. What was it? They didn't deliver it on time, or they didn't deliver it, or they didn't right play, or something. There was something to that. Falling apart. Oh my God, when it comes to food, don't deny or procrastinate the delivery or something on, oh my God, God forbid, because of the backlash they received. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they were harassing the food delivery guy. I remember that. And then they took down the clip a few hours later. Of course they are. Just like Slim took down all of his shows. Apparently, people want to talk about Slim. The only thing I could say is I don't have any updates. He's free. I could tell you that. He's free to be. But he's jonesing right now. He doesn't know what the hell to do with himself because, well, it's what he does every day is go out and vlog and do the horrible things that he does. Now he has to stay home with his significant other, whatever she is to him, probably bored out of his fucking mind because he can't vlog for a while. In fact, he said it. I heard that contact with somebody, and his message was that he's home, but he can't vlog for a while. Maybe because they still have his camera equipment, perhaps. But he'll have the balls to go back on again. But then he's going to tame it down. He still needs the money and the income. So he'll do what he did last time after all those videos he took down of all the little exploits with the younger girls and stuff. You know, when the heat was up, he took them all down. That's really, actually at the time when he found out he was being investigated, that's why they were taken down. The heat was turned up too high on him and he had to do something. He had to do something. Yeah, he just really reminds you of Vitaly in every way, mostly. I think there's a certain resemblance. I think there's the height, the accent, the behavior is like another Vitaly. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if he's going to get away with all this shit. I don't know which particular charge is going to stick to him. There may be other things they're not talking about, but, you know, and I guess there was some kind of report coming from a Filipina herself, a young one. I don't know. They're either going to really throw the book at this guy to make an example out of him, just like, you know, because Vitaly had a lot to do with that. Understand that. And they're going to take a stance when it comes to people doing things like he does. And it's going to be like another Vitaly. Once it goes national, and I guess it went national, I don't know. I guess by now, there must be some reports, you know, about his behavior. There has to be. No, news travels real fast when it comes to foreigners. Real fast. Well, you know, people on YouTube, they want to be seen and heard, and they are. And they attract a certain kind of crowd according to what kind of material they put on. But in an effort to make money, they make mistakes. And they get carried away, and they think they're going to get away with just about everything, but that's not always the case, is it? We've seen it left and right, time after time. It's not always the case. And I get real enjoyment from watching these people go down. I really do, I must admit. Well, the right people, anyway. The right people. Fate, karma, whatever the hell you want to call it. No, because you talk shit about me and I'm getting rid of you right now. Oh, wait, Aloe. You do what you want about Maximus. You've got a wrench now. And Aloe's the only person ahead of my show that has a wrench. And he hasn't abused it. But he knows the people to take off. And this is up to you, Aloe. Should he stay on here or not? Because you know all the shit he talks about. You know he's a troll. Oh, the Rain Man. Oh, yeah, that was a disaster. How do these trolls come on here so nonchalantly? I'll leave it up to you, Al. You got the wrench. You want to get rid of this guy or what? That's why I gave you a wrench. I'm just, look, there's so many trolls out there, Maximus. You know, I don't know how much of a troll you've been with me, because I've seen you on every show talking about it. I believe you have talked about me. You want to join the big boys club, as I remember, and you'll say things against me, if my memory recalls. Get rid of him, Aloe. Get rid of him. Exercise the powers I have bestowed upon you, Sir Aloe. Get rid of the bum. I do think I remember him talking shit about me. Get rid of him. Say bye-bye, Maximus. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Well, okay. Yeah, because I could swear that Maximus has talked shit about me. I know, now he's going to get all pissed off and talk even more shit about me on Popeye's show or somebody. I know how it works. There's a lot of people I blocked that turned against me simply because I blocked them, but I don't block people for nothing. I might have made a mistake a few times on people, but for the most part, the people I blocked on here deserve to be blocked. Because I'm just recalling, it's in the back of my mind, because I am a fly on a wall with some of these shows. I could swear I've heard Maximus, you know, try to be part of the big boys club and say some shit about me. Dude is a real genius. Bobsy says the wrench has been... Oh, wait a minute, Bobsy? You're always talking shit about me. Oh, he's a bomber lover. Oh, he was, yeah. All right. Isn't it nice? I've got the power. I've got the power. Alice got the power on my show. Who would have thought? Not me, even. He always was a bomber lover, Maximus. Okay, that's good reason to get him off. But now, wait a minute. Bobsy, Al, correct me if I'm wrong in my old age. Okay, my old age. Doesn't Bobsy talk a lot of shit about me? I know that's your brother-in-law or something like that, but what's your call on this one? Look, I'm not worried about ratings and all that shit. No, that's Bobby. But doesn't this guy talk shit about me all the time? I have in the past, Frank, yes, but I rarely go to channels these days. I prefer to watch garden channels, Frank. No, but you have talked shit about me. Everybody wants to wear the big boy's pants. No, but Bobsy is talking shit about me, though. They all want to come to my channel and talk. I'm hated so much, but they want to come to my channel and talk. And be part of the discourse. Yeah, they hate me so much, but yet they want to come and talk on my channel. Go figure. Go figure. Pardon me while I make my oatmeal. Thank you very much. I don't know, your call on that, Aloe. I don't know. Well, I'm just talking about, just regular talk. I'm not doing anything incredible on here. I'm just being me, whatever you deem that to be. It's like, oh, well, If I wasn't that interesting, these people wouldn't take such an interest in me. I'm actually willing to talk about things that people will not dare talk about. And I come up with some incredible topics, in fact. What do you have to say, Bobsy? Frank, I don't really care about the stuff that goes on anymore. I would rather watch videos on hydroponics. Way better, but I do enjoy Barry being locked away. I don't know, Bobby. I'll let you stay on here, man. But don't forget it. I'm like a fly on the wall. I know I do listen to some people's shows when they have their live streams on and all that shit. And I know who's talking about me and who's not. That's why a lot of people come to my channel. They think I haven't listened or, read the comments they say about me. It's either you're for me or against me. It's not in between. That's just where I work. I see things in, or some people say I don't see things in black and white, but, I do, actually. You're a changed man, my ass. Changed man. Yeah, when it applies to you, but yet you'll be in another channel talking shit about me. Changed man? I don't know about that. Sorry, I needed more flavoring in my oatmeal here. A different subject. I've been doing a lot of research on me. Ever since I had that kidney stone, I've been doing a lot of research. Boy, I just learned a lot just from saved myself thousands of pesos on my own research in regards to certain things going on regarding post kidney stone procedures. Just read and learn, man. I mean, a doctor couldn't even tell me the information. A doctor couldn't even. I looked it up, and I figured something out. Oh, by the way, an example. Am I drinking tea? I'm laying off it for a week or so, just as a test. This is just a little honey water. Raw, unfiltered honey, and warm water. See, I do things for a reason. Whether on YouTube or just, what I consume. Because I'm doing a test. I've narrowed it down to certain things. Only a doctor couldn't even figure it out. I'm not going to go into that. Kind of personal in a way, but most people know I had a kidney stone thing going on. I talked about it enough. After effects, pros and cons of what they did, and present day situation. The good thing I found out, my proteins are all good, my kidneys are functioning good. I've done it all on my own without a doctor's, even without a doctor's assessment. That's amazing in itself. Symptoms, if any. The measurement of the proteins in the urine, there wasn't any. All the facts I put together, piece by piece, step by step. It's amazing what you could do once you put your mind to it. I've got good kidneys. Are you kidding me, Frank? Yeah. Kona, yeah. What's this, Bobsy says? No, I think Barry changed into a pillow biter. Been in there almost 1,000 days. I think he made the 1,000 days already, somebody said. It's, yeah. That Bob's you changed like Barry. I'll make a deal with you there, Bobsy. I'll let you talk on my show. But if I hear even one derogatory comment on somebody's show, then you're just banned for life. Remember, I have nothing to gain on my show here. You know that. I'm not monetized. I don't give a shit. If YouTube took me off, as I said, they'd be doing me a fucking favor. I wouldn't have to think about getting off YouTube because I'd be off. It wouldn't faze me. Not at this point, anyway. Oh, a few more days to go for 1,000? Oh. Well, about a little message to Barry here. I think you really need to talk to your girlfriend, if you want to call her a quasi-girlfriend, whatever she is to you. And you know what for. When I put a deal on the table, it's real. If you don't take that deal, well, it's one of those situations, well, let me have to say, I told you so. And people know what I mean. But she has the opportunity to clear her name. It was just a week ago that pardon me, Allo's ordered Jollibee meals for the community to celebrate. It's just a week ago that it was discussed, asked of me, where do you want to go with this, Frank? Was the question posed to me by somebody. He said, do you want to do a wait and see? To save you some money right now? Or do you want to go forward with what we talked about? That was the question that was posed to me. And I haven't made the decision yet. I'm doing a wait and see, but it's been too long to do a wait and see anymore. So we're getting to that point. I'm not going to spell out what I'm talking about on here. You just figure it out, okay? Oh, Frank doesn't pull through with, the things he talks about. Oh, we've never seen him come through on something on here. Yeah, think about that one. Think hard about that one. Real hard. Here's the thing. I'm just really not into this shit. You know what I mean? Everything has gotten pretty old. The fact that this shit is even going on, okay, is fucking ridiculous. If somebody's trying to put me in a precarious position, it's nonsense. But, you are never going to understand anything unless you're in my position. You're just not going to. It's not possible. Sometimes, you're forced to do things that maybe you really don't want to do, but you find that you have to do it. I'm kind of in one of these situations right now. In a way, I'm kind of fighting with myself over this. Do I really want to put somebody's world in a world of hurt? And I have to ask myself, is it for revenge or is it for justice? And you got to ask yourself that question. And you got to examine it, your conscience. What is it really for? Is it revenge or is it for justice? Well, in my case, it's always been for justice. Revenge is a whole nother animal when it comes to shit like this. You could be revengeful in other ways. But to me, it's just, it's justice is what it is. And some things need to be done. There's some things you could avoid and say, fuck it, but this is not a situation I could avoid. It's not one of those situations. It's kind of sometimes you get into a situation where you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So it's like the devil and angel fighting each other, you know. You gotta do it, Frank, you gotta do it. No, don't do that, leave it alone, Frank. You know, it's one of those situations. But she is trying to put my life in turmoil. It's not working. Hasn't worked so far. But still, when someone lies like that, okay, you give a simple lie about something. You could pass that off. Most people lie about something, but you could pass that little shit off. But when somebody's trying to take control of your life, to put in a false report on you to get you deported, that's a big deal. That's huge. That's huge. And you can't sit back on something like this. No, I'm not sitting here pulling my hair out over it. I'll assure you of that, but it's one of the biggest challenges I've had in a while. But she's challenging the wrong person. That's the problem. She thinks it's going to go her way. If it did, she's going to be a happy little camper, but that's not how it's going to turn out. That's just not how it's going to turn out. Especially if it didn't go my way. And you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Aloe's order Jollibee. Okay. Look, Aloe, I don't know you personally. But I know you in a way that if somebody interfered with your relationship with your wife and kids or whatever, and did something horrible like that to you, you'd be hell on wheels. And I never met you personally. I don't know your real character, but I do know. I remember in the past when somebody was making some threats about your wife or kids or something, I know you went ballistic. You went ballistic. I remember that. So I think Aloe understands my plight. And if you don't, you just have to be in this situation to understand it. Where somebody is literally putting your life on hold. Literally, not figuratively. Literally. Because they want to stick up for their fucking loser boyfriend. Where the person has no future with this bum whatsoever. Whatsoever. I did her a favor when I put him in jail. I did her a major favor, you know, definitely. Major. Saved her from a life of debauchery and misery and what have you. As far as I'm concerned, I think I did a huge favor. She should be thanking me, not attacking me. Attacking my character, a lot of things. Well, it may be funny to her, maybe it's not. I think there's a lot of weight on her chest and shoulders right now. That's what I think. If she's anything half human, I think she has a large weight on her shoulders right now. Because she doesn't know the outcome of this. And she's impatiently waiting. I remember her doing a show once. Well, I'm just kind of depressed because, you know, this is taking so long. I remember that statement. And, you know, on camera, and this is, you know, no disclaimer needed for this, absolutely none. on camera, and I've got videos where she took the drinking. I remember in the store with a friend or relative contemplating that big aisle of liquor, and she did shows where she was, I don't know about alcohol and drinking. I don't know, there's so many things she said in pertaining to the drinking. She was showing people that she was distraught, supposedly. All the PTSD caught up with her. What PTSD? Her own conscience, maybe, but no fucking PTSD. You don't go dancing outside to ethereal music and you got PTSD. Unless you're just fucking insane or something, but I always kept that one video on. It's always going to stay on. It's not going anywhere. I have no intentions of taking it down, nor the video she did on me, where I did point it out, all the discrepancies of, well, the things I supposedly did or her situation because of me. No, it's because of Barry. It's not because of me. Never said those words she claimed. I'm not going into that. You know what transpired. You heard what she said. You know it was on her affidavit because they illegally put that around on YouTube, which is another, nail in her coffin. Quite frankly, I want this all over it. I want this all over. I want to go on with my life and let them go on with theirs, but not without a fight. Tooth and nail, believe me, tooth and nail from me. Because that's a pretty heavy duty thing she's trying to do. It's heavy duty. Heavy duty shit. You can't take this lightly, and I don't take it lightly. Karkar, Buena Vista community in Karkar. Oh, I never met the woman. She never even came to Barry's court hearings. She never even came to that. So much for her allegiance to him, No, she's never been. I've never met the woman, and I'm such a threat to her, according to her, on her report. A threat to somebody I never even met. I don't know. I was suspected she had a couple of children in there she was trying to hide, but disclaimer on that. I don't know. I don't know. I know she had a man in her life before Barry that didn't work out for one reason or another. Oh, gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. I don't know all the details of her life. I don't really care to know. Let's see. Well, her dad, and the only display I've seen of her dad, I remember several scenes. In one, he was drunk off his ass with Barry. They were walking on a beach, and Barry basically had to hold him up. I remember that. And I remember the most current things is that he, I think, has been in the hospital for something. All I know is a close family member, and I believe it was him that was in the hospital. And she was going to the hospital, and he's seen the videos on that. More likely was him, and I'm not sure about it. Not really, but I think it was him. Is this the man sick grandpa refers to as Frank? Huh? Although the crying video was funny. Mitch, I'm not sure who this guy is. I don't know about her mother. What do I care, really? I know the father lives there in the compound. And Barry claims, the guy doesn't speak a word of English, but Barry claimed that this guy really likes him, and he says he talks to the guy all the time. But how do you talk to somebody who don't understand a word of English? Barry swears up and down that the family just loves him. Well, where's the family? Well, he's incarcerated. They didn't want to bother to help him at all. What did she do? Did she put together a fundraiser to help Barry? Nothing I'm aware of. Maybe the high roaders were helping her out. I'm pretty sure of that. But what did she do to try to help Barry get out of his situation? Did she put a GoFundMe thing on? Did she do a fundraiser? Did she care about Barry that much? That she do this dastardly deed of this complaint to get even with me out of revenge for Barry's sake, but yet her or her family don't want to help him? Something wrong with that picture, I would say. Something really wrong with this picture. Why didn't she help him or sell the motorcycle? No, she gave it to her brother. But, in all honesty, that motorcycle is hers. Because Barry didn't make no payments on it, you know that. So it's rightfully her possession. But if she really cared about Barry that much, wouldn't you think she would say, sorry, brother? So her brother rides it. I got to bail Barry out of his situation, and we got to sell the motorcycle and take it away from him. But she didn't do that, did she? She sure didn't. Nope. So much for giving a shit about Barry on some level, anyway. The family turned against him. They didn't know much about it. They didn't even know that he was in jail. Barry himself, not her, but Barry himself had said on a show that no, her family doesn't know I'm in jail. They think I'm in the States working. Barry said that himself. He said that himself. If you listen to his shows, you know I'm not lying. He did say that himself. He absolutely did. So she was hiding the real situation going on with Barry, but I think it probably came out. They probably know all the details now, or maybe not all the details. Tried to threaten me with her barangay brother, who's the barangay captain. Trying to threaten me with his position. There's a lot of wrong things she did, but she's fucking with the wrong guy. As history will reveal, or has revealed, put it that way. There's some smart things you could do in life, and there's some stupid things you could do in life, and what she's been doing was awfully stupid. Proverbial can of worms was open up. It was a large can, too. You can't reseal something like that. Once it's open, it's open. That's it. Bam. Aloe says, barangay captain, LOL, that's nothing. Well, I know that, too. But, to them, it kind of symbolizes some form of power. That, oh, we know the mayor, we know this person, we know this person. Yeah. I met barangay captains right here. They're nice people. But they don't have much power to do anything. It's on a local level. That's about it. It's on a local level. They are Hampas Lupa. Ask Hilda if she knows that term. She's in the other room. Hampas Lupa. Hampas Lupa. I like the sound of that. Hampas Lupa. They got lupus like Heidi. Remember George on Seinfeld? He's in the hospital. Please, doctors, tell me it's not lupus. Tell me it's not lupus. Oh, she's got lupus. Heidi's got a lot of things, man. I don't even know how she's still alive, to be honest with you, or even Licky. I don't know. I don't know how they're still walking around. Well, she doesn't walk around much. At least Licky can walk around, but she's not very mobile. She's afraid to fall again very easily in her situation and break her hips again. I think she did break her hips once or something. God, it's so good not to be these people. I got to be thankful to something. Thankful to a lot of things, really. I'm still alive and thriving. I'm very thankful for that. And I'm not her, and I'm not these trolls. Are you still listening, Popeye? I'm sure you are. You got nothing else better to do. Don't worry, we're not going to leave you out again. We wouldn't do that, Robert. Probably getting ready to do another sketch, you know. It was so sad. So sad. So, other than that, I don't know anything going on. Everything's been quiet. You know, it is what it is. It'll be whatever it's going to be, but not without a fight. Okay? And I could promise you that there'll be the biggest fight in YouTube history going on if immigration would follow through what her hopes are. But as I said, there are avenues. It doesn't just boom happen. There's other avenues of addressing this, so I'm not that concerned. I don't mind spending the money for a good purpose and a good cause. I'm the kind of guy that has to do whatever he has to do, and he just does it. I don't even think about it. If something comes up, I take care of it. That's just the way my life is. Any blocks on the road in my life that ever came up as a block on a road, a detour, I've always found a way around that detour. Historically, it's been that way with me. Oh, there's always a first time, but I'm trying to think positive about the whole situation and hope she takes heed to my little plea with her to drop the situation with immigration, because it's definitely going to affect her afterwards. And again, that's not a threat, it's a promise. And there's nothing physical as far as endangerment. Any implication of that whatsoever. Disclaimer. None of that. I would never do that. She has nothing to worry about. It wouldn't be from me if something happened to her. It would not be from me. Because I don't do that shit. No matter how mad I am in a foreign country. It doesn't make sense to get violent with somebody, no matter what they did with you, unless you're trying to protect yourself in a real physical confrontation. That's a whole different story. But other than that, no. I'm not capable of doing that kind of... I'm capable, but it's not something I would do. Especially to a Filipino or Filipina. Especially to a Filipina. I'm not that stupid. Am I happy about the situation? No, of course not. But, I'm not going to boil my blood up and raise my cortisol level. It's not worth it. You got a roadblock in life, you deal with the roadblock. Clear the roadblock. That's what you do. Now, she was, pretty much offered online publicly recently. I did it once before. She didn't heed to it, but basically, she tells the truth and tells immigration that she did this out of, she could use any wording she wants. That she wasn't thinking right at the time. She was thinking about her life, whatever, with a boyfriend, and she made a bad mistake. That's what she has to do, but it has to be on paper. Preferably through an affidavit through my lawyer's office. Or through her lawyer to present to the Board of Inquiries at the Board of Immigration. I'm giving her that opportunity. She should be worried more than I should. Because there are ramifications to everything you do in life. This is not something I can just let go. Oh, hell. I'm not letting this go. There's no way my conscience would allow me to let something like this go. It just will not go. I can't let it go. She's putting me in a very uncomfortable position. Unnecessarily, too, and unwarranted. Of course, I'm going to be reactive to this. Of course I am. And so would you. I know Gilda, she'd like to rip her face off, but, Gilda's smart too. She wouldn't subject herself to doing something like that. But you don't know her. She'd like to rip this woman's face off. But, of course, I wouldn't let that happen. And what she'd like to do and what she actually does are two different things. She's not confrontational in that way, but in this situation, she's not very happy with her. And that's an understatement. You have no idea. Because we don't generally talk about that on here. I make a little mentions now and then, but you have no idea. Because she's being affected by this too. In many ways. You think she's happy about it? Hell no. Oh, hell no. Not one bit. I know one thing. I wouldn't want to be Gilda's enemy. I would not. You don't know her like I don't know. She's a sweet, wonderful person. But she has another side to her that she will stick up for what she believes in and very protective of me and her family. And I am her family. And yes, Popeye, it is a family, you piece of shit. Something you don't really have other than your daughter. You don't know what family is. Hell, my dogs are my family too. Like your little bitch dog, little foo-foo dog that you sleep with, it's your family and your only fucking friend. But anyway, I'm getting tired of talking about this shit. I'll deal with things when they come up and, believe me, I'll deal with it. But she, I fired the warning shots like I did for Barry. I'm giving her an opportunity to do what's actually right. How religious she is, too. It's amazing. Like I always said about, big believers are some of the biggest hypocrites in the world. Do the godly thing. Because if you're really religious, you know there's going to be a judgment day. And you will be judged. Guarantee it. She will be judged. If there is such, she will be judged. And she might be judged in her living life for what she did. Why should she make it worse for herself and continue this menagerie of hate, of revenge? I'm not asking her to be merciful to me. I won't even like using that word. Just truthful. Truthful. Just truthful. And everything will go well for me and for her. There won't have to be any legal charges put on her in several directions. Because there's going to be. It's going to be. And all the money in the world from outside sources, it would not stop me from doing it. And where it lands, it lands. Where it goes. It's like gambling. You're never going to win the lottery unless you actually buy the ticket. Sometimes you're forced to do things that you really don't want to do. It's not something I really want to do. But under the circumstances as such, I'm being forced to do that. You don't know what's going on right now as I speak. Nobody does. Show me those documents, Jay. Or anybody else. Show me those documents. You're not going to see it on here. Well, anyway, let me let go of that topic matter. I said what I need to say on it. I don't even like talking about the person. I just get a visceral effect. Visually and otherwise, it's just a horrible visceral effect. It is what it is. It will be whatever it's going to be. but not without a fight unever seen on YouTube. Be outside of YouTube, of course. I'm not going to spare a peso to make something happen that needs to happen. Not a happy camper. I can tell you that with her. I'm not a happy camper, neither is Gilda. We're not happy campers with this at all. And you can imagine why. Okay, enough said on that. Otherwise, I don't have anything too much more to talk about. I'm still hearing shows now and then about Slime. He's free. And he might wind up getting away with it, because that's just the way it is. The biggest losers and antagonists and dangerous type of people to the public and to Filipinas are probably going to walk free, unless they decide to go on the trail of Vitaly and make another example of somebody. And he would be a perfect person, Slimy, to make example out of. But I'm kind of divided on this. Not divided on what I think he did, but divided on where they're going to go with this. Obviously, he bonded out or something because he's free. Without it, he can't vlog. He's probably going out of his fucking mind. Because he doesn't usually spend time with his so-called girlfriend, whatever she is. I keep on saying that because I really don't know, because I don't know if he's actually married. Never provided proof of that, nothing. I don't even think it's his kid. Some people say, oh, well, he's got a high forehead, hairline like the father. I don't know, I didn't really notice that. Kids' hair sometimes start off that way. I don't see the resemblance. And the kid's supposed to be like Korean or something. Something like that. Well, anyway, Aloe, I hope you follow through on some other stuff, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Well, Heidi, for one. And, I'm sorry, but I'm not the sheriff in town, but I hate seeing people get away with a lot of shit that they do. Why are they allowing all the creeps like Brevis and Heidi and people like that into this country? Well, they got in at a time where they weren't being as stringent, and doing background checks. They're more so doing that now. More so. And we know who the real undesirables are. Those are people you should be concentrating on, the real undesirables. If you care that much about somebody being an undesirable, I don't know what to tell you except do something about it and still talking about it. Heidi's undesirable. There's a lot of people undesirable on here. Go after the real undesirables. That's what I say. Don't try to say somebody's undesirable when they're not. My point. All right, I'm going to get off this thing. I just finished my oatmeal. I'm going to have to, I don't know, get on the exercise bike or something. I'm going to have to do something here. I haven't really been gung-ho as much as I used to. I've had a lot of distractions here. But I need to start working out a little bit more. All right, take care, Aloe, and, just follow your conscience, whatever, man. Do what you have to do. Do what you think is right. That's all I can say. Do what you think is right. And follow through. Don't start something and don't finish it. You're not known for that. With that being said, guys, I'm here because you're there. Thank you for listening in. Thank you for a little bit of dialogue. And I need to go on my day. And hopefully so do you. And Robert, get fucking laid, dude. Just get fucking laid. So if you have to put out a few coins, it'll change your whole attitude, Robert. Your whole... Very interesting footage with his lawyer. And they're all shaking hands with him and wishing him well. And apparently he is being deported, but they're concentrating more on his overstay than anything else, actually. Some people put comments in there on this guy's shows. How much did he pay? Apparently, the lawyer made some reference to one of his victims. That's all been settled. So, in that respect, maybe there was a payoff going on for one of his victims, and it must have been a lot. Some people are speculating that money was exchanged between him and the immigration or something. I don't know. And I'll put a disclaimer on that. I don't know. But apparently, Slim will be deported. They don't say pretty much what's going to happen to Jolena, whatever her name would be. But it's pretty apparent that he is going to be out of the country and back to Estonia. He said that when he was asked what kind of business was he in, and he said e-commerce. Now, he was selling illegal phones or something going on there, but he calls it e-commerce. How interesting is that? In other words, he's going back to scamming people. Payoffs, I don't know who he paid off. There's a lot more to the story they're holding against him, but apparently his lawyer says that, there's not going to be any criminal charges against him. Well, I could say something to that, but I won't, as to why there may not be any criminal charges on him. But I don't want to go there, and you could just use your imagination for that. No, I'm not staying on here long. I already did a long show this morning, but I just listened to this gentleman's show, and it was really interesting, and he was apologizing to people, after the fact that he got caught. And it's just like Vitalia, apologizing. Some people feel that he didn't do enough to deserve this. Well, a lot of people have different opinions on that. I think we're all aware of the things he has done, but apparently they're not emphasizing all the other criminal things that he has done in this country and calling them monkeys and what he's done with young women and so forth. The main thing is that he's going to be ousted out of the country, and that's a good thing. And maybe some people wanted more criminal charges on him, and a lot of people are thinking that maybe he got away with a whole lot of shit. Well, apparently it's seeming that way to me. It's seeming that way to me. I think he was offered, it was forceful deportation or voluntary deportation. I don't know which one is being applying on this one. But it sounds like they're ready to get him out right away. And his lawyer basically covering his ass, trying to get him to instruct him to be apologetic. And supposedly, he's supposed to put on a show sometime apologizing to people. Yeah, I definitely like to see that. No, this is actually a person that don't deserve to be in this country. If you had to pick and choose, this would be definitely a person that shouldn't be in this country for so many reasons and so many things that he's actually did. Someone who actually did deserve to be deported from this country definitely is Slim, and there's no question about it. All right, I'm not going to continue this show. A little addendum to my earlier show, because I just seen this information on somebody else's channel that's been covering this very well, I must say. Slim in person in handcuffs and so forth, and him being apologetic, not genuine, of course. He got caught, whatever. But it seems that the lawyers is really trying to push away the criminal aspects of what he did, trying to smooth things over and just concentrate. Well, I agree, you did some things that, you just deserve to be deported. And, reporters or whatever, and all the officials shaking his hand and wish you luck and blah, 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 blah. Oh, they're not happy with him. It's all for show, because he called them monkeys, and everything else he did with young women. Yeah, Slim deserves to be out of this country. If there's anybody who deserves, it's definitely Slim. There's no question about it. It looks like he's getting away with any kind of, jail time and so forth. He's getting away with that. So people were asking, what's going to happen to Jolene and the kid? And the lawyer makes reference, to his wife, that he has a wife, but that That has not even been proven either, that he has a wife. That's what he called her. And people believe that it's not his wife and it's not his son. All right, so people are wondering, well, what's going to happen to Jolena? And a lot of people made comments on there saying that she's complicit. She knew what was going on with Slim. She knew everything. And she went along with it. She just gets away scot-free. Or maybe she's, going to suffer from this. I don't wish somebody to suffer, but if you were complicit in what he did, there has to be some considerations on that too. And I don't know if she has a family to go back to. That's not our problem. It's not my problem. It's not anybody's problem. Who's going to pay the rent on that house? She's not going to be able to stay there. With all the publicity on her boyfriend, whatever, it might make her a little bit uncomfortable to be there anyway. So where's she going to go? She has to have family somewhere. Filipinos have big families. And since she has a child, somebody's going to take her in. Now, is Slim going to continue to pay support for her and that kid? That remains to be seen. Some people speculate, well, he'll just come back and go to Thailand or something and have her come out there. Is she going to be able to come out there with her kid? Not permanently. If she could even get to that point of traveling to Thailand and have all the qualifications to do so. Doesn't seem very likely. And he can't get her to stay in Thailand. And the truth is, I just don't think that they're married. So, I don't know what bonus points if he decided to go to Thailand or somewhere close to Philippines and try to get her out there. And that might be a difficult task. Or maybe, who knows, that she's pissed off enough at him right now that maybe she don't want anything to do with him. I doubt that. All I know is she's going to need support for that child, so if Slim is claiming to be the father, if he is really the father, which I'm not thinking either, then he has a responsibility. So he's going to have to go back to his scamming in Estonia or try to make even a better channel that people will come. They will come. They will want to see, like anything else, like if Barry got on full-time on videos, you're going to want to know what's going on with his life and the train wreck about to happen. The same thing. He'll still wind up doing good in the end. That's what happens. He'll do good. Maybe even better. He'll make money on his YouTube channel for sure. Once he gets settled in Estonia. I don't know when they're planning to ship him out, but I think it's been made pretty clear that he's getting deported. Criminal charges, yeah. Apparently his lawyer says these things are being dismissed. True? I don't know. That's all I have to say. I don't need to go on with a long show. I've already been on this morning. There you go, about
I talk, I joke, I laugh, I give advice. But be careful when
wow. First word, wow. That's my first one. This world absolutely amazes me. It just amazes me. And we'll get into that as pertaining to the title of my show. Wait for a couple of people to show up on here anyway, so don't waste my time. Okay. This is just amazing, what I just read. The murderous Gestapo bastard trumps Gestapo workers. The guy who shot and killed in cold blood Renee, forgot her last name, who makes claims that he was in danger when all the videotapes show completely different. Someone started a kind of a crowdfunding thing for him to cheer him on? Like what? He's made like $570,000 to murder somebody, to further and try to justify his act through some crowdfunding organization and rich people who think apparently the same way as he does. Never mind leaving the country of the U.S. Sometimes you want to leave the fucking planet. if this is what things in our society has come to, lies, lies, and more fucking lies. It's no different than fucking YouTube. On a grander scale, of course. It's amazing. It's like a picture of him with a big grin, a grin on his fucking face. He's getting rich over people who are supporting him for killing an innocent fucking woman. Just like anybody supports some fucking blank chick that's gonna make a fucking phony report against somebody on here for revenge. It ain't much different. It ain't much fucking different. Like people were supporting Barry for a short time till they realized it was a lost cause. They know the crimes he committed, the bullshit. And they were giving him money, but now when he really needs it, where are they? How about a little crowdfunding for Barry, huh? No, but the high roaders, they won't do that because they know his background. Oh, they're fighting the thought about this, believe me, they are. They're fighting the thought. Because I'm involved, and it means money coming in my pocket. They won't give Barry any money. They won't give him any money. There's no fucking way. I'd be shocked if the high roaders came up and funded Barry so he can go on with his deportation. Well, it's like added the frying pan into the fire in Barry's situation for sure. There's no doubt about that. It doesn't work either way for him. He stays there, he's in big shit doo-doo, terrible place. Goes back home, he's going to be in a terrible place, might be arrested again. So for Barry, it's a no-win situation. But now this ICE agent, his neighbors didn't even know what he did for a living. He kept it very quiet. And a lot of neighbors were surprised when they found out it was him. I wonder how that's working out. He's over there with a shit-eating grin on his face. And as I said, somebody started a crowdfunding thing for this guy. It's up to like $570,000. So the guy got rich for killing a woman in cold blood. This is what we're allowing in the world. This is what we're allowing. And I'm going to say it again. People who supported Trump, shame on you. I have a lot of other words for you, but I'll just keep it light. Shame on you. And you're going to regret the day you did it. Because your life, the people who supported Trump are going to be suffering in more ways than one. But the only way you get to people is through their pocket. If these people who supported Trump, which a lot of them are rich people, probably more so than people with lesser income, are going to notice their pocket's going to become increasingly more empty. And then see how they feel about Trump at that period of time. But hopefully, they're doing it right now. Actually, the tariffs are affecting all kinds of businesses. But Trump keeps on saying, oh, the economy's doing great. We're in a gain. We're bringing in trillions of dollars. Okay, if you're bringing in trillions of dollars, why are you taking benefits away from people on food stamps, EBT, and child care benefits? I mean, the list goes on. I need a long show to go over the list. I'd have to make some reference to it, too. It would take some planning. But there's a long list of very negative things that this guy is doing to the country and the world. Now, I know these people, their heads are in shame right now. I know that. They're not going to admit that. But MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, their heads in shame. They know it. I know it is. They're not going to admit that to you. But they're going to stick to their guns and they're going to take a stance and, oh, no, he's right. So he's right to rape little underage children. He's right to get involved with child trafficking. How many felons he has against him. And how the world is now turning on Trump. He's going to might be responsible for some wars that nobody needs, that we're losing allies left and right. And you voted for him. I'm going to shove it to you. Sorry, you don't like it, but that's too fucking bad. This is my forum right here. This is my forum. I'm going to say what the fuck I want. I'm not monetized. I don't give a fuck if they took me off. I don't care. I really don't care. Either way. But as long as I'm on here, it's my forum to say what I want. Within legal reason, of course. But I will say that he's not going to last very long in office, whether for his health, whether somebody decides out there to kind of do a repeat performance of what somebody tried on him before. We'll see. Anything could happen. Or he's just voted out of office. He's gone. The numbers are down on the approval rate of him. It's incredible numbers. Phenomenal, as Jim says. Phenomenal numbers. Phenomenal. But this fucking bastard even calls her a bitch after he shoots her. What does his wife think about this? It's little information like that, like even with Slim. What does his girlfriend think about this, what he did? That he's getting deported. Is she regretting being his accomplice? Or is she still supporting Slim? She even warned him, Slim, that you're going to get into a bad accident and kill somebody, but she had some lucid moments, let's put it that way. She had a couple of lucid moments, but that was about it. Passing moments. But, the support was good. She got to eat, have a half-decent place to live. Why should she complain? Of course she's going to support Slim. That's the way it works, guys. That's just the way it works. We have a lot of problems in this world, man. I'm telling you. A lot of problems. Sometimes I don't blame people for leaving the United States and for going to some third world country, such as the Philippines, to get away from all this crap. Of course, there is certain crap here in the Philippines, too. But I just don't believe we're any kind of a military target for anybody. And I certainly don't think China's ever going to send a missile to Philippines. There's too much trade going on with the Philippines. As I said, when it comes to money, they're not going to, to bite the hand that feeds it. So I really wouldn't worry about the Philippines being attacked in any form or way. That's just not going to happen. So it might be a good choice to live after all. When you want to do some comparisons of other countries. Now Europe, you don't want to live in Europe. Europe is gathering up all the military and everything to fight against the United States, our allies. Allies for years and years and decades. Canada, France, Italy, Britain, all these countries are arming up right now. Iran, of course. Iran, however you want to pronounce it, Iran. Yeah, something's going to give as long as Trump is in this office. Look, there is not fairness in this world. There really isn't. Face it. Slim got away with a lot of shit is what he did. Because he had a lawyer, and he kind of, smoothed things out for him, if you know what I'm saying, without me saying it. That's exactly what he did. That's how they work out here. It's not just here either. I mean, it's everywhere, but I'm just giving you an example. Disclaimer, okay? So, with that being said, this world is in trouble. I don't know if that guy, well, no, he's in a high income bracket now. He made $5 when he's got to pay the taxes, or maybe they won't allow him to pay taxes either for killing somebody in cold blood. This woman had children. Big smirk on his face. I don't know if he's given any speeches, but through a crowdfunding situation, he made $570,000 in donations, supporting his position on killing this innocent woman. And she wasn't trying to run nobody over. All the videos out there, more came in, it proves it, that this guy was wrong. And even after he shot her in the head, calls her a bitch and walks away, gets in his car. He left the scene of the accident. And people are going crazy in the big cities all over the world. New York City, Minneapolis, everywhere, LA, other countries that are affected by the regime of Donald Trump, the Gestapo, the modern day Gestapo. But you'd rather talk about YouTubers, right? Isn't that right? Sure you would. See, that's the kind of mentality I'm dealing with on YouTube here. That's the kind of mentality. It's more important to talk about Frank or somebody else. But the whole world around them is falling apart, and they're just oblivious to it. They're totally oblivious to what's going on around them. I just want to make more money on my show. I don't care how I do it. I got to put, clickbait on my title. I got to talk about a particular person to draw people in. This is the sickness that's around us, and it is a sickness. It's a sickness. It's mental illness. That's what it is. defined as such. But nobody gives a shit. Only when it hits your fucking purse or pocket or bank account. That's the only time that humans will get involved with something or go against something that ain't right. When it hits their fucking money. Oh, that's a whole different story. When money's being taken out of somebody's pocket, oh, then they're going to react. No matter who it is, and no matter who it is they were supporting. If you're taking money as a, Trump supporter, if you are, if he's in some form or way affecting your business or taking money out of your pocket to feed your family, you're going to go against him. You're not going to support him. And a lot of that's going on right now. People are up in arms. They are all over the streets. Peaceful protests. Peaceful, for what I've seen. Peaceful protests. But the ICE agents, the Gestapo, is not being peaceful. They're not being peaceful at all. As I said many times, nothing ceases to amaze me anymore. When you just think you heard or seen it all. And a guy who kills a woman in cold blood has made over $500,000 in supporters for him and his family? Are you fucking kidding me? So in other words, Barry or somebody like him should, go online and do what he did in the past and knock me. But look where it got him. It didn't pay off. It just didn't pay off, did it, Barry? You should rot in hell. Rot in hell in there. It didn't pay off that well, did it, Barry? It ain't paying off now, is it? Same as fucking Popeye. Instacom is going to get you. Sooner or later, Pops. Sooner or later. Sooner than better. Run your mouth all you want, coward boy. You too, Jay. One of the biggest cowards on here is Popeye and Jay. I've had to name two particulars. There you go. Jay and Popeye, the two biggest cowards on YouTube. Hands down. It's brave to talk at a distance, isn't it? It sure is. Nothing's ever stopped me, and people know where I live. I'm not hiding where I live. It's already known. I'm still going to speak out against something that I don't think is righteous. But when I heard that today, just 25 minutes ago, actually, reading an article on there, I'm surprised that Midas touched it and covered. They might have, but they cover so much news they don't get around to just about everything. But I saw this one on another news show. This motherfucker, the one who calls her a bitch after he shoots her in the head, claimed that he had damage to his leg when it was all witnessed in sequence on video camera. He wasn't standing in front of the car. He didn't get swiped by her car. Claiming he has some injury as a result of her. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Yeah, I'm kind of worked up right now with that, hearing that. And even with Slim. Even with Slim, on a smaller level. Deportation is not good enough for Slim. It's just not. It's not good enough. He's got to stay in there just like fucking Vitaly did. They're like almost twins in a way. But he had a good lawyer. He had the money to do it, I guess. Because he's getting away with a slap on the wrist. Basically, he's going to be deported, which is, it's intense enough. Yeah, I'm not discounting that. I'm not discounting that at all. Please understand that. I'm not discounting that at all. He ain't going to be able to come back to the Philippines. And that's his stomping ground. He's going to probably have to go to some Southeast Asian country and just try to meet up with her now and then. I don't know what he's doing. I don't really care, but, he's not going to survive in Estonia. He's had it made, but he'll go on YouTube again. Even from Estonia if he has to, if he doesn't go back to Southeast Asia. And there's another creep on here. Bye. Your messages will no longer be able to be seen on my show. Yeah, go ICE. Well, apparently you've got that Trump mentality, so you know better than Trump. All right, well, this is what this world is coming to. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the new world order. They were talking about this for years. It's happened. This is the new world order. that everybody was in fear of. It's the new world order. Welcome. Get out the welcome wagon. You either fight against this or you get defeated by it. That's your choice. Like all you cowards that didn't do anything about Barry wanted somebody else to do it, as one example of many. But I did my job, and I did it very well. And that piece of shit is rotting in detention in a fucking prison of all places, the Philippines. Rot in hell, Barry. Rot in fucking hell. Rot in hell. You piece of shit. Rot in hell. I hope you get fucking rashes between your groin. Red. Horrible festering pustules of rashes between your fucking groin. Suffer, motherfucker, suffer. Because you deserve. Why? Because you're such a fucking creep. That's why. And all the people that you have hurt and taken money from. You deserve every single day. You're going on your 1,000th day pretty soon, I heard, Barry. 1,000 days incarcerated. Right on, brother. Free rent for 1,000 days. That's not bad. Think of the money you're saving. But are you saving? Is it all going for grab food? That's another question. When you do get deported, you can have any money to live in Alabama or anywhere? Are they even going to continue giving you your disability? Are you going to be able to support yourself? What are you going to do, Barry? Considering this other legal avenues facing you when you do get back. I have a good feeling that the minute you hit U.S. territory, that immigration is going to grab your skinny ass or fat ass, whatever the hell you are now. Let's say your sorry ass. That's better. And you might wind up in the clinker yet again. So although he's looking forward to get out of his detention, the fact is, what has he got to look forward to? He ain't got a girlfriend, or a bona fide girlfriend. That's over. Nothing going to happen between them two. She ain't going nowhere, and he ain't coming back here either. So you think you're winning, Barry? You're always saying you're winning. I'd like to know how you're winning. I'd really like to know, as you always say. I'd really like to know. Well, I'd really like to know. How are you winning, Barry? I don't know. Your idea of winning and mine might be two different things. But, oh well, you know. Okay, well, any too exciting at this time of day? Maybe if aloe showed up and juiced things up a little bit, it'd be a little better, but... Oh, we got the 100% thing shooting off here, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as they say out here. Wow. Cold-blooded murder, and he's getting away with it. I think that guy's going to have to watch his ass, because there's a lot of people that are against him. Maybe he doesn't have to continue as an ICE agent. He made $500,000. That'll sustain him for a while if he doesn't go off and buy a couple of cheap houses or something, but probably going to make more than that. And he's so proud of himself. I got to please Trump. Maybe I'll get an award. Yeah, he probably would. Get a raise or something in position for killing a woman in cold blood. This is what our society has come down to. Hello, Clint. How many pet cockroaches do you think Barry has now? He probably has names for them, too. But he has to put a little nail polish to identify them. Different colors. Hey, Sam. What's up, Sam? Oh, not much, Barry. How's it hanging? Then Harry comes along. Hey, Harry. What's up? Oh, I'm just hanging around with Sam. I don't know. Just kind of chilling it today. He's probably eating them for protein. I don't know. Hey, you know what, man? I did my job with him. I'm so happy about that. I can't even put it in words. I did my job with him. It went exactly the way I wanted to. Exactly the way. I didn't want to carry the thing out. I knew what I was doing. My lawyers knew what they were doing. We didn't want to carry it out all the way because we don't know what the judge would have said. They could have just sent them off, you know. That was it. But no, that's not the case. You know, he's still in jail. Well, he's still got immigration problems. He's still got to pay that shit, man. It's probably 650,000 pesos at least. I'm thinking from my calculations. You know, He didn't pay them. Maybe he didn't pay his lawyer. I mean, how about the lawyer? He probably left hanging. All right. Then there's the court appoint. The court penalty and my damages, which he's getting away with big time with that. As I said, he should be on his knees thanking me, not trying to suck my dick, but thanking me. What a fucking loser. They should just form a new club on it, not Triple R, but form the Losers Club. The Losers Club. Not the High Road. How about the Losers Club? There'll be a lot of members on that. They can incorporate it or something. Maybe they can make some money off it. Crowdfunding or something. They probably make money too. That's the funny thing about that. They probably would make money. Sausage says, losers always get it in the end. And more ways than one in the end. Get my drift. Yeah. Takes time, Sausage said, but it happens. Yeah, usually, Sausage. Usually. In this country, things take time. And we got 12 aboard. Okay, we're pretty good. But if you just tuned in, I was just bitching and whining. That's okay. I'm allowed. About the guy who murdered that one woman, cold blood. He made crowdfunding setup. Someone set up for him. He's made $870,000 for killing this woman. Do you know what that's going to set a precedent? Do you realize what that means? So it's okay to kill and gain popularity from, the right, the right people in the politics on the right side compared to the so-called leftists. They live for shit like that. They live for shit like that. It's okay, you turned in here. No, I'm not going to be on too much longer anyway. But anyway, with that being said, I thought I'd bring that up. A little about Slim, but mostly about what I just read, and I was just almost furious about it. Well, not really furious, but I was reactive to it enough to do a show on it. That this motherfucker's getting crowdfunded. He's getting rich, killing a woman. As I said, all the videos out there, and they're still saying nay, nay, nay. That's all bullshit, it's fake news or whatever. It's been witnessed by a lot of people. It's on videotape. It's as clear as a bell. Who's next in line that'll meet their faith, huh? Maybe Heidi, I don't know, because word is going out on Heidi about her felon. And Bureau of Immigration is going to be made known to that, from my understanding. And he'll do whatever they want to do in regards to that. The fact that she's running a hate show doesn't help her either. That don't help. Ricky is a possibility. Jay, well, don't forget Jay. He may not be able to come into this country after the smoke clears because of the fraudulent paperwork he put up on there. Don't forget about Jay. Oh, he's scared. Don't think different. Jay knows I mean business. He knows that real well. I got his friend Barry. Now we'll go get his fucking ass. What's next in line? Everybody hates to include you. Oh, they only wish the worst on me. They haven't been successful so far in over 10 years. They wasted time, money, effort, breath, oxygen, They tried. But the truth always prevails. Just like in the movies. The bad guy doesn't usually win. Well, it's just that I mean business. I take care of business. If I say I'm going to do something, I do it. If I could help it, But, they'll be eating their own fucking words. Oh, God, Jay. I wish Jay would make a trip to my house. I gave him a personal invitation. Let's see how much this frail man could defend himself. Frail man. I'd kick his ass all over the place. I'm not that stupid rubber dildo that he put in this fucking video in the shower. The guy was taking a shower with a rubber dildo. He was punching it. Well, you could do a big job in a rubber dildo. I wouldn't be surprised if the dildo fucking won, you creep. Let's weigh myself here. 72.65 kilos, and I'm only about 5'7" if I'm lucky. That's not frail. That's not frail. What are you looking like these days, Barry? I got you in my exercise room, man. Look at that. I got the big picture being gilded, but I got that nice blue sky in the background, kind of complementing the photograph. A little bit of a juxtaposition against that beautiful sky. Look at that, man. You seem to be unusually frisky with aloe in your pocket. Aloe's not in my pocket. How would you even think that? You're forgetting all the things that aloe did to me. You forget real easy, don't you? Aloe is kind of in neutral territory right now with each other. That's all it is. I didn't forget everything he did about me. Aloe's just taking a neutral position. I'm just taking a neutral position. It doesn't mean he's not going to go on the attack of me again. It doesn't mean that at all. I always expect it. Because he goes on both sides of the fence. I know Aloe for years. How many years have I been dealing with Aloe? Come on, man. You know that. I'm not that fucking gullible. You might... Yeah, he's my moderator. Who's a better moderator than fucking Aloe? Who'd be a better moderator? Because a lot of people fear Aloe. It's great to have him as a moderator. Most of you people are scared shit of Aloe. You're scared shitless of a man that you never even met, don't know what he looks like, don't know a lot about him. But I guess it's the mystery of Aloe that people are afraid of. You know what Aloe can do. I admire him for that fact. I'm not happy with the fact all the shit he did against me and research and all that shit in the past, but this goes to show that Aloe is capable of getting the job done when he wants information. He's had people hiding from him off their YouTube shows, running away of a shadow. Aloe is a shadow on here. The shadow knows, remember that, the shadow knows a lot of things. People in fear of Aloe, the jester. Because Aloe is a little fucking crazy. Not a little, he's a lot. And it's the crazy ones that you gotta worry about. It's the crazy motherfuckers you gotta be in fear of. And Aloe is fucking crazy as a fucking loon. But he has a soft side, though. He has a soft side. He does. Absolutely. He could do a commercial for Dove soap or something, you know? Aloe said once, never trust him. Well, you can't... Oh, come on, man. It's not just Aloe, man. It's anybody. You can't trust anybody on here. Are you kidding? Don't even trust me. Don't even trust me. You don't know what I'm capable of doing on the side. I don't talk about everything. You think I do. I can bait people just as well as anybody could try to bait me or anybody else. I might have told you things that weren't true, but generally, I do talk the truth on my show, though. But occasionally, I get a little frisky myself. And what would these people believe if I say something on here? How long will it take for them to just run to this and just go wild with it? You know, shine them up your guns thing, the Markton thing when I was in Hawaii. You think that wasn't planned? Of course it was. Of course it was. I'll tell you, it was. You still hear about it to this day? You just don't know what I'm going to do from one day to another. That's just who I am. A man's got to protect himself. You know what I'm saying? A man's got to take care of himself. I'm a guy that even researches the things that doctors will tell me if I ever need to see a doctor for some reason. I put some of these doctors to fucking shame. And I'm not exaggerating. Fucking A, I know more about my urinary tract than most people would ever dream. I go through it step by step. Well, is this causing that? What is the cause of the problem with this? Well, this test revealed that, okay, now that I don't have proteins in my urine, da da da. It says that my kidneys are in good shape. How did, doctors wouldn't know that unless a lot of testing, but I've done voluntarily my own testing to find out, and I'm still exploring more options on certain things that I think are a little bit abnormal, whether it's, too much water I'm drinking, whether there's still a couple of stones, tiny stones left in my bladder that's causing an irritation, whatever it might be. It could be a stricture in my urethra where I had a stent and they did all that invasive shit. I examine all these details. I go through them one by one and I try to eradicate. So I've already eradicated that there's any proteins in my urine. I already eradicated that. Okay? I already eradicated the pH level of my body, which is a 6, which is perfect. Okay. And some other tests. Next would be not a urinalysis, but basically a urine culture. What they do is take a sample of your urine, they let it for like 48 hours, fester, and see if it builds up any bacteria. Not only will it show if there's bacteria, it'll show the exact type of bacteria, and it'll also show you what particular antibiotic is going to go after this particular bacteria. Because every time you go see a doctor, they're going to throw something at you. That may work, may not. Let's see what happens. Okay, if that don't work, you already fucked up your fucking whole flora and fauna, I call it, of your body by taking antibiotics. You already fucked it up. They're going to get you on another antibiotic. That doesn't work. You're fucked. Your immunosuppression system is going to be shut down. I do things methodically. I do things methodically even on YouTube and you don't even know it. When you don't even know it. That guy is quickly out of here. As I'm talking to you, I'm drinking water for hydration. And contrary to what people think that you got to drink fucking 3-4 liters of water a day, it's all nonsense. That's all nonsense. Because you're going to flush all the good minerals out of your body. How do I know that? Because I read. Oh, Frank thinks he's a doctor. I've heard that too. Oh, I'm not a doctor. I don't claim to be a doctor. I actually learned to read in school. And I have the capability of reading and learning. That thing, oh, you're charging that? Who needs it? Who?
No one.
Oh, okay. Well, you're getting tall, man. But you're growing in front of my eyes. Okay. Boy, these kids are getting big. Even the younger brother. God, I can see his face developing, looks more mature, and filling out. And, they've been with me for how many years? It's right, they are like my own kids, But Popeye said, you don't have a family. More of a family than you have, Popeye. And of course, the old fucking adage or whatever, If not your blood, oh, that's Barry's thing. What a doofus. He doesn't understand the concept of family. They don't have to be your blood. My dogs are my family. They're canine. They're not my blood. Far from. They're my family. You got to understand the concept of family. These are my family, whether you like it or not, Robert, or anybody else. They are my family. I know you don't like to see me having company and having surrounded by people who give a shit about me, because your life is so miserable. Yeah, you can always make improvements in your life. You know that? Nobody's stopping anybody. I'm not stopping you, whether I like you or not. I'm not stopping anybody from making improvements in their life. Nobody's holding you and ball and chain, Do something righteous with your life and you'll be less bitter. All right, who else we got out there? Aloe is AWOL somewhere. But you see, Aloe has a life. He travels, he does a lot of things. He can afford to do it, of course. Sometimes I like what Aloe has to say. I think he's a fairly intelligent person who can contribute to my show As I said, there's nothing wrong with my memory. But isn't that a real, is that a real, what would I say, right word? Well, besides being surprised or a shock, that Al was a moderator on my show. I told him he could do whatever he wants. He could eliminate anybody I talk to on here. He's got free realm to do that. And if they do disappear, then I know he did it. But I gave him that wrench. I gave him that power. And I don't give wrenches to anybody. I know you're saying of all the people, Frank, you gave a wrench to. Well, I did that for various reasons. So there would be a lot of talk about that. Popeye hates it though. Oh my God. The lovely Guild is here. How you doing, Guild? What?
What you do?
What are you
You
doing?
put it back
Put
the
what back?
cover the tank.
Oh, I'll cover that.
No, the hit in my
Hit your arm on there? Why don't you ask me to do it? Oh, you hit your...
fall down.
Oh, the piece of loose concrete fell down?
Yeah,
You have no cut or nothing, do you? No.
that is very pain.
Well, just in case, you could put something on that.
Ah,
Yeah, I actually had a water quality guy come in from Cebu. You know, I'm broke. Wait, hold on. Let me put this on mute. She had a slight accident here where some of the concrete on the lid of the well, we need a whole new top on there, actually. These broken pieces came off, fell right on her foot. Actually made her collapse. I said, oh my God. But yeah, we had some people come over from Cebu from a company to take a water sample of our well. Yeah, well. Now, of course, they're trying to make money off us. They want to try to set us up with a filtration system with carbon and all that, and you know, and a feeder, an automatic it's kind of a chlorine feeder that, you know, every time the water goes through, almost like a UV system in a way, the water passes through the UV light and kills the bacteria. This is where it's like a on-demand type of thing. When the water goes through there's going to be tiny bits of chlorine that go through it. Of course, I know what they're trying to do. Right now, I'm just trying to get the water tested. Asked my neighbor if he wanted to do that, but he don't care. There's some people that just don't care. Well, I haven't gotten sick so far. I mean, they got a child there too, so I don't know. It's one of those things, you know, to each his own. I'm looking out for my own ass here, you know. So it takes a couple of days to see what's actually in there. And there's some really dangerous forms of bacteria. For example, he pointed out, very important thing. There was some dog shit right near the well, and if it would have rained, that shit goes into the aquifer, into the tank, into the well water. Piss, that. The good thing is that my septic tank is actually the proper distance away from my well, so I'm not getting any kind of Popeye was hoping on that. I remember him saying something about that. He's drinking his septic water or he's bathing in his septic. No, we're not. It's appropriate distance away from there, so we're good on that. All good on that, Pops. Find another insult. However, the guy next door, he has his gray water tank, you know, septic for gray water, sink water, like that. It's a matter of feet, really, away from my well. And that could contaminate too, I'm sure. It's a really no-win situation out here because you can't even trust county water, if you want to call it county water, whatever, barangay water, that they run through people's house. If you're close enough to the highway, you can get that. But if you're a little bit inwards, it's too much of a job to run a line all the way in. That's why there's a lot of people that have wells out here. But it's not just here in the Philippines, understand that. It's all over the world, in America too. People live on rural farms in different areas that are far from a highway. They have wells. They have big water tanks there. They have catchment tanks too, which I had in Hawaii because where I lived in Hawaii was too far from the main road to get into their water supply. So you had to use Mother Nature. Rain from the roof would go down the gutters. It would fall into, with gravity, go down these PVC pipes and gravity forced down and then up into the pipes, into the tank. But you had to chlorinate your water every month, which I did. Although some people said I didn't, that the tank was filthy. I even had filters, a filtration system with carbon. So there you go. I'm ahead of the game. I'd love to have a UV light here, but that would run up our bill, considering it's so expensive out here, that would run up a bill like gangbusters. A UV light is excellent. And they use them out here in the Philippines. They have them. I think if you go to City Hardware or somewhere, you could probably get one of these. It's worthwhile, but, you could spend a lot more money. Anyway, these companies, they're not just doing you a favor. They come over because they're salespeople, they're representatives, and suggested to put this canopy thing over. They're going to rebuild the whole, the whole housing on top of the well, only because the top, one of the big pieces of concrete that you slide over, open it and slide it back. That on one edge that the concrete's breaking off, But of course, their idea is to replace the whole housing up there, of course, and to put in this system where it's kind of an on-demand chlorine thing I'm talking about. But then they suggested, which I'll give you that suggestion, is you're going to chlorinate. All you need to do really is put a couple of teaspoons of dried chlorine, put it up in your tank that you got in the tower. Remember, water is gravity fed, but we also got a pump that pumps it in too. Because if you don't use the pump, the super pump I call it, not the pump that's for the well, that'll just bring it up to the tank. But you want to disperse that water to the house, it's not enough pressure. It won't even run my hot water heater in the shower. Because a hot water heater requires a certain flow rate of water. And if you don't give it that, then you'll burn out the elements in there. So you're learning something again. Sausage Man is pushing the envelope with me. I gave him a little bit of a leeway, but now he's just lost his ability to have my comments seen by me. And try again, Sausage, under a different name. I'll do the same thing. You're not hurting my feelings, Sausage? No, I don't have anybody in my pocket. There's nobody in my pocket. My woman's not even in my pocket. How's that? No, nobody's in my pocket. I play it safe. They made up all these stories about Henry in the past. Now it grew to 50,000 pesos. How much more it's going to grow to that I supposedly... Okay, well, we've been through that before. No, answer your question. Nobody's in my pocket. Thank you. But anyway, that's your options if you're having to run a well. And in a lot part of the world, they are on well water. They're on catchment water. It's not a new concept. All over Hawaii, different countries, they all got catchment, especially if you live in an area that has a lot of rain. You need a catchment. And, if you're not in an area with a lot of rain, you still want to get a catchment. Because when it does rain, it comes down pretty heavy. And you can fill that tank in no time at all. Or you just have to bring a lot of people just bring water out in the desert. They bring water out from another area. Well, they could try digging more wells, but if they find that the aquifer is dry, there's not much you could really do about it. You just got to go to the next step and just bring in water all the time. It's a pain in the ass, but you have to do it. It may involve a lot of gasoline to bring it over, a lot of trips, but you got to do what you got to do. You need water for shaving, for cooking, and cleaning, and all that stuff. We depend on water. Guess what? We do. Our body's made of like over 70% water, so hello, we need water. Okay, that's about the end of my show here. Thanks for listening, and goodbye, trolls. You're on hide on my channel now. A couple of people came in. And V Sausage was trying to sneak his way in. I think that's actually Jerry. Hi, Jerry, by the way. Because Jerry was banned from my show. And a fairy was banned from my show. She comes in under different names. Oh, it didn't work this time, Jerry. But with that being said, you're always learning. Just tune in and you will learn. If not about life and everything else, but maybe something about yourself. I'm obliged to help you see yourself in the mirror like you've never seen yourself before. That's all the news that's fit to print. Know thyself, heal thyself when doctors can't. If you got half a brain, you could read. You know your body better than anybody else in the world. Know your symptoms and check into it. We're not all perfect, and we're not always right about our symptoms either. Could be masked by something else, but know your body and how to treat it as best as you could anyway. Stop complaining when you get some horrible illness. Nobody wants to hear it. If you're shoveling food in your mouth, don't want to use a spoon and fork like normal people, and take fucking human bites, then you deserve to be obese. You put yourself in that position.
To any place outside of the Visayas, and he actually said that he is planning to travel more. And so I think that at some point, even if it's for his passport renewal or a visa run, at some point he will go to Manila. And if that happens, and it's just a question of time, it's not going to happen in a week or two, but I would like to be on here on this channel or any other channel on the record where I say, Frank, if you want to meet up.
The stomach lining. Once in the bloodstream, alcohol takes a whirlwind tour of the body, impacting various organs, especially the brain. This initial absorption can explain why people feel the effects of alcohol so quickly. The remaining alcohol continues to Sarah's small intestine. The walls of the small intestine are lined with tiny finger-like projections called villi. These villi provide a huge surface area to absorb nutrients and alcohol. The alcohol rapidly passes through the villi and into the network of blood vessels surrounding the small intestine. Now it enters the portal vein, which acts like a highway transporting it directly to the liver. The liver is bathed in a surge of alcohol-rich blood. Keep in mind that while the liver is the powerhouse of detoxification and will work hard to break down the ethanol molecules, its capacity is limited. It can only process so much in any given time period. When the liver can't keep up, the excess alcohol continues to circulate throughout Sarah's body via her bloodstream. This is how alcohol ultimately reaches her brain.
You know that feeling after a night of drinking when your liver wakes up and files a complaint? Yeah. Let's talk about what alcohol really does to your liver and why your liver deserves a raise. When you take a sip of alcohol, your liver is like, oh great, here we go again. It immediately starts breaking it down using an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase. But plot twist. This process creates a toxic substance called acetaldehyde, which is basically poison for your liver. Yay, science. Your liver works hard. It can process about 1 drink per hour. But if you start chugging like you're at the Olympics of partying, your liver waves a white flag and alcohol builds up in your bloodstream. That's when you start feeling funny, aka drunk. While you're feeling tipsy, your liver is working overtime. It's like a factory that's suddenly been asked to produce double the output. The more you drink, the more your liver struggles to keep up, leading to more acetaldehyde.
Well, it seems that we're going to have 2 Eastern European vloggers going home. Now, if you see the thumbnail, that's the new look for Vitaly. Beard. Can't even recognize him. So apparently, what they're going to do is they're going to send him back to Russia. I thought there was some problem where Russia didn't want to accept him back, and the United States didn't want him. But apparently, they came to that conclusion after serving 9 months waiting for this. He is going to be deported back to Russia. Breaking news, breaking news. As plans for Slim, pro-life traveler, apparently he is going to be deported back to his country. I guess they felt that he had served his time, Vitali. That's their words, that he served his time. So I guess they figured the 9 months in incarceration was enough time for Vitali, minus how much money he spent, and I don't know. But he has a new look. I believe it's on my thumbnail, and you can tell me if it is or not, if it came through. I think it is. A new look for Vitali. Looks more Russian than ever. So Vitali will be going back to Mother Russia. How about that? Time has come, but Barry's still in jail. I don't understand. Oh my goodness. Well, it's a combination of things with Barry, going on. And some people might say, why is Barry spending more time in jail than Vitali did? Well, talk to the authorities about that. It's a combination of his immigration and the 5 counts of cyber. Yeah, all that shit that went on, So, who says that the law is fair? I never said it was. I got something hanging over my fucking head, which I don't think is fair, but, it is what it is, and you deal with it. But Vitali served 9 months. 9 months. And, I don't know, from that picture, he doesn't really look too thin. He must have been working out or something. I don't know. I thought he'd be emaciated looking. Well, if you remember the old pictures of Vitali, he looked like he was pretty built. But then there were pictures afterwards when he was incarcerated where he looked like he lost a lot of muscle mass and all that. I don't know. Did he? You have to look at that picture on there. Tell me what you think on there. Other than him growing a beard, which we've never seen Vitali with a beard before. Different look. Totally different look. So the boy's on his way home, and I guess Slim is going to be on his way. I don't know if his blacklist is going to be permanent. Because usually the deal with that, it just matches the crime. If it's a real bad crime, you're not coming in no matter how much you apply to get back, if it's a really bad crime. If it's nothing big, but, there's a possibility they could put you out for a while and come back in a later time. But I don't know how that's applying to Slime Dog. I guess we'll see. But yeah, I just kind of accidentally came across this. I thought I'd share it. I wasn't looking for anything on him, to be honest with you. It was on my feed or something. And there it was. I said, what? Who's this guy? Russian? Huh? Oh, fuck us. That's Vitali. I didn't recognize him because of the beard. Hey, Al. It's, yeah, Vitali. They're going to be sending him back to Mother Russia. Yeah. Is that on the thumbnail? Can you see it on my thumbnail? I don't know what you guys see on here. I don't see anything normally, but I think when you guys look at my live show, do you see a thumbnail on there? Just curious how that works. Okay. Do you see that on my live, or you just see that in the intro? Just you look. Okay. I don't know. I don't know how that looks to you. Anyway, that's the breaking news I have to give. God, I've been doing so much research on myself, actually. I'm trying to pinpoint something. I won't go into it again, but I think I'm overreacting to something. And anyway, I don't know what it has to do with my kidney stone thing and this and that, this and that. I was under the impression, well, fuck, I should have to talk about that. And I won't. It's a medical thing, nothing serious or nothing like that. But the reason why there's some frequent urination, and I think everything I found out explains it. I'm still gonna go for some ultrasound sometime, but for the hell of it, that's me. Okay, Aloe says, why don't you sign up for Proton? A Proton email, and then you can contact me. I have a few things I would like to discuss with you. Yeah, Aloe. Well, I can't. There's no way of me giving you my current email address. We were communicating in the past on email, and I changed it because too many people had my email. I don't mind giving you it. If this is a way I could give it to you, I don't know. I think everybody knows your Proton email address. You might as well just put it on here, and I could write you, and then you could actually write me back. Oh shit! How do I do that? Just go in my search engine and look up Proton, and or just yeah, I don't know. Just give me. Everybody has your fucking email address. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let me see if I can screenshot this because I'm a. Screenshot this. Hold on. Yeah, I recognize the email address. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Tonight, before I go to bed, I'll send you an email, and just keep my email private, or else I'll have to change it again. It's not a big deal, but yeah. No, I'll email you after my show here. Yeah, no problem. Not a problem. Yeah, let's discuss a few things, It's just too bad we can't contact on like Facebook Messenger or something. You don't have to show your face or don't have to go on camera, nothing like that shit. I mean, if you could kind of get me on the Messenger, that would be par excellent because we could actually talk voice to voice, Yeah. Well, if you could look me up on Facebook and make a friend request or something like that, that would work. Also, I got my in here again. Well, you could try doing that sometime. And as I said, you have the tools. You don't have to go on camera, of course. I know you won't anyway, but yeah. We could talk about a few things. Have a little rap session, that's for sure. That is for sure. Maybe we're overdue to have that, actually. Maybe so. Maybe so. So yeah, I just kind of came into that with Vitali. It is kind of crazy, isn't it, that Barry's in jail longer than Vitali? How that worked out. Vitali did a lot of shit too, but Barry just, the only reason he's still in there, he just didn't want to play by the rules. He refuses to pay any money to the court and to me. So what does he expect? And then, probably in combination with the immigration shit, I really sincerely, I can't prove it. I don't know for sure, but there's a possibility that he didn't pay any or didn't pay all of it and his immigration stuff. At least my situation is administrative. It's not like I went around and decided I'm not going to pay. And coincidentally, it was actually 4 months for Slim, which I don't understand. This guy's making good money. I don't understand why he was also an overstayer, is what he was. I think like 4 months, and I don't get it. He's making good money buying shit all the time. I don't understand it. 16 aboard here. Slim had money. He could not go and just do his visa. He had nothing hold on him or any shit like that. He didn't have... I don't get it. The guy is not very sensible, apparently. I personally think that Slim got off easy. That's what I think. I think he got off easy. And I think he'll be able to come back into the country again. That's what I'm thinking. If they're just using the reason that he's an overstayer to send him out of the country, that's not necessarily a permanent blacklist. So I think after a while he'll be able to come right back in again, and he probably will. Or maybe he'll decide it's just not worth it, too much trouble. But no, I think he'll be back. That's my thoughts about that anyway. Ramblin' Rose, Ramblin' Rose. How old I am. If I remember Ramblin' Rose, I don't even know who the fuck sung it. I swear it just came into my head. You remember Gilligan's Island? When Gilligan had a filling in his tooth and he was picking up radio signals? Do you remember that episode? And they wanted to know, about the news, the captain and the professor. So they'd be turning Gilligan's head all different ways like an antenna, because apparently the metal filling in his mouth was acting as an RF, radio frequency receiver. I remember all this shit, How does it relate to what I just said? I don't know. Who the fuck? How did I get to Gilligan? But I do manage. Yeah, so much going on. Yeah, the immigration's been a pretty busy place, I'd say. But the people that they should be going after, unfortunately, they're not. And that really should be remedied as far as I'm concerned. That really should be remedied. I don't think it's fair. But life's not fair, is it? I'm learning to become a really good analyst, if not just for myself and my body, but other things too. I've been getting pretty good at this. I analyze people pretty well. It's almost like I've become a profiler. And I've been right so far about a lot of predictions and about people on here. And I'm a good profiler. I guess I do have some talent after all. Yeah, I'm a good profiler. I'm a good analyst. Especially when it comes to myself. Analyze this. Yeah. Here, Frank, analyze this. Yeah, I'll analyze. But don't ask me to analyze your anus. I don't go there. Even though you might be an asshole. Not you, Al, but Look, I don't know what I'm saying. What the fuck? I'm just babbling. Like a babbling brook. Ramblin' Rose, where did that come from? That's why I got into it. I was singing an old song that I'd never even think about. Just came into my head like a radio signal, radio RF signal. Imagine that. Gilligan, Frank de Gilligan, on an island. There you go. Oh my goodness, Mr. Aloe de Winter. Hey, they got a movie on TV, man. I was watching. It's called Jester. Did you see something I put up on there? On a short? I was watching a movie called Jester. Oh boy, this guy was uh-oh. This spiritual clown or something was evil. Oh man. It was just like, it looks like a guy wearing a mask, well, he's a jester. He looked like a jester. Check out the series, The Beast in Me. I know that name. I do know that name. Oh, Gilda's out partying tonight with her daughters, two of them, or her sons. They got like at least a church procession going on. They went there a lot earlier. Oh, they make a night of it because she gets together with a couple of female friends she has, and her daughter and her two sons, who are actually kind of altar boys, really. I guess they're involved with the church procession. Yeah, they are, actually. It's new, huh? Okay, since I have my marker out and I have a piece of paper, and since my memory sucks, I'll just write it down. See, there'll be no excuse this time. I might have if I've seen that or not. No, it's a series that I probably didn't see it. The thing is dried out now. God dang it. Yes, here we go. The Beast in, come on, right, come on. In A. Okay, there we go. There's no excuse now. I'm not going to watch it tonight. You know, us old guys, we tend to retire to the boudoir a little earlier than the young'uns and the young folks and the young studs. Actually, the time I go to bed is not correct. I mean, I'm usually laying in bed watching something on YouTube or something here. It's not like I'm going to bed to go to sleep. It takes about an hour for me to actually go to sleep. You want to go in here, Ginger? What do you want to do? You want to go outside? What do you want to do? What do you want? You ain't making up your mind. My goodness. So that's the news. Vitaly is going back home to Mother Russia. I always love that. Mother Russia. I like that. Mother Russia. I never hear anybody using Mother France, Mother Italy, but there's a mother thing with Russia. I don't know. Where that came about, maybe you're a better historian than I am. Boy, I tell you, now I could have went to that procession, but, the big thing is coming tomorrow, I think. We have the big parade. This is more of a church parade is what it is for the church. But tomorrow, I guess, is the day that they have a full-out, parade here for Sinaloa. I believe it's tomorrow. I could have went with her, but I know how long these things take. And I knew I'd be there for 4 hours or something, and I could do it for her, I'm willing to do things for her, but she knows me. Oh, they coming back now? I hear somebody. Oh, they're back. My goodness, speaking of the devil, you hear the clanging of their hoofs. Here we are. Wow. The lovely Gilda. Did I say lovely Gilda? Yeah, Gilda's back. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They get all excited. They're back. They're back. Oh, my God. And they got pizza. And they got... Oh, my goodness. Pizza. This late? I don't know, man.
Plenty of people there.
I'm sure. Well, let me see the saint. You're not on your face in here. Look at that. She had it all decorated. She had new clothing put on it, new garment. I'm not kidding. She went downtown to Santa Nina, whatever, church when she was Cebu. No shit, huh? They're really dedicated people. I'll tell you that. They are dedicated. Well, it's nice to be dedicated to something, I'll be in touch, Alan, for sure. Actually, when I go to bed, I'm usually up for a while before I actually go. Come on in here. Okay, this sounds so excited. Yes, I have my nails cut. What about the Monsignor?
Bishop.
The bishop?
Yeah, the bishop.
She's so excited about that.
Then
Wow. The bishop and Monsignor and where'd the bishop come from? Cebu?
One from Mindanao.
One a bishop from Mindanao?
Yeah, from Agusan.
Oh.
Then they get coming sa Soto tomorrow.
Two bishops coming tomorrow for the parade?
No, not parade.
When is the synagogue here?
Tomorrow, dancing.
It's
street
sort of
dancing.
so Santa Fe's version of will be tomorrow.
Yeah,
The big crowds, everything else.
tomorrow is crowded.
Oh, gotta make sure I'm
Or
not there.
dancing, street dancing.
Dancing. I know. I've been in one or two of those deals. Yeah. Let me watch this background sound here. Yeah, but Alan, there's a movie called The Jester, Jester, that's on, what the fuck? I'm thinking it was YouTube.
YouTube na?
Yeah.
Or are you talking to me?
And I'm talking this YouTube, yeah. They brought back pizza. At this hour of the night, that's I don't know. You know what I ate tonight? She didn't cook anything. You know what I ate? I told you I tend to eat kind of healthy. I just had some leftover frozen vegetables. It was peas, carrots, and what was in it? Peas and carrots and what else was in there? Something else in there. And cauliflower, I think. Yeah, that's what I had for dinner. Yeah, for real. I'm very versatile. Versatile with a smile. So that's the news tonight. Vitaly going home to Mother Russia. Apparently Russia's taking him back. I don't know what they did to do that. Because my understanding is that the United States and Russia didn't want him. I guess they kind of worked something out, you know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying. I think you do. Gee, I wish I had somebody in my pocket, but I don't. If I did, I wouldn't be in this situation, would I? So apparently I don't have anybody in my pocket. Popeye. You fool. Yeah, everybody's in my pocket. The only thing in my pocket is lint. Okay, that's what's in my pocket, or my lighter. And my wallet when I go out. But I got nobody in my pocket. They couldn't fit in my pocket anyway. So there you go. Ramblin' Rose. Ramblin' Rose. I know. Shut up, Frank. You don't want to hear me happy at all, you people, do you? Well, that's too bad. Look, I'm the kind of guy that makes the best of any situation. When I couldn't come back to Hawaii because of COVID, no big deal, man. Kept in touch, blah, blah, blah. Went on with my business, you know. You handle it. Handle it, handle it. That's what you do, you handle it. I'll tell you what there, Mr. Alo, I will probably right now, I'll get off here, and I will write you, but you know what, I'm going to do it again since I have a pen right in front of me. Yeah, I don't know, kind of a hope. Before bed, well actually I gotta eat a piece of pizza. I don't know, before bed eating a pizza? I already had vegetables. I had some leftover vegetables for dinner. Oh, look at that spread. Oh, before bed, I don't know, that's gonna kill me, man. That's gonna kill me. My goodness. Oh, I'll try one. Okay, look at that. Look at that. I don't know, I think I better take an antacid before I go to bed. So you had a good time at the procession? You have a good time? I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Gilda. A good sound bite for them now. Thank you very much. You can read a lot of sound bites on here. Do you know that? She had her mouth full of pizza, so. Sounds like a good title of a show, The Beast in Me. Is this an autobiography? Hello, I don't know. Fly? I'm probably going to regret this. Oh God, what is that? That's oily. What is that?
Chicken.
Chicken there?
No, I don't want a fried chicken for a little bit. Hell no. This is bad. This is bad enough.
Chicken's finger.
What are you barking at?
Do you want to eat also?
Well, I put vegetables in their dinner tonight.
Ngayon, magaling
Where's Ginger?
Cow pizza, guys. Living room.
Where? No, that was Sal. Sal's right here. And I'll just have one more piece. That's going to be enough for me. I'll probably suffer tonight.
Ano, pinutay? Murot siya ni Koy. Marami ko sa pintikay ni Koy. Buying round ng secured of dinner.
So the boys have to stay there for a while?
Christian's waiting for Kai.
Oh.
Because Kai is practicing for tomorrow morning.
Ginger. Ginger.
Ha?
No, Sal. Sal stole. How dare you?
What? Ginger.
Take care of myself, gotta take care of the dog. She got that shit in her eyes all the time. I gotta get some cyclosporin for her eyes. I ordered that on Lazada. So many shit they're putting in her eyes.
Ginger. Enough na. Gawin ka ito.
The boys eat anything there?
No.
All night they didn't eat nothing?
Kai, maybe. But Christian, not yet.
My goodness.
That's what I said once when they come back.
Okay. A night with Frank here and family. Oh, that made me thirsty. Shit, I'm gonna take some kind of antacid, which I normally don't take, but tomato sauce, stuff like this before bed, that could be a nightmare for me. I don't know, because there's cheese on there, maybe I'll take a lactate on top of it. Cheese, Frank, I know. I'm prepared for just about anything. No shit. No shit. Tums all the way from fucking Hawaii. I'm sure it's still good. I got a bunch of that shit. From CVS drugs too, in fact. Okay, I'm gonna take one just to be careful. Come on, I can't resist a pizza. I'll have with vegetables for dinner, so give me a break. Give the boy a break. You deserve a break today. I mean, I deserve a lot of breaks when you think about it. Okay, let me see. Let me get your email and I'm going to write it down. Just I found a pen. Allo Divinta. All right. Allo Divinta. I should memorize that. Allo Divinta. 1725 at protonmail.com. Oops. protonmail.com. Got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. All right. Nobody's talking tonight. You're fucking boring people, man. I guess maybe it's time to talk to my good buddy, my confidant, my special friend there, Mr. Allo D. Vinta, like Hermit D. Frog. Hermit D. Frog. It's Allo D. Vinta and Kermit D. Frog. Why am I such a spicy mood? No, Popeye, I'm not on meds. That'll be the first thing he'd say out of his mouth. Oh, can't I just be in a good mood? Why not? All right. Well, anyway, that's all the news that's fit to print. Barry's still in jail. Vitali's going home to Russia, Mother Russia. Vitali, if you look at my thumbnail, has a whole new look with a beard now. He's sporting a big old beard. Yeah. And Slimy is going to be deported. That's all the news that's fit to print. I haven't been following anything tonight other than the news with same old shit with the Gestapo, Trump's Gestapo, and all this shit going on. I've been following that. It's getting crazy, man. It's getting crazier and crazier. And again, I want to shove it to you, and I'm sorry if you don't like to hear it. But I told you I was going to shove it to you every time I can. You voted for him. Yeah, I just wrote that down. Okay, I'm going to do that right now. Oh, wait. Leave out the 1725? No, I didn't send you anything yet. I'm going to get off now. And I'll send you a mail. If you're still up, you could write me. I'll probably be up for the next hour, I'm sure. I don't even know what time it is. Maybe longer. I don't go directly to bed. I mean, I go to bed, but we're both on our phones, as you can imagine. She's looking up shit on her phone, talking to relatives and friends. I'm on my phone, looking at this and that. We should be hugging each other and smooching, but our phones are more important, apparently. But yeah, included. Yeah, I got you. All right, I'm going to get off now. Communicate with you in a few minutes here. I'll just go to my email and I'll just say it's me, and you'll know it's me. All right, okay, folks, thanks for listening. Remember, I'm here because you're there and all that good shit and whatever.
Like bad breath mixed with feces. I can't describe it. I will never forget it. Now, you have those sights of Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago or what he's hosting this party at Mar-a-Lago with the dog faces. Let me show you these images from Minneapolis right now, from St. Paul right now. Yes, you have the dog party at freaking Mar-a-Lago, and this is what they are gassing Americans and people living in this country. People in Minnesota are being gassed. There are these flashbangs that are hitting people in the face, pepper spray, unknown noxious gases. That's what's going on in the United States right now. And while Donald Trump is hosting at Mar-a-Lago that whatever the hell you want to call that event, and apparently while he's disgustingly putrid body scent is continuing to be the talk of the town.
What a dismal morning. Dismal. I've got a really big shoe for you today. Well, I don't know. It's always big. Yeah, sound of rain. Very wet, very dismal. Sun ain't up yet. This changed because I remember at this time of day, it was already light out. It's still dark. So I tell you, I really hate getting up this early in the morning. I got to do what my body tells me to do. So much going on in the news, I just can't keep up with it, even on YouTube. To start off with, Jimbo. And somebody asked him a question. What happened with the lovely Shantu? Jim leaves a comment like, pump and dump. Jimbo, never happened. You never planted your tree in her lovely forest. I hate to tell you, fantasy perhaps. But Jim is always making an excuse for his countless mistakes. Well, the very fact is that she was unfortunately for Jim, he was being used horribly by her because she had this job, which is true, and it was closer to where Jim was living. So, you know, kind of flirted with him, making him think that, hey, there's a possibility of something between us, but what she was basically doing the whole time, unfortunately for Jim, is that, well, she had other things in mind. Free, you know, free board. Rent, no rent. No rent. Free food. And for a gal on a budget, well, the girl's got to do what she's got to do. So she saw him as a real patsy, is what actually happened. So you got to know the truth about stuff on here. Remember, we are a channel of truth. We are a channel of truth. And we're going to have more truths coming up here soon. Stand by. Got a lot to discuss. So, of course, Jim had to come up with all these really lame excuses. Pump and dump, he says. Jim, when was the last time you had actual sex? Oh, Jim had a show on, and his wife is washing dishes with her, and she's on the counter. I gotta sneeze. Pardon me. And she's fucking on the counter washing dishes with her feet in the sink or something. So what the fuck's with that? Now, Jim makes all these claims. Oh, we got other things to talk about here, so hang in there. Now, Jim makes all these claims that spent $400,000 American dollars on his house. Do you know? Come on now. Do you know what 400,000 American dollars could build in the Philippines? A veritable mansion. 400,000 American dollars in the Philippines? I don't know, do the math, turn it into pesos. But Jim's place is nothing but a dump. He makes excuses. Well, you know, they didn't build this right. Well, you know, he's supposed to be a builder. I mean, didn't he have something to say about the basic structure of the house? But he's making excuses that he had bad workers. But wait a minute, he's the one that's putting out the money for these workers. But wait a minute, what about all his talents? I thought he built the house. And if he did build the house, he's a pretty lousy carpenter, I must say that. It's a dump, inside and out. He talks about so many problems he's had with this house. This wasn't done right, or this worker didn't do that. Well, you know, Charles in charge. You got to be in charge of your building project. $400,000. He doesn't quote pesos. He quotes $400,000. Jim's never seen $400,000 in his life. But if you're going to tell me that $400,000 he spent on that house, how is that even possible? Because I'm going to tell you, here in the Philippines, if you had 400,000 American dollars, I'm not doing the math right now, but that's like, millions of pesos. Millions. But you could build for $400,000 is a fucking palace. Pretty much. A palace for $400,000. Now, looking at Jim's house, and this is not all about Jim, but I thought I'd mention that because Jim's been coming up with a lot of excuses why his house is in bad shape. But $400,000, that house ain't worth 400,000 pesos as far as what, I've seen. It's horrible. Then, not maintained, in present days, not maintained, mold growing in the ceilings in Jim's room, inundated with mold, structural things that are not kind of pulling together in this house. In other words, it's a dump. It's a dump. You can't believe what Jimbo says anyway, but I really love his excuse when somebody asked him on his last show, how come you left Shantou? Shantou. I like the name, Shantou. He says, oh, you know, pump and dump. Yeah, like Jimbo has the ability to do that. He's supposed to have been faithful, right, to his wife. Kind of turned on him as she, Shantou, turned on him and demanded a recount. She wanted money off him. She felt she deserved some kind of money off because, you know, she acted as his companion, but of course Jimbo made other references as if that was his girlfriend many times. Then he turned around and say, no, she's a friend. With all the steroids that Jim has taken, he probably couldn't get it up anyway. Jim's life is basically the pharmacy and the gym. That's his life. The reason he's getting sick all the time is because his immune system is just fucked up. He's taking testosterone, he's taking large amounts of steroids for 20 years. That shit will take its toll on you. Oh, look at my muscles. Well, you know, if he earned it the old-fashioned way, and besides, I don't know, his body, his muscles look very gnarly. And he even overworked his muscles, and when you look at his biceps, it's all kind of like, how would I describe that? I don't know, gnarly-looking muscles where he had some tears in his muscles. But then that regrew on top of another, of his existing bicep, and just made kind of a contorted looking bicep. Kind of weird. Oh, we got more for you this morning here. We got more. Oh, did you happen to notice the thumbnail? That lovely house on the thumbnail? Oh, we got more for you folks. Look at that thumbnail. What would you say? No, that's not Jim's house. That's actually Robert, Popeye's house. It's a fucking dump. It's as basic a rambler you could ever fucking have. Horribly maintained. The lawn, the house. I don't know, Popeye's always claiming he's living better than me or anybody else. But look at that house. I believe it's on the thumbnail, isn't it? Should be. That's Popeye's house. Oh. But stay tuned. We have some photos that we'll probably put up on I don't know, an upload or something. Or I think Popeye's even made reference that my house isn't anything special. But I think you all seen pictures of my house. And look at the picture of Robert's house. This is what serving in the Navy and the Pox Department did for him. Well, you see, he didn't buy the house. He got it on a quit claim. He threw his mother under the bus, Jean. God bless her soul. God bless her soul. Oh, you see the thumbnail? Let me tell you a little about Popeye. Well, his mom, Jean, died at age 76. June 3rd in 2005. And it was a big loss to him. But, prior to her dying, she could have sold the house. And, Popeye, as successful as he is, he could have found another place to live in. His mother, Jean, God bless her soul. She worked hard as a housekeeper in a house and took Popeye to church to try to teach him some values, but it never worked. Oh, she's very religious. She went to St. Vincent de Paul Church, and she tried to teach Robert some good values, but Robert just kind of went rogue on her and learned about devil worship because he was very distraught after his father, Edward, died. His father passed away. His mom, Jean, was having health problems, but the home was not willed to Robert. So instead, Robert had to find a way to secure his home. So he managed to throw his mother under the bus by have his mother, the lovely Jean, a wonderful woman, do a quitclaim deed. She could have sold the house, which would have provided some income for her health needs, especially after Robert threw her under the bus and put her in Pasco County, threw into a state-funded living situation for the elderly. So, yeah, she was very religious. Jean was very religious. So she went to St. Vincent de Paul Church and tried to instill some values in Robert, but it didn't work very well. Yeah. He was really distraught. Well, after his father, Edward, passed away, he was very distraught. Started his bitterness. Then when his mom, Jean, passed away, back in June 3rd of 2005, everything fell apart. He lost his dad, lost his mom. He's besides himself. Now, what happened was his daughter became his caretaker. So very interesting on that. Very interesting. I believe Robert's 65. Now, something doesn't match. He was 26 when he was in the Navy. And you know how long it's been since he's actually been with his wife? When she divorced him, this was a long time ago. Something don't match up. His daughter, I believe, is about 34 years old, or 38. Let's see. And he was 26 when he was in the Navy, then married. Yeah. Then he got married to this Filipina. I mean, the dates, there's something wrong with this because his daughter, due to math, is like 34, 38 years old now. But he was in the service in 26. Then he got married, but there's something about the dates that don't make any sense here, actually. Maybe I'll go more of it in detail another time, but something's really strange about that. Well, as it turns out that the so-called rumors about him being immobile, it turns out to be true because, you see, the reason his daughter is still living at the house is because he can't live alone. His daughter actually became his caretaker. It all adds up now. All became the caretaker. So, what is he hiding? What is he hiding? I'll do another show. I'm going to show you a picture of his lovely daughter. Fine gal, very beautiful, very beautiful. And she got kind of stuck, but the situation works out good for her because, well, she's getting free rent. And she has a child. So it kind of works out for her. And I believe her name is Jean also, named after her mom, if I'm not mistaken. Lovely gal, very lovely gal. Who still doesn't have a man. So the question is, what happened to the father of her child? I don't know. They divorced or something. Kind of runs in the family, I guess. Divorce. Now, hopefully she don't take on the personality of Robert, her father. I certainly hope not. Then I can understand why she never found another man. But she has a responsibility now. She can't afford to live on her own, so she has to live with Pops. But as it worked out, she became his caretaker. And she takes him, drives him around everywhere, and occasionally he uses his mobile scooter to go to bingo. And he'll even take it a few times. If he doesn't have much groceries, he'll take it to the local supermarket. And on a rare occasion, he'll go into a park, meet, pipe in his mouth, American flags all over his handlebars. A little music device on there playing, the American anthem. So let's see, his mom died at age 76. Yeah, June 3rd of 2005. His dad was a fine-looking fellow. He had a mustache. There's a little bit of resemblance to Popeye. He was married 59 years to Jean. Edward was married 59 years to Jean. Lovely woman, great housekeeper. Popeye never helped out with anything around there. He throws her under the bus by claiming a house on a quitclaim deed. In other words, a mother didn't make nothing on a house. And she died broke. He threw her under the bus. No matter how many times she took him to St. Vincent de Paul Church and tried to instill some values in Robert, it just never worked. She started to become bitter when Edward died, his dad Edward. He tried to follow in his father's footsteps, but never was able to. So he joined the Navy. In the Navy, in the Navy, in the Navy, I will be. Didn't have much of a career. But, he had some good endeavors, though, but it didn't really work out very well for him. So he spent a lot of time in the Navy. But then he had to kind of account for his time in the Navy and kind of build it up quite a bit, what he did. That's where the false valor came in, but, Oh, he claims he was out in the battlefields. He's seen action. Well, the only action he's seen was the toilet bowls he cleaned. Now, that talent in the Navy gave him the talent when he joined the Parks Department in Pasco County, where he refined his skills. He refined his skills. Probably the best job he's ever had. Now, I'm not really sure what caused his disability. That information I don't know. But he is clearly disabled. Clearly disabled. And his daughter had to stay at the house and take care of him because he doesn't have the money for a caretaker, but it works out for her, except she has to live with him. It works out for her because she doesn't pay any rent and she does have a child. And so when Popeye says he has a family, he's not lying. most of his family died. The two most important people in his life was Jean and Edward. Jeannie was a great gal, I heard, but she tolerated a lot from Robert. She died poor because of Robert. But the loss of his mom and dad was so intense for him that he just became bitter and bitter and bitter and bitter and bitter and more bitter. Henceforth, the poop eye that you have today on YouTube. There's something about the dates, though, that doesn't match. I don't know. 26, let's see, he was 26 when he joined the Navy, I think it was. I don't know, there's something about the dates that just don't jive. And his daughter is 34, 38. I don't know. It's just something I'm questioning about the mathematics here. I'm trying to figure it out. Something ain't right. Well, if I could figure it out, I'll let you know. There's not a lot of truth-telling that's going on with this guy. But he is actually disabled. He will not disclose his disability. So basically, he was living on a disability. He did suck up his Navy pension. But his living situation, the house. Now, Jean, here's the thing, his mom, Jean, did a fantastic job, upkeeping that very basic house. It was as basic as it could possibly be. I think it was 1986 is when they had the house. That's how old it is. And, she'd be out there planting flowers and keeping the lawn nice, like Snicko. She took a lot of pride. And the house was always kept nice. It was the simplest house you could live in. You couldn't get simpler than that. No mansion. Nothing special at all. In fact, it's such a basic house. The only thing that keeps value is the land. But when Popeye took over the house, it just fell apart. Maybe because of his disability. I don't know. He was too cheap to put out money to maintain it. If you look at the picture on there, the roof doesn't look very good. The lawn looks like shit. They have a couple of bushes in front of the door. And he makes fun of my house. Shit, there's no comparison. I mean, look what I'm living in. I've showed my house. You only wish you had a house like mine. Only wish. The house I had in Seattle, 5 times better. It was a basic Rambler, but it was 5 times better than what I'm looking at on there. Goodness. Good morning, dear. It's raining. It's very dismal out. Very horrible. You could hear the rain. What?
Have typhoon.
Have what?
Typhoon.
Oh, it's supposed to be a typhoon coming? That's going to put a damper on any parade today, isn't it? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, I know there was a system moving in, but I don't know about a typhoon. Well, there you go, as Popeye says. And, of course, my house in Hawaii. Oh, fuck, come on. Yeah, it was a Rambler style. But it had style. Here's a nice looking house. No mansion. Very well maintained, by the way. Very well maintained. Very well maintained. On 4 acres. In Hawaii. In fucking Hawaii. How if I could never afford to live in a place like Hawaii? How many people could? How many people could? Raise your hand out there. We'll put a number 1 on your screen if you've ever owned property in Hawaii. Well, I did. Oh, he's out there somewhere. I had a little communication with him on email just last evening. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Al is a good guy. He's my mentor. I learned a lot from him. We're both philosophers about life. But we both have that edge. We both got that edge to us. When we feel we're being attacked, we enact. That's our motto. When under attack, enact. That's what we have in common. He's a brother from another mother. I never knew it. All this time he attacked me in the past. He was actually a kindred spirit. A kindred soul. And I never knew it. I never knew it. So the horrible life of Robert Clausen from Hollywood, Florida. And the house, unfortunately, is a shamble. See, here's the thing. He didn't want to put out the money to maintain the house. So it's not going to retain its value. And whatever his disability is, which warranted his daughter, I think her name is Jean too, actually. I think named after Mom. I tell you, Mom was a great housekeeper. She kept up the house. Popeye never wanted to do anything. And yeah, don't forget, before it was Popeye's house, it was his mom's. And all the success he had in the Navy and everything else, Parks Department in Pasco County, never wanted to leave Mom's apron strings. He had to live there under her roof. But she had rules. She had rules. He didn't follow them. Oh, no. He was lazy. And Jean would tell him all the time, come on, you got to do something. Help out around here. I don't mind housing you, Robert, but you know, you got to do something and contribute. He never did. His mom worked her bones off, really, to try to maintain a proper house. Clean, neat inside and out, lawn being mowed. Flowers, she loved flowers. And she used to plant flowers all over the place. It was a beautiful little place at one time. But he didn't want to help. They got, you know, she built health issues and everything, and then she really couldn't do the maintenance anymore. You'd expect that, you know, her son would help out, but he didn't help out. He didn't help out at all. Henceforth, modern day, his dad Edward's gone. The lovely Jean, his wonderful mother, a saint of a mother. She's probably, you know, probably deserves sainthood after putting up with him. But, you know, she, all her life, she continued, even when she was ill, she would attend St. Vincent de Paul Church. And although she tried to instill some good values in him, it just didn't work. Then modern day, Popeye coming up with all these war hero stories and all that stuff. If she could be alive today, Jean would be slapping him in the face. Popeye, you never tell the truth. He's probably called him Popeye. Robbie, she had to instruct him all the time. Are you going to help out around here? I'm a war hero, Mom. I don't need to do anything here. Look, Robert, I don't charge you rent. You could at least help out around here. Get off your ass and do something. But, you know, the world took a turn on him to the worst, and he became disabled. And after Jean, lovely Jean, saint of a woman, and after Edward passed away, he just went rogue. I mean, his mom was basically his rock. Bad enough he was suffering when Edward died, his father. Interesting looking gentleman, had a mustache, dark hair. We have pictures of him. We'll put on a short or something here, I don't know. And we have pictures of his daughter too, yeah. Lovely gal, lovely gal. But we'll try to post something out after this. There is a little bit of resemblance, yeah. Jean was, she became silver-haired. And that's why he goes, well, see, here's the thing. Jean used to also attend bingo at some point, so she couldn't. So, Poops would go to the bingo hall, kind of to honor her memory. But it wasn't just a place to honor her memory. It was a place that he could be around other silver-haired. A lot of the women in the place reminded him of Jean, his mom. He'd go there and remember, yeah, I used to sit with Mom here playing bingo. She taught me how to play bingo. Those days, smoke-filled room with a bunch of blue-haired and silver-haired ladies in there. Bingo! And the first time he shouted out, bingo! It was a big thing for him. He continued to go there. But he goes there to this day because, it's not because, well, that's the only place he could socialize with people of his age. And some have disabilities like he has. But it reminds him of Mom, Jean. Now, I understand Jean was a really wonderful woman. Nothing like Popeye. Nothing like Popeye. She was caring, and she did the best as a mother. And when his father was alive, it was your typical family. But Robert was like the black sheep. He was defiant in a lot of ways. As it shows out in his personality now, he's very bitter. But see, he was unhappy with the world because when his parents passed away, one after the other, he had nothing. He started developing some disabilities, some health problems. So that's when he had to have his daughter move in. She eventually had a child, and she's living there with the child. And, likely a divorce situation. Popeye knows about divorce because he tried his hands at being married, but that didn't work out real well because his bitter personality just came out. She said enough of this, but the last straw was when he struck her out of a drunken stupor. This is a long time they've been divorced. And she left, and now she's living a good life with a black man. Not that I have to mention his color, but just to give you contrast, get it? Contrast to the situation. They have their own little store business. They're doing very well. But the problem was that Popeye would put his career in front of his marriage, his past career in the Navy, and that became a problem with his wife. So problems built up and it built up and it built up. She couldn't deal with him anymore. She got tired of his Navy stories. He had no personality at all. He had nothing at all to offer. He became bitter. He started drinking. And then one fateful day, he struck his wife. That was it. She left. Now he was alone. But he had Mom's house. He had Mom's house. Eventually. And that didn't turn out too well for him because he started developing some health problems and became disabled. But that's when he needed his daughter to move in. Because modern day, he can't take care of himself. She could have ventured out on her own. But now she's got the responsibility of taking care of him. Yes, 1050 VCB, $400,000 equals 23 million pesos. Believe me, he'd have a veritable mansion, a fancy mansion. This is regards to Jimbo. He's making reference to. Oh, I hope you're simulcasting this one, Popeye. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about my show when I'm doing an expose on him. How does it feel, Robert? Tables get turned. Speaking of tables, that's basically where he met his wife, around that round table he talks about. You know, the woman that used to go into the table and suck the cocks of all the sailor boys. See, they'd have and he described this himself. There was a big round table, and it had a tablecloth on it. The tablecloth came down a good distance. She would do is get under the table. She'd be giving blowjobs. Didn't cost much for the guys. She'd be giving blowjobs to the guy, and he always talks about it. That probably was the most prominent, the most exciting part of his life, when he got introduced to women. But unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of women. And he had to spend time around bar girls. But he wasn't the only one. I mean, it was, you know, it was a thing with the Navy guys. They'd come into town. And they'd pick up on all these whores. But he really prizes that day, because he's talked about it more than once. To this day, he probably jacks off to that day. Probably replays it in his mind over and over and over and over and over again. The blowjob under the table. From that point on, though, he did get married. Probably seen a little bit of action in that department. But he just didn't have what it takes. She found a black man and wound up marrying him, but that's not before, you know, there were problems. And apparently she was seeing this black man while she was still married to him. But, you know, all hell broke loose when Popeye found out that she was going out on him. And when he found out it was a black man, he went ballistic. I mean, he went ballistic. Talk about a slap in the face, because he is a racist. He's definitely is a racist. There's no question about that. But a black man, at that time, especially during those years, it was like really taboo for a white woman to be dating a black man. His pride, he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it. That's when he started losing his mind. She divorced him. I need better than this. You're not giving me what I want, and you are not in any physical shape to do it, Robert. I'm moving on. But it was that slap in the face he gave her, which was the last straw. And she was out of there. Now he was alone. Eventually, losing both his parents, he just went stir crazy. That accounts for his bitterness on YouTube. It all comes together now. So his daughter, lovely gal, very lovely gal, we'll post her picture after this. When I had my other phone, I was able to do that and just, you know, do it the idiot's way, the idiot way, easy idiot way. So I'm technically challenged. Or else I would incorporate pictures on here. But whatever, I'm not on my laptop. I might be able to do that better on a laptop, but it is what it is. So, basically, his daughter's waiting for him to croak. This way she could take over the house, and her responsibilities as caretaker are gone, they're over with. She doesn't have to deal with his drunken stupors when he's gone. It's mine, all mine, she's gonna say. My house now, Dad. You're not going to tell me what to do. But the house is in terrible shape, if you look at the thumbnail. And he would laugh about my place and make go, oh yeah, I live in a swamp. Well, my house ain't that special. No, it's a nice house. It's a nice house. Now, pardon my few things spoon, around here, but I got a full dining room here, man. Full dining room. It's a lovely room. It's a pretty good size for a dining room. He doesn't have that. Only wish. He's got a basic Rambler, man. Something that was probably built for $4,000 when the house was actually built. And of course, in Pasco County, it's probably worth about $300,000 now. But, the land is actually what's worth anything, really. It's a lovely house. It's a lovely house. It's a lovely place. Living in Ponderosa Battalion. What a lovely place. What a lovely place. Popeye can't say that. It's a dump. It's a dump. And the reason Popeye can't go back to the Philippines because of his disability. We understand it's a hassle to travel. But he has nothing to look forward to there. And since he's very stingy with the little money that he makes, he's not going to pay for some fucking condo to live in. And pay for women? What's the use? At his age right now, what is he, 65? He can't function, so what's the use? If he can't get laid on his own territory, why the fuck is he going to go to the Philippines? Why would he do that? I have to agree with him on that. Why would he do that? Well, the fact is, too, that he pissed off a lot of people. So Popeye's world basically has been, watching General Hospital. Well, he created his own drama in his own life. His life is always full of drama. He was so bitter. When he was in the Navy, one of the jobs he did was security. And these guys, if you know how they are, especially with Popeye's personality, he'd get pleasure trying to show his little power play on people, like arresting drunks, and sometimes him and the boys would beat up the drunks and get away with it. Oh God, he loved that. He loved that. It gave him a sense of empowerment, which he doesn't have in his life. He's not empowered by anything. I don't know if he could take a piss on his own or shit. He's probably using a colostomy bag. All right, I'll be fair about that. I don't know that. I don't know that. But I wouldn't be surprised. Because the truth is, I don't know what his disability is. I told you, I tell the truth on my show. I don't know what his disability is. I honestly don't. But he is disabled, and the reason his daughter's been staying there is because she has to take care of Pops, but, the benefits are good. She doesn't have to pay any rent. It's his daughter anyway. It's his daughter. He doesn't have to charge her rent. He's being kind because he needs her there. He needs a caretaker. What's he going to do? He's going to get mad at her and kick her out with the kid? Well, probably has the capacity to do that, but I don't think so. He's not a nice guy. He's just not a nice guy. You can understand somebody being as bitter as he is because, look, no women for how many years since his wife divorced him? It's been quite a while. I think I have the dates on that, but maybe the next show, but it's been quite a while. It was, his life is real far from the Navy days when he was paying all the bar whores a lot of money to get his action, but there wasn't much in between until he actually met his wife, It's my understanding that she was one of the bar girls that used to do that little blowjob shit underneath that round table with the long cloth he talks about. He might have married her. But she changed her ways. She was a good woman otherwise, but living with and been, marrying him, after a while that became really mundane and became very difficult to live with him because he used to throw his power around. Hey, I'm in the Navy, man. I was in the Navy. Don't tell me what to do. I'm a war hero. In his own mind, he was. Horrible guy. I don't know what she's seen in him anyway. I don't understand. I don't get it, but, a lot of things I don't get either. I can't get no satisfaction. Probably his favorite song by the Stones. She's not gotten any satisfaction for how many decades now? Holy shite, Oh my goodness. Oh, no tea this morning. I'm trying something new. I'm trying something different. Oh, I just been investigating some shit, doing some testing on different things that can cause irritation to the bladder. Oh, I'm not having any major problems. And then I find out, well, here's the thing. Although my PSA was very low, which means that your chances of cancer are very low of a prostate, it was only 4.1. Great number. Actually, a good number. But then after reading some paperwork last night from leftover stuff from my kidney stone days last year, I do have an enlarged prostate. It's 50% larger than the normal younger man's prostate. But then I read, okay, well, that's normal for your age. And some people have prostates the size of a grapefruit. But I guess it's normal for that could speak of why I like to piss a lot. I mean, the water goes right through me, actually, which is good. You're getting rid of all the toxins. That's a healthy thing. Don't get me wrong. A little inconvenient, but I'm not getting up at night to do this, so that's good. I didn't learn or understand that until I started doing a lot of reading, but I came across some paperwork from that, because they did all kinds of CT scans of me and everything. I learned a lot of stuff too. Why did I have an episode of about 3 years ago, whatever, no more than that, of pain in my back from the a sciatica situation? Because the possibility of the lumbar, L4 and L5 was where there's some bad shit going on. And you could actually have a nerve compressed. You lift something a certain way or whatever. And that's what caused the pain. It means it could return again. The return of evil. It could happen again. Then, because there's also some curvature, I have a certain degree of scoliosis, which I talked about on here. That could have something to do with the bladder too. There's so many factors. The thing is, you got to narrow it down, which I've been trying to do. When I get some more imaging done, I'll narrow it down. It could be something as simple as having a couple of small pieces of stone in the bladder, which acts as an irritant. Good morning. You're missing a good show. Yeah, we gave a lot of information about old Poopeye on here. Isn't that a lovely house on that thumbnail? But next time, we're going to show a picture of his daughter because she's a lovely gal. And she's acting as Popeye's caretaker now. Doing a great job. She don't want to be there, believe me. She don't want to be there. She don't want to be there. don't want to name 3 countries beginning with E. Oh, that's Poopie's house. Isn't it lovely? And he laughs about my house. Ali, you probably even passed by here to see my house. So does everybody else. It doesn't compare to my house. He always makes a lot of lame statements about my house. Well, we were talking about a lot of things on here, Aloe. You know, his mom. Yeah, she died at 76 back in 2005. His father, Edward. Married 59 years to Jean. Jean was a lovely woman. And I said she maintained the house and everything real nice, but then when things started to become difficult for her, she thought Popeye would be able to help maintain the house and do work, but he didn't want to move his ass. Very religious, though, Al. You know, I don't know if you noticed. His mom went to St. Vincent de Paul Church, and she tried to instill a lot of values in Robert, but she had a hard time doing that. He became a little bit rogue, as I talked about earlier on my show. He really was distraught when his father, Edward, dies, though. And I said earlier that his mom, Jean, was having health problems, but, you know. See, the home, Aloe, was not willed to Robert. Instead, Robert had to find a way to secure his home, and he managed to throw his mother under the bus. And he had his mother do a quit-claim deed. What it cost? $10. He took over the house. As I said earlier, you know, she could have sold the house, which would have provided income for her health needs, especially after Robert threw her into Pasco County state housing. And his daughter, at that point anyway, became his caretaker because he developed some disability that we still haven't defined today, but it's definite that he has a disability, and his daughter's living in there is actually his caretaker. So he actually has a caretaker. Yeah. Sad story with Popeye, it really is. But, you know, I've owned, 3 houses. I had a house in Seattle, which even the location was wonderful. Beautiful evergreen trees surrounding. Beautiful block. It's like a dead end with a cul-de-sac. I was not on the cul-de-sac, but close to it. Beautiful evergreen trees around me. It smelled beautiful. Had a nice, that northwesty atmosphere. It was sort of a rambler on its own, but it was far better than Popeye's house. It had some character to it. It was nice. And then, of course, my house in Hawaii, it's a rambler, but it had more bling in so many more ways than Popeye. I even had 4 acres of land. Hawaii, hi. Nice landscaped yard. And the problem with his house, modern days, see, his mother, Jean, Popeye, used to do a wonderful job with the house. She had flowers growing, azaleas, she had bougainvillea, she had a lot of stuff growing there. But as her illness progressed, she wasn't able to do that, but Popeye wasn't willing to help out. Now, that barren-looking house that you see in that picture on the thumbnail, that's the house today. Isn't that sad? Because initially he never wanted to help his mom. And she took pride in that house. That house actually was built back in, I think, 86, 87, if I'm not correct. Yeah. It's as basic a house as you could ever own. It's a house because it has 4 walls and, has a foundation and all that. But it's a piece of shit, as houses go. Even Jimbo's house in the Philippines is better than that. Then he laughs about my house. Oh, and you live on a swamp and this and that. Poops. Dude, how far are you from the beach? And you never go there. Well, shit, my house, I don't know what your square footage is, but maybe it's the design of my house or something, but it is spacious in here. And I just showed my lovely dining room. I have a separate dining room, separate living room. Yeah. I don't have a kitchen that becomes your kitchen and dining and living room area like a lot of these ramblers have, you know. This house was built by a Norwegian dude. Well, he might have been Switzerland. It was one or the other, I forgot. And if I showed the house lot, you notice that the windows here, they don't have, you know, although I installed it in my bedroom and another room, slide out windows. But anyway, the windows, well, mostly actually in the living room and dining room, they're fixed windows. They're big, like, bay windows, which is pretty, you know, you would notice too, because in a colder area, Aloe, there's a lot of time they didn't need, like, windows that you could just pull up and open because it was cold out there. And they had fixed windows like I have in this place. So the guy who built this place was, as again, I said, I forgot it was Norwegian, it was Switzerland. That's how he designed it. It's not your basic rambler here either. Even they had an extended room on here, which whoever was living here at one time, that was their living room at the time. They rented out the rooms in here, and I know because they had the outlets for the TV in there and everything. That was their living room, but I changed things around when I bought the house. It's a nice little extension on there, which I use now as a, you know, kind of an exercise room. It works, you know, it works. As you can see, I mean, you know, I got a separate kitchen. It's a pretty large size, really. It's a pretty large size. Excuse some of the rags hanging around, whatever. I got a whole pantry in here for food. It's a pretty good sized room. Separate. So I got a separate dining room here. Not too shabby. The former owner of your house is from Switzerland. Yeah, I believe he's from Switzerland. Yeah. I guess you can relate to that. Big long hallway. But, you know, it got, you know, chest freezer, regular refrigerator, got microwave, we got air fryer. It's actually bigger than it looks in the kitchen, but it's got the stupid little table in there. But it's a nice sized kitchen. It extends out to the back door, and there are 2 bedrooms more, one there, one there. We've got a pantry room here for food and stuff, and it's a pretty good layout, actually. Yeah, he's, I believe he's from Switzerland. Twinky Dinky, huh? Hello. You know what I'm having this morning? You're not going to believe it. Warm water. Warm water. You heard me right. No tea. I don't mind talking about this because I'm actually learning a lot about myself. And I won't get into a big scenario with the kidney stone thing, but I can basically tell you that it's unfortunate that when you have to go in for a kidney stone, you see, as I discovered, I did a lot of reading because I didn't know a lot of the information, but I did have a kidney stone. I talked about it. It was a pretty good size, 9mm, but about the size of a fucking pea. That's pretty big. And your ureter is only so wide, you know what I'm saying? And it was up in a place, it was actually downward toward the bladder. I thought it was up toward the kidney, but it was actually downward toward the bladder. And it was around L4 and L5 on your lumbar, so it's in line of that area. Okay, so when they go in, they do it exploratory. Well, they're doing it because they're hoping they have like a little basket when they do an endoscopy thing. It's like a little basket on there to retrieve your stone. But what happens is if they can't retrieve it, oh shit, you just went through a whole procedure. You have to go back for another one because he couldn't retrieve the stone. It was difficult because way down there in a very hard place, there was a lot of curvature. Even the spine had to do with it, L4 and L5. So it was a waste. What I spent on that just to go in there and explore, but they had to explore. So they went in there. Sorry, I have to repeat a story again, but kind of bring you up to date on that. Couldn't retrieve it. So fucking sticks a fucking stent in me. I had it in for a couple of months. Telling me to take potassium citrate and all this shit that helps dissolve stones, and I had to go on that shit. And so it's just a procedure itself that becomes invasive. Everything's invasive. They have to go internally in your body. You know, when they got to go through your veins and, you know, your arteries and stuff to, for example, people who are trying to to do an exploratory, basically to find out where your plaque is and stuff. You don't think that's invasive? It sure is. So in my case, I'm pretty sure it is a stricture. I mean scarring. So when he went through that tube, you know, trying to, it looks like a roto-rooter. Of course there's damage. I think there is. I think there is. I think there is. So I had to go in again. You know, well, it was another procedure actually. Well, actually did at the time. He put a stent in because he couldn't retrieve the goddamn stone. Papa was a rolling stone. Papa was a rolling stone. 25 people here. God bless you all. God bless every one of you. God bless you all. It's going to be a bad day for a parade today because it's been raining. Supposedly there's another system moving in, I'm hearing. Wow. Anyway, continuing on that, I won't stay on it too long. We'll go back to what we're talking about, but just kind of hang in a minute. It's been cool. We have a good show this morning. We got the very prominent Alo Deventer here. Someone that I learned to really respect. You know, I didn't respect this guy. God, I almost hated him. But Alo showed me he has a sensible side. And we have a few things in common. Like I said, and I will say it all the time, I don't forget what he did. But you see, I'm the kind that's willing to say, okay, shit was shit, it was what it was. Might still be. You might be talking bad shit of me on other things, but I don't know that. But he comes on my show and he's been pretty cool. He's been pretty cool. He's a very informative guy. He's even my moderator now. 27 strong we had. For my channel, yeah. But where was I before I rudely interrupted myself, my train of thought? You know, I'm an old man now. So, God, where was I? Where the fuck was I? See? Right there. Brain fart. Brain fart. Or as Popeye says, it's the meds. It's the meds doing it. It probably is. It probably is. More than likely. Well, it's just I'm getting fucking old. Papa was a rolling stone. Okay, the kidding thing. So, okay. So a whole nother fucking operation room, you know, what you're charging me for. So he then goes in there. But, actually no, wrong. What he did was he decided he couldn't get it with his little magical scope with a little basket on there, like a supermarket basket. Has these claws, as the Chinese say, claws. It has claws. Ominous thing. Ooh. Couldn't grab it. Couldn't grab it. It's just in a very, you know, precarious place. I'm the only one who can make a big story about a fucking kidney stone thing, right? But I love it. I know you love it too. You want drama, I'll give you drama with that. All right, so I had to go back in, and this time I had to do literacy, which is basically they got this fucking machine, you lay on a table, and there's like a bag of water underneath you. It has to do with the sound waves and how it works. So for about an hour, I had to lay on this table while this fucking jackhammer fucking thing for an hour is breaking up the stones into a powder. Papa was a rolling stone. And it breaks it down into a powder. And hopefully there's not any pieces left over. So they actually showed me, right there, they showed me on the screen. They showed me before, said, see this spot? That's your stone. Then after lithotripsy, see there, it's gone. I tell you, it was reduced to powder. So that disperses the powder, okay? And you'll find some of it going into your bladder, and could be even some leftover pieces, but there's a possibility I have some small stones in my bladder, which is causing irritations. There's a whole laundry list of possibilities. But see, I'm the kind of guy that does research. And I haven't totally narrowed it down. There's other factors. You're having some scoliosis could, curvature your spine at L4 and L5 could be pressing near your bladder. I could have some little small stones in there that's irritating the bladder. Yeah. I could have a stricture in the urethra. Boy, I sound like a fucking doctor, don't I? Sometimes you have to become your own doctor. The stricture could be doing something, and that's why I had some UTIs. But guess what? I thought I had a massive bacterial infection. I just got my results back the other day. Few bacteria, which is not terrible. Although some doctors will say, well, just to be safe, we're going to give you some antibiotics. That's how they fuck you over all the time. Just to be safe. You can go to the doctor with a fucking virus and say, well, I think it's a virus, but, it could turn into a bacterial infection, so I'm going to give you on this regimen of antibiotics. And what does it do? Remember, these are not geared to a particular thing. Let's say you had a UTI, okay? There are antibiotics that gear itself toward that particular area. And a lot of doctors, they don't do that. No, George. I know what you mean, Jerry. You can't trust doctors. You're right, George. I don't want to go to hospital again. I don't want to wind up with a junior mint in my belly. So basically, afterwards they put a stent in. So he, I think he did that while I had the stent in, actually. The lithotripsy. It didn't hurt. It's just boring. But wait, it gets better. Prior to that, when he went in for exploratory, I told him, am I going to have some anesthesia? Something. They did a fucking, what do you call on me? A spinal thing. That was scary. Because I couldn't even feel my thighs. The whole bottom of my body was, maybe that's what happened to Popeye, I don't know. Maybe he's paralyzed. I couldn't feel half of my body. And I was awake during this whole thing, to going in there and exploratory and all that. And I was like patting my thighs. I couldn't feel them. It's like I was hitting somebody else's thighs. I mean, I had no sense of anything down there. What a horrible situation to be in. Horrible. Scary. I said to myself, imagine if I was actually paralyzed from the waist down. No. That wouldn't be very pleasant. But I'll speed up on this. Okay, so did the lithotripsy, broke it down, and basically he's supposed to piss this out. You may not see it. I did see a couple of particles come out of my urine after that, a couple of days. And one came out, and I still have it here, and I can't find it. I showed it one time. It is a calcium-based from oxalate. And I had it here. I still have the stent. I don't want to show you that. You'd probably puke. I had that in me for several months. So it's not an easy thing. It's a big operation when you think about it with a kidney stone. Not an operation like that that's like an intense, like a heart problem, but it's like the steps you have to go through to address this. And if your situation becomes complicated because they can't reach the stone, then they have to do something else. You're in the hospital spending more money again. Not very pleasant. I just assure you of that. It was not pleasant. Then when they take the fucking stent out, you take your first piss without it, fucking blood just fills the toilet. I hope you've had your breakfast, or didn't have your breakfast yet. Blood. He said, you would expect that, sir. Blood everywhere, like somebody got murdered. Getting all that residual blood hanging in there out. But then, the problem was with that stent in, my friends. Until that stent was taken out. Every move you take, every step you take, I'll be paining you. You go to take a fucking piss with that stent in, and guess what happens? My good friends, my very good friends. By the way, Aloe, I love you. I love you, Aloe. Don't faint. I'm fucking with you. I'm sure you got better kidneys. Well, there's nothing wrong with my kidneys actually at all. They're healthy. But when I tried to take a piss, every time I tried to take a piss, bam! Holy fucking hell. With having a stent in there, your urine would backflow. Aloe, the man, the legend, the jester. I'm in a goofy mood this morning. At least I'm in a good mood. The pain. As Dr. Smith said on, Lost in Space. Oh, the pain, the pain. Well, there was pain, brother. Because the urine was doing a fucking somersault. The motherfucker was backflowing into my kidneys. They were minding their own business, these kidneys, It did a backflow. And if you know what that feels like on each flank and the back of your body, pain, I tell you. It got to a point that you didn't want to piss anymore. You didn't look forward to it until the stent came out. Pop, pop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. But it doesn't mean that it didn't leave any scarring. No, sir. That's what could be going on. It could be everything from having some scoliosis at L4 and L5, there's a curvature. It could be hitting against the bladder. Oh, you might have some residual little baby stones in your bladder, which is causing an irritation. You could have a stricture in your urethra. My God, take a pick. Pick one, any one, maybe all of them. Who said life was fair? I never said life was fair. Poop says no pride of ownership. No. No, he doesn't. Anyway, enough about my kidney stone. It's still I don't have a stone anymore. It's still a work in progress. And why am I telling this? Because it was quite an experience. Sharing is caring on my show. And I wanted to share this with people for when it happened because I wanted to know the expenses of doing this. I wanted you to know the procedures, and I'm sure you learned from it. So that's what I'm saying. Drink a lot of water, man. Flush your kidneys out all the time. A lot of you right now probably have stones, and you probably don't even know it. You probably don't even... What does it cost if you're in the Philippines or something? It doesn't cost for much for an ultrasound. Same as gallbladder stones. Believe me, I don't think you want either one of them. But I can certainly verify. Where are you going now with the umbrella? Oh. You don't want kidney stones. And I've heard a lot of women, they say that, you know what? Childbirth can be very painful. But you know what the women said? I read these forums. I'd rather pop out a big-ass fucking baby from their little womb, than to have a kidney stone. Because, yeah, it is that painful. And you probably think I exaggerate things on here a lot. No. I didn't exaggerate. The two biggest pains I ever had, three actually, Popeye's one pain, but the sciatica thing I had over 3 years ago, more, and the kidney stone. Imagine standing there, and you're all of a sudden profuse sweating, and you're feeling dizzy like you're going to collapse. This pain just came onto you. You think you're going to fall to the store, and you yell at the Gilda, we got to get to the emergency room now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stand. The adrenaline builds up, intense pain. It's like somebody, shanked you on both sides of your flanks. Somebody came over and shanked you. Shanked you, I tell you. 27 strong. It was that bad. No, I'm not exaggerating. I've had pain. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. But I'll tell you, folks, I never want to have that kind of pain. And I did. I know what pain is. I know what pain is. The pain of losing somebody, that's another pain too. But Popeye's pain is a different kind of pain. Because the poor schlep is living alone other than his daughter as his caretaker. So after the divorce, many years ago, he's been living in his mom's house, Jean, that lovely Jean. She was a wonderful person. Oh, with a housekeeper, kept her house clean. She maintained the yard, had flowers, but then, she wasn't able to do that. She had to leave that to her son to do. Poops. She had a lot of problems. He wouldn't listen to her. She was having her own fucking problems. He wouldn't help with the house at all. Look at the roof on that house. That's modern picture. Need a new roof. The landscaping sucks. I'll even go as far as saying that Nico's lawn is a hell of a lot better than Popeye's lawn. But then Nico's lawn dies all the time anyway. He spends all this money and it winds up dying. If he put that money toward getting fixing that snaggle teeth of his, then we're talking something here. Accomplishment. Take care of that snaggle teeth there, Snicko. Popeye has pride of ownership. Yeah, he's not showing it though. So as we review things, mother was Jean, his father was Edward. I don't know much about Edward's personality. I'm not going to speculate on my show because it's a channel of truth. Interesting looking guy. He had this big old kind of a dark mustache. Looked a little like Popeye, but Popeye is like more contorted looking. Father looked like a gentleman. His mother, and I think I have a picture of her too. She was silver-haired devil. She was silver-haired. That's why he likes the bingo balls, because he's going to be surrounded by a lot of silver-haired ladies. Reminds me of Mumsy. That reminds him of Mumsy. That's why he goes there too. Besides, there's nothing else to do. I go to a casino now and then. Oh, I won big. Every time I go, I win big. Always, hyperbole, his stories. So now you got this sad old bitter man in Hollywood, Florida. He's over there and on Jambalaya Lane, Jambalay, Jambalaya Lane in Hollywood. That's where he lives. That's the house on Jambalaya. Jamba. Oh, Jambalaya. Jamba! Okay. And very, unmaintained house. And he laughs about my house. You didn't buy that house, Poops. You threw your mother under the bus with a fucking $10 quit claim. You threw her under the bus. What are you, Danny DeVito now? You Danny DeVito? Throw my mother under the bus. You did throw her under the bus. This wonderful woman. I heard she was a wonderful, wonderful mom. But that was her baby boy. And she loved him as best as she could. But Popeye didn't accept love too much. He didn't give her respect. R-E-S-P-C-T. That's all I want from thee. But he didn't want to do it. Took her to church, took him to church, to St. Vincent de Paul's. Tried to teach him, good values, but it just didn't work. He went rogue, I don't know. Upset that his father died and things weren't going good. Then his marriage, everything was going fucked up. He treated her like shit. It's a shame. Shame. But, things turned out well. She married a very respectable black man. Oh boy, he hated that because he's a fucking racist. Oh, did he hate that? I'm sure Popeye would love pizza. No pride of ownership, he got that right. So now he's living his sad life, and now he had to pick somebody. Picking on me. Why? Because I'm telling the truth. And Popeye and the truth don't go together. Oh, yes, here we go, Frank, about that proverbial mirror held in front of him. Boy, I held that in front of him so many times. He hates it. He's really sensitive when you start coming down on him. Oh, my God, mention his mom or anybody in here. He goes ballistic. Because he knew he threw her under the bus. He has a guilt complex is what he has. That's why he's so bitter. He's got to pick it out on somebody. He found me as a target. That's what happened, guys. Started with the Triple R hate show and all that. And he was just attacking me. They were attacking everybody. Everybody. He thought he was part of the big boys wearing the big pants, the big boys' pants. But it wasn't successful because they were fighting amongst each other. They were. Fighting with everybody, fighting with Gary. That was a great one. Gary the Dak, Philippines experience. They were both fucking drunk off their ass. Gary came on drunk and started knocking Popeye, and Popeye was so fucking sensitive. You gotta hear when Popeye gets mad. His voice almost cracks because, his larynx ain't as good as it was, smoking them Camels. But You know, he did the best he could to yell at Garrett, but then he'd choke up. Then he'd get off. Then he'd get off. He didn't win an argument. He never could win an argument. He made a fool of himself. And then he wasn't on for like 6 months after that event. And then when Rain Man and other people came around his place, he went into hiding for 6 months to a year. Greetings from Afyon, Turkey, the world capital for sausage, Turkish delight, and clotted cream. Oh, okay. Well, welcome aboard, Mr. Krazatem. So everybody, YouTube's falling apart, Slim is being deported. God, Vitali's being deported. Fazio croaked. Ed croaked. Roberto is in purgatory somewhere with Alzheimer's. I don't know. People are dying left and right on YouTube, and it's like, what's going on? What's going on? Something's going on. The curse, the prophecy of yours truly. The prophecies are happening one by one. And I gave you a list. Who's I think is on the list next? I gave you the list. Let's see if it happens. So far, I've been pretty right on target. Oh, terrible. Terrible, terrible. The world's falling apart. I can't even keep up with all the news lately. The crazy things that Trump is doing is just unprecedented. Unprecedented. The guy needs to be restrained and put in a sanitarium or something. Sanitarium, whatever they call it. Oh, the newest thing on Trump. Oh, the newest thing. Listen to this. Listen to this. At Mar-a-Lago, his fancy home in Florida, where he holds all these balls and everything else and events, he went crazy. This is true. I just read it yesterday. There were pictures. All his guests had dog masks on. They all had dog masks on. Some kind of dystopian picture, a dystopian event, or dystopian-like. They were all wearing dog masks. Is that not fucking crazy? On top of that, one of the people that was actually at this event, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. He smelled like shit. His breath, and he smelled like poop. And now I'm thinking what's going on, that he has a colostomy bag on. Because I knew a gal, there's more friends of my brother than me, who lived in Fern Acres, where I lived in the Hawaii subdivision. And she had to wear a colostomy bag. And she, we'd give her a ride here and there. And I swear to God, man, you could smell that shitty bag. Well, anyway, it was more than one person that made that statement that you couldn't stand around Donald Trump. This is the guy you voted for, Pi. The guy you voted for. Remember the guy you voted for? Who's destroying the world and the country and everything else? Who's putting pain in people's lives and taking away benefits from children and food and, the guy you vote for, you wear that MAGA hat. You know that guy? You know that one guy? Well, it came from different people. It wasn't just from one source. That Donald Trump smelled horrible. That you didn't want to stand. I don't know if he bathed. I don't know if it was colostomy bag. Because they did show a picture of him once. We had something in his pants leg that looked bumpy. This is true shit. You know how reporters are. They want to look at everything. And they knew he was having health problems. But it is believed that he's wearing a colostomy bag. It's the only thing that would make sense from the pictures they showed in a magnification. And because at Mar-a-Lago event he just had, while his kids are suffering, while he has his goon squads out there, his Gestapo squads arresting innocent people who are doing peaceful protest, while he's trying to cause wars with the world, he's celebrating in Mar-a-Lago his fancy home in Florida, with people dressed up in costumes and masks to look like a dog. A dog. You heard me right. A dog. Dog masks. It's your president. You elected him. I don't want to hear that. You elected the son of a bitch. You elected him. I didn't. And more to come. News every single day is going on with this guy. We don't even know how he's still alive. It's just the stress of being a president itself, but being a narcissist as he is, as cocky, and suffering from mental illness and oncoming Alzheimer's, his brain went rogue. He's saying the most ridiculous things that don't make any sense at all. He don't remember people's names properly anymore. But you voted for him. You voted for him. Yes, you did. More to come. This is the beginning. There's mayhem going on in the United States and around the world. NATO, trying to break up NATO. Now, let me make something clear. Europe is nothing bad against American people. Canada has nothing about American people. Okay. The people in Greenland, don't have nothing against Americans. America, period. They have to take a stance. That's what's going on. And they're all getting fired up, but they're building up their weaponry and everything. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. And they have to take a stance. Trump thinks he could just take over Netherlands and make it his backyard. But that's never going to happen. They're sending, as we speak, and I just heard it, from Europe, all these different nations are sending a whole shitload of special ops and everything over to Greenland. Europe is getting involved. Canada and other countries. They're all gathering together. This is a big event, folks. This is not going to lead to anything good. I'm just going to tell you that right now. It's not leading to anything good for anyone, all of us. I suppose we're safe here in the Philippines, China's not going to do nothing to us here. They need us, for the commerce and all that stuff, So I think we're safe. You might want to be in the Philippines. Whether you have problems, you find problems with it, may not be a bad place to be in after all. Well, the negative comments I hear about the Philippines. We're having a good show this morning. We had 27 in here this morning, so that's pretty good for my channel. But anyway, you learned about Popeye, the real expose of Popeye. It is more. We'll show a picture of the daughter, later today. Put a short on there, should show the caption and the thumbnail of his daughter. Because she's lovely. She's very lovely. Very lovely. Very pretty girl. Very pretty. You be the judge. Then again, I don't have any taste in women anyway, right? I don't have any taste in women, right? I just got probably the most attractive 51-year-old woman. Not 18, not 16, not 14, not 20, not 30. She's 51. She just turned 51. And she's still looking good. Oh, what a lucky man I am. Popeye only wishes he had my woman, or any woman for that fact. Poor schlep. Poor schlep. Sorry, I couldn't live my life alone. Couldn't do that. No, I couldn't do that. That would be very hard. But imagine all the suffering he's doing. Of course he's bitter. I mean, come on, folks. His wife left him for a black man. Nothing wrong with black men, okay? We're not a racist. There's nothing wrong with black men. But to someone like Popeye, who's a racist, that means something, Boy, that's got to be a punch in the face on that one. I'll tell you that. Not just any man, but an African-American man. And by Popeye's values, that's like taboo. Oh, that's taboo. What a slap in the face that was. Can you imagine knowing Popeye the way he is? Holy shite. Imagine when he found out. Imagine when he found out. Oh my goodness. Whew. Well, we're definitely long-winded this morning. I've been on here so long, an hour and 32 minutes. It only seems like 15 minutes. I just got that capability of getting everything out in one breath. That's why I can't listen to shows until they come to the point. They have a title on their show, it could be clickbait. I get to the point. So what's the show about? I get to the point. No fucking clickbaiting on my show. Oh, no, 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 no. I get to the point. At least with my show, you know, I kind of mix it up a bit. That's why people listen. You listen to most shows on here, it's like, and they do it purposely. They want you to listen to the majority of the show before they even get to the point or whatever the title of the show was. But in most cases, they don't even talk about what they put on the entitlement of the show. They don't do that. Don't look like it's a good day for a parade, huh? Lovely Gilda?
Rain or shine, ay.
They do it rain or shine, but they're not going to enjoy it. If that's what it's going to be today, it's going to be blustery and more rain. God bless them.
Everywhere, even in Cebu.
Even in Cebu. Are they having a big parade today in Cebu? When is that one? The big one, the Sinulog. Sinulog.
Tomorrow in Cebu.
That'll be tomorrow in Cebu, by the way, folks. You don't want to be downtown Cebu tomorrow. Trust me, unless you're into that stuff. You're not going to get me in a big crowd like that. I'd go fucking crazy. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. If my pocket is not picked, you could have that. I'm not one for crowds. How I did it in New York, I mean, maybe I'm used to it, but I was in Manhattan a lot because I went to school. Yeah, I actually did. I actually did go to college. Although Popeye said I never went to college, I never had a degree, but maybe because he had never had a degree. Probably never finished high school, and that's why he went into the service. He had to do something with his life. He was a fucking loser. What talents do I have? It's unfortunate, but there's a lot of people with good intent to enter the military. They had good intent, you know. But he went in there because, he just couldn't find any work. He thought he'd become a big hero, but that apparently didn't turn out that way. Yeah. They provided, board and food and all that stuff, and that was a plus. It's unfortunate, but a lot of people were forced, the economy, whatever. Couldn't find any work, and a lot of people would enter the military, but some of them entered it because they really had pride for the country, and they wanted to do something special. And there's a lot of special people out there that were in the military that did very special things. They actually accomplished something in the military. And, I'll be the last person anymore really now to say that even if you're a pencil pusher, you are doing something. If you work in an office, I mean, somebody's got to do it, You got to have security guards, You got to have pencil pushers, but that's what makes the world go round. You got to have people doing these little menial jobs it all comes together in a package. Remember, like Hillary said, it takes a village to raise a family, So the military's like that too, but there's some real heroes out there. There's some real heroes. There's one guy who's a big-time Navy SEAL. Forgot his name, but he has a show on YouTube, and he catches all these people with the false valor. Popeye's got to be the next one. I wish you'd interview Popeye. Yeah, I really wish that would be something. This guy comes down on the people, too. This guy was a war hero. If you saw the accolades, oh my God, this guy was big time. He's a big burly guy with a beard, and he did serve time, and oh my God, how many missions he went on. Special ops. Popeye was just special pops. He was just special pops. He thought he was anyway. No, he did not have this, big naval career that he puts. Yeah, he stayed in the Navy for a while. It was his job, Then he, got out of the Navy. I don't know if it was on a disability, mental, or something, but he got out of the Navy then. Then he went to work for the Parks Department, which used to make fun of the fact that I worked for the Parks Department. He was county, I was city. It's the same shit, It's a good job. They say when you can't do nothing, join the Parks Department. Well, that doesn't make me sound good, does it? But actually, it was a good job. I didn't know what I was going. I figured I'd join the Parks Department. They were hiring. So I said, why don't you go to the Parks Department? But that kind of turned out all right. It was a good job. And no, I didn't get into my field of endeavor, photography. But yeah, I made my own little accomplishments I'm very proud of. And I learned something too. So, I mean, it was not a waste. And I did accomplish a few things, actually, when you think about it. Popeye never accomplished anything like I did. He's never got anything published. Doesn't have his body of work in the New York Historical Society. No, they don't just take anybody's work in because it's free. It has to be very relevant to the city of New York and its boroughs. And the stuff that they have on a permanent collection. It wasn't like you just walk in and say, here, man, I got some stuff on a CD. It's high resolution. You think you guys would just take this for your archives? They say, well, what do you have, sir? You explain what you have. Oh, let me take a look. Oh, yeah, we could definitely use that. That is historical. Thank you for contributing. Although the trolls say that anybody could walk in New York Historical Society. Oh, yeah. And they'll take anything for free. No, that's not true. When I die, there's going to be a piece of me that lives on somewhere. I got photographs on people's walls that bought photographs of me online. I got 14 publications that have my photographs in them. For real. I don't make this shit up. What the fuck does Popeye have as an accomplishment? Nothing. Except he's a fucking loser. That must account for something. You gotta be something. So why not be a loser? But his bitterness, off the grid. I mean, just crazy bitterness. I think a lot of people maybe wish you well, or some people wish you to hell. But I think Popeye's life is a living hell, when you think about it, because he doesn't have anything. He's got the house. Of course, you have to throw his mother, lovely Jean, lovely person, threw her under the fucking bus. She didn't deserve that. She didn't deserve that. No, she didn't. She prided her garden. What a good soul she was, and have to deal with him. I don't know if his papa was a Rolling Stone. I don't know the situation on that, but Pop died first, and his mom died second. He was lost. He was just lost. Developed health problems, had to have his daughter move in. Now she's a full-time caretaker. He can't live alone. He's got a disability. We haven't narrowed it down what it was, but the fact that he's immobilized, and has to have a mobility scooter, that tells you something right there. So we could just go with that. And, she probably drives him around to different places, earning her keep. But she wants to get out and be independent. She has a child. She doesn't want to live with Pops all the time. He could be cantankerous and bitter. It's really hard to live with him. She's going through murder, I tell you. Murder. Murder she wrote. Murder. Anyway, folks, that's my show. I got to make something to eat. I'm not even going to have oatmeal this morning. I mean, I've always thought I was a regular guy. But, I tell you, that oatmeal makes you a little bit too regular, if you know what I mean. So we're kind of changing things around a little bit here. All that stuff I've been putting in my tea is all good. It's all good. I'll still do it. I'm just giving it a little break because, cinnamon, ginger, turmeric, all that stuff I put in there could act as a diuretic. Now, diuretic doesn't mean you go diarrhea. A diuretic, well, it's when it'll act as a stimulant to your bladder and make you go pee a lot more. The caffeine in the tea, it's all good. Don't get me wrong. We're still going to do it. We're doing a test right now. Give it a break a little bit. That's why I had warm water instead of tea. No, they didn't have any tea. Warm water. So we're doing some testing. As I said, to get to the root of a problem, you got to go down the list. Get some ultrasound, see if they see any stones anywhere. Residual. Concentrate on the bladder, see if you see anything in there that might be irritating the bladder. It's not like I'm going piss every 5 minutes. No, it's just that I urinate a little more often than normal, which is not normal for me. And from my research, it does tie into my tea and the things I put in the tea. And it might have more complicated things like stricture, as I said, in the urethra could cause that, cause infection. But I went for a test and didn't say many bacteria, it said few. A lot of doctors will say, well, we're going to give you antibiotics anyway, because that few bacteria could turn into many bacteria. See how I'm learning stuff? I mean, anybody could learn stuff. It's called reading. But you know what? I gotta go. A really big shoe. Look, I love to educate my viewers. I like to educate you.
So my wife asked me, does the testosterone shot give you energy? Because you know, women over 30 or 35 that have kids, women produce testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone, and they lose the testosterone. So they do have a TRT for the women. So she said, hey, give me a little bit.
Wow, I got a lot of energy today. I just want to keep cleaning.
Look at this. She cleaned underneath here. We had a little water leak. You know, we're down here in the heart, Negros Oriental, Philippines. But yeah, look at her go. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can get some sleep tonight.
Oh, I forget about that. Oh my God. Maybe I keep cleaning all day long. Good energy. Good results.
The view from my window. Oh my. What an absolutely dismal day. My goodness. Yeah, it's been raining pretty well all morning. But the procession, whatever, Sinolog, Santa Fe's version, is still going to go on. There's nothing at all that stops these people. And I do mean nothing. Everything wet. It was raining harder earlier, but it's supposed to be like this all day. But that don't stop the devoted. Oh, we got 11 people aboard right away. Good sign. Yes, I'm talking laid back. We're definitely talking movie day today, brother. God, discovers out of dog food. They're going to get dog food last minute. Then they're running out of that particular dog food, this place. A lot of last minute shit. No, my lunch was not healthy. I had 3 pieces of pizza, which I don't really regard as being healthy. But I had some last night. This was left over. I went to bed with pizza in my belly, which I normally don't do that. A man's got to eat. We are impoverished here. Don't you know? No, actually, it is a little bit blustery. It is a little bit blustery. And it's wet. It's not a day that's very awe-inspiring, you know, one of those days. And I don't know, I don't really like talking about the trolls on this particular show. I've got to kind of, you know, wean myself off a little bit of that. There's so much going on in the world, really. What trolls think of me, what they think of somebody else is really irrelevant. It's really insignificant. Oh boy. Yeah, I know. I come back with boat barrels loaded, locked in, loaded like Brevis, you know. Only I fired a firing pin. Big difference between me and Brevis. Whoop, talked about a troll. Sorry, I gotta catch myself sometimes. But that's what you like to hear. I know that. But look at this. Totally white clouds. You don't get a drizzle coming down, but sometimes it'll pick up. And it's, the air is moving. The air is moving, that's for sure. Yeah, it's definitely movie time today. I don't know, Aloe made a couple of suggestions. Maybe I'll look up on there. I don't know if you meant it was Netflix or it was YouTube. I'm always trying to find a good movie. He turned me on to a couple of them so far. Yeah. Better watch it now, folks. I got Aloe as a moderator here. Nobody expected that, but a lot of things for me you don't expect, but you find out. I will totally admit, yeah, today's one of those. Look, it generally is boring out here. Let's face it. I'm not a young stud anymore. I don't really feel that I'm really slowing down that much. I really don't. Sometimes I feel that way. When I get tired, usually after lunch or something, I'm watching a movie or something. I'm like, I might have been looking at something on the cell phone at the time. I had it in my hand. All of a sudden, the cell phone just drops out of my hand and I wake up. It's called a mini sleep. It has a lot to do with a lot of things. Maybe I'm not getting enough sleep. I'm not getting the kind of REM you're supposed to. You could dream it being REM stage, but it's not a deep stage. Medicines I take. Like I don't take a lot of medicines. Nothing wrong with my heart, nothing wrong with my lungs so far, and knock on wood. Everything else seems to be going okay, other than pissing a little bit more. But rejoice. That's what happens as you get older. Your little friend, the prostate, the size of your wise guy, he enlarges on you. I mean, mine ain't super enlarged, nothing like that. It's about something. I even went. Well, I remember one time. I had to go for a digital, which I don't like doing. I did that once. And what they'll say to you, yeah, you got the right size for your age. And not really telling you anything, That's a part of the job that they hate doing. Trust me, they hate doing it, but they have to as a doctor. And if you were a doctor, you wouldn't want to do that shit. If you go to these little private consulting doctors, they don't want to do no digital or anything like that. Not that I want them to do, but they will try to get out of it. Trust me, they'll try to get out of it. Listen, the hospital atmosphere, they will do that. But a private doctor's office, who these days are basically consultants. All the doctors are going to consultancy. It's a lot easier to make a lot more money. Or they get a lot of patients in. They don't operate. They don't do anything like. They don't do surgery. All they say is, okay, why are you in here today? Well, tell them. They consult. Okay, with those symptoms, let me see your lab sheets. Okay, look over the lab sheets. Now, a lot of people think, oh, what did I hear? The newest one. Frank must have something wrong with him because he goes every month to Cebu. No, I don't. I haven't been to Cebu a long time, I said recently. What's it? Everybody's business anyway, what the fuck I do. You don't own me. But you gotta know everything. You gotta know everything. You gotta have your finger on the pulse of this vlogger. Am I that influential? No, I don't go to Cebu every month. Oh, hell no. Hell no. It's quite a while since I've been to Cebu. It's quite a while. I haven't been there in a while prior to this trip I made. No, not at all. It's not that I really look that forward to going to Cebu. It's just that I'm able to have access to things that I normally would not have access to right here on the island. That's all it is. Oh man, shark bites going around again, especially in Australia and in Hawaii. People are getting bit by sharks. There's a very well-known surfer in Hawaii. He's in Oahu Island, and he passed away. Very well-known, likable guy who was out surfing. I forgot which beach park he was at, but he got bitten by, well, a couple of sharks. Sometimes they're around. You just, a lot of times people go swimming and surfing and all that. They have no clue what's going on right underneath their feet. They don't have a clue. But if you were in a helicopter or somebody put a drone up there, hey, Sasal, I got nothing more for you. You might be surprised. And afterwards, if you saw that drone footage, you might be in big fear saying, holy shit, I was swimming in that. They were around me. It'll make you more aware. But generally, sharks are not going to bother you at all. They generally don't. It's rare that they do. It's rare. It has to be a circumstance going on. It's very rare. The chance of you bitten by a shark is like winning the lottery 3 times, you know. Generally, they mind their business. There's something special's going on. They're extra hungry, or most of the time, they mistake you for a seal or something. Especially if you're wearing black, you're on a surfboard, you see the shadow of the surfboard underneath. So they go deep, they run deep, then they come up, they build up speed, and they attack at lightning force. Take a bite, usually it's a board, unless you become part of it. But they don't know who you are. Sharks don't always know who you are. And sometimes they'll just take a bite, thinking you're a seal. And when they see it's not that fatty seal meat, they give up. But sometimes it's too late for a person who got attacked because maybe a femoral artery or something got ripped apart and they wind up bleeding out. Some sharks will attack and will eat. They figure, well, what the hell? I'm hungry. It's not a seal, but I'm fucking hungry and I got to eat something. They do. I mean, it does happen. You just got to exercise caution. I see all these, feeds I get. People with wild animals are coming home. The animal hasn't seen them for a while. Not just any animal. It ain't a dog. It ain't a cat. I seen one that was crazy. A penguin. A penguin. Someone called it a penguin. And this penguin was just running over to that guy. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Other times it was lions and tigers. Unbelievable. Lions and tigers. But you can't take the wild out of wild. That's the problem. I mean, a lot of these were nurtured, since they were like a pup. And yeah, the animal got adjusted to the human, and all seems good. But it can still turn on you. How about the chimpanzee? We had a couple of cases of that. Fucking chimpanzee tore her face off some woman, her nose, her lips, her mouth, her ears, blind. Now, chances are the chimp was going through some kind of, approaching puberty or something. His hormones were running wild, mating type, hormonal things going on. And that could change an animal completely. Well, God, I heard these stories. Horrible stories. But you can't trust a wild animal. Even if you did raise it from, they recognize you as somebody important. But then, out of nowhere, and some of the people who've been attacked can't even believe or even justify the reason why they were attacked by their own pet. It's not a cat and it's not a fucking dog. I think they're fucking crazy. It's just that, it's great to have an exotic pet. Look at me. Wow. I'm manly or something. Look at me. Me in the wild. I'm connecting with the wild. Yeah, you are. But then something goes horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. And they're dead or very highly injured, or lose an arm or a leg or a hand or something. Unless somebody's around to help, but how much help could they do with a big old animal like that? Now, you won't get away with a grizzly. You won't get away with a polar bear, I'll tell you that. Those are aggressive animals that will eat a human. I mean, they there's no question about that. Anyway, it's a free-for-all show this early afternoon here. Just kind of talking about things that come to my head here, so beware. I can go from A to Z and 0 to 60, No, I'm just actually bored today. Actually bored. It's dismal. I don't mind the rain here and there. Too much, you just, it's kind of depressing. It's not that I'm outdoor doing a bunch of sports and shit, because I'm not doing that. I'm not really missing out on a whole lot. Let me tell you how it is when you're on a small island. It's something that you have to adjust to. But no matter where you go, I don't know if it's just go out of town to Cebu, whatever you might want to go, I notice that it's always comforting coming back home. I don't think I'm the independent traveler I used to be. Yeah, Gilda does go everywhere with me. Not that she's afraid I'm going to die or something, but there's a lot of crazy things that could also happen. Let's say you get ripped off. Someone kills you or whatever, or get hurt and wants to steal your wallet. If they steal your wallet, they could have no fucking idea who you are. No idea who to call in emergency. But once, for example, she would realize that something's going on. He's not in touch on the phone. I know he went over here. Yeah, then she'll inquire around. Then, eventually a police report will come in. A man was found, blah, 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 blah. No, it's not that bad with me, but it's not that bad. I'm just saying what could happen. But you see, I don't mind her company. That's the difference. Some guys like to get away from their chicks and all that shit. I don't mind. I don't mind. But in reality, the older we get, in some sense, the more we will depend on our companion. That's for sure. You say whatever you want. But I think it does get to that point. Well, mostly, if you have been experiencing some health problems, yeah, then you're going to be a lot more aware. And maybe a lot more concerned. And sometimes rightfully so. And you maybe should be. You're in a different, you're a foreign country. And if you know the way it is out here, and this is the truth, it's the truth, and you know it is. A lot of times people just are too busy wanting to, you collapse, you have an accident on the street, people are just too busy just taking out their cell phones and photographing you rather than helping you. You could die well before you get to an ambulance or to a hospital or something. People will stop to videotape you during an accident or something. That's precious time wasted, where you could be in a hospital, whatever happened to you, accident, heart attack, I don't care what it is. But they're more interested in getting it on video than they are actually helping you. That's the one thing you have to be aware of out here. There's always some good-hearted people that'll come to your rescue, but then there's some people that give you medical advice. Well, they'll say things like, don't touch the body or don't touch the person, don't give any aid. No. You should give aid. If they're bleeding, maybe you could save their life. Maybe you could do a makeshift tourniquet or something like that. You could save their life, but when you're too busy taking out your cell phone to record everything, you're not helping them. Yes, that does happen out here. That happens regularly. There are a lot of accidents in the Philippines, most of them on the road. Motor scooters, trucks, buses. It's a daily event out here. And the Philippines is big enough and spread out enough that, there's so many scooters and motorcycles on the road that it's bound to happen. And that's one of the biggest deaths, I think, out here is on the road. It's not what you think. It ain't drugs. It ain't killings, although there's plenty of that. It's just being on the road and being stupid. Not having a license. You didn't earn it. Having a fixer give you a license. You have no idea about driving and safety on the road. It's a lot of it, they don't wear a helmet. When if they did, it could have saved their life. And the other thing they do too is they don't put the strap under their chin on the helmet. They're just wearing it for legal reasons. They're not thinking that, you get into an accident, that helmet's going to fly off and you may get some brain damage or worse, So it's high enough. You're going to wear a helmet. It's not for show and it's not for looks. The whole idea why you bought that helmet is for your own protection. But then again, the common scenario you see out here, you could have a family of 5 on one motor scooter. How they fit them on there is beyond me, but they do. They do. I see it almost every day. So if that motorcycle or scooter gets into an accident, they're all going to get hurt or killed. It's happened around here too. They didn't all die, but some of them did. And more than once since I've lived out here, right here, a little island town. they got to get from point A to point B, so that's why they have scooters. It's cheaper. The gas is cheap. They could run on a tank of gas for a while, and they need to get around. Not everybody wants to pay for a trike or something like that. But nevertheless, I've seen the way people drive around here, and that's one of the key reasons that I never bought a vehicle. I've considered it. But I'm also thinking I'm getting older, and I don't know. I wonder about my response, how fast I am to hit the brake or something. I haven't driven in a long time. I just don't want to be responsible for hurting somebody. Not that it's always going to be my fault. I could suddenly brake because, some kids coming across the road, and they do that all the time out here. I just don't want to be responsible if it's my fault or theirs of hurting somebody, especially out here. You hurt somebody, a Filipino family, they're going to go after you and kill you. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. It don't matter. You took the life of my little Jezebel, away, and you're going to pay for this one way or the other. And they'll try to get money out of you on top of everything. You feel bad enough that you took the life or hurt somebody's child or somebody in the family. But they're always going to say, that's why you, even on a motorcycle, get one of those little cameras. Put the camera. It could legally save your life. And I don't see that much on scooters. I see it in cars. But they should invest the money in one of those little cameras for their own safety, legally. This way they know who caused the accident. And of course, you could, at least have it pointed in one direction. I suppose you could have two cameras, one pointing behind you and one, I don't know, whatever you want to do. If you want to do a setup, most people don't set that up. It's mostly in cars. There's a million stories in the naked city. Every day there's a story. I'm not even going to talk on a national level, international level today. Too much to talk about with that. I got one guy that writes me. He's an American guy, and as I say, he's highly religious, highly. And he listened to somebody's show who's also highly religious, so they're basing all their news based on, gospel and prophecy and the Lord and all that stuff. And I've tried to throw some hints to him that, hey, look, I'm not religious, Oh, you got to listen to this. And you're listening to this from somebody else's perspective, on a religious perspective, and how a highly religious person looks at the events that's going on. And everything is a prophecy. Everything is the, maybe it's the wrath of Khan or something. I don't know, but it's related to the Bible or the writings in the Bible, and I can't hear that stuff. He's a nice guy. He wrote me several messages. I haven't written him back because I write back. Oh yeah, okay, Another guy, he sent me something again from that one channel he listens to. Some really big Bible thumper, big time, small channel but big time Bible thumper. When I hear shit like that, it's like, I respect their beliefs, like I say on my show all the time, but, take the hint. I already told him I'm not religious, but he doesn't think about my side. No, most religious people don't really. Again, it's, their way or the highway, and you can't think that way. Everybody has their own beliefs. As I said, I respect everybody's beliefs, but if it's not mine, pardon me, my allergy. If you know I'm not religious, I don't practice, maybe you should refrain from kind of overwhelming me with, because we'd be better friends, and I'd want to talk to him more often if he wasn't pushing that stuff. He won't listen to mainstream media, or even some of the better independent ones like I listen to. Midas Touch is one of them. No, it's, they're going to listen to all these religious people that have their own independent shows. And not everything is by the Bible. Not everything is, all the prophecies are coming through or whatever they think they are. It's a mathematical odds. If you wait long enough, the prophecies will come true or something. Just think about something, anything. It's bound to happen, like the earth ending. Well, it's either going to be by nuclear bombs or environmental factors or people just killing each other and eating each other like cannibals. Oh, you think that's far-fetched? dudes, let me tell you something. If our food supply ran out, and by the way, we're going to have to clean that fan. I see a lot of dust on that with our allergies. Do that later. You know, if something's going to happen, it happens, you know. And a lot of things we're not going to have control of. But you also can't live your life thinking that, you know, some big catastrophe is going to happen. You just live your day as just another day. Be aware of what's going on in your environment and be aware of what's going on around the world. You should know that. But, you know, you shouldn't run around, you know, pulling your hair out of your head in the streets, you know, repent, the end is near, like these whack jobs do all the time. Handle whatever comes your way. Smile though your heart is aching. Smile though your heart is breaking. Laugh, clown, laugh. You got to use a certain sense of humor in this world right now. I think it's vital that people can use a sense of humor and not take things to heart, negative things, because if they'll envelop you with this stuff, social media, outside of social media. You don't want yourself to get enveloped by this, get influenced by it. I used to live with somebody for a lot of years, and the negativity was, I could feel it. I used to use the expression, I could feel it through the walls. It was hard on me. It was hard on me. Just like I literally dumped my Filipina in Hawaii when I was living there. Because she's the one that drove me to taking fucking benzos. There you go, I'm going to tell you. I used to carry those things around, never touched them, never. Unless I had a very rare kind of a anxiety attack. But then toward the end of my relationship with her, it was like, oh man, I was able to sleep okay. And if I really wasn't able to sleep too good, I'd just take a diphenhydramine, which is Benadryl. I didn't take a lot. I took one, 25 milligram. Helped me get to sleep. But the more I spent time with her and things going on, all of a sudden I found that I just couldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. I said, well, let me try taking one of these. I need a night's sleep. And I've been taking it ever since to help me sleep, at least partially. So shit happens sometimes. There's always an event. Shit, I could turn around and say I got PTSD like somebody else did but didn't mean it. My microphone, holy shit. My microphone was off this whole time or most of my show? What the fuck? Man, I gotta stop making a habit of this. I gotta look. I said a lot of things. I don't know how long my microphone was off. I guess I'll leave it at that. I had a lot to say, but oh well. I gotta be more aware of that, because sometimes I'll mute when I'm talking to her, and I'll forget and say, oh, I wouldn't even think about it, because I'm not looking at the panel here. And probably for about, I wouldn't be surprised, about 15 minutes, I was talking to myself, thinking that the mic wasn't muted. Mute him, mute him. You remember that? I do. I was just talking a lot of stuff about people that just need to get a hobby or do something, but do something better than what you're doing. And I was talking about basically the Filipino people, how they try to keep their spirit up, and that's why they like to party and eat and drink, and that you don't really see a lot of Filipinos that really seem down because they don't want to think about their problems like people in the Western culture, is what I was trying to say. Well, my mic was muted, I believe. Sorry about that, man. This has happened a few times. And that they're basically happy-go-lucky people, no matter what their fucking income is, you know? And sometimes you have to be. And I was also talking about how people make the assumption that those Filipinos are so poor. And I went on to say, and I don't know how long I was muted, so I guess I'll repeat a little bit of it anyway, that there are a lot of wealthy, there are middle and upper and higher upper class people financially out here. They own beautiful homes on the ocean here. You'd be surprised what's on this island. And you wouldn't know them for being a rich person or a poor person. I mean, the way they dress is very casual, very island style, you know? Like they do in Hawaii, it's island style. I dress that way too. I dress down with just some beach shorts on, a t-shirt and sandals sometimes. And same thing here. You don't know who has money and who don't. They surprise you. You make this assumption, they're Filipino, they ain't got money, they're all poor, but that's not true. As I said, I don't know how long my microphone was off, but I've done this too many times, really. I always got to double check whether I'm muting it for a reason, to talk to Gilda or something about something. Or that's pretty much sums up to, basically. No, we're not really talking much about trolls at this hour. I'm kind of burnt out on the troll. You know, we had our little turn this morning, had a little fun. Hope you absorbed what I had to say on there. But I got to go. There's no dialogue on here anyway, so, you know, it's that time anyway, and my battery's running low. It's a good time to get off. Anyway, yeah, it's a boring day. It's a very dismal day. It's been raining most of the day. The parade, whatever's going to happen over here, is still going to go on. The show must go on. The show must go on, and it does. Tomorrow in Cebu, Sinolag. The weather's supposed to be holding out because the weather system is kind of moving away. So I think they'll probably be okay tomorrow. If you really want to, if you're a real partier, you want to put yourself in a huge crowd of thousands and thousands and thousands of people and not be able to walk, and maybe get your wallet or backpack or something ripped off, or your jewelry, or be pushed around, or if you have to take a piss, you don't know where to do it. If you have bathroom problems, you're in big trouble. The thieves are out. You got good-hearted people out. You can have thieves out. You can have all types out there. But I'm going to tell you one thing. If something turns out into a protest somewhere...
You try already in Sinulog?
I notice about it. I see it all the time. I see, you know, how could you not see Sinulog? You don't have to be there. You know the crowds. You see it all over YouTube when they have it.
No, when you feel enjoyment if you go there.
You say you feel enjoyment. I don't know. It's according to what kind of enjoyment. I don't know.
You're in the crowd.
You might feel enjoyment. Doesn't mean I do.
Yeah, and then you just dance the beat, the Sinulog beat.
No, wait. I was down there one time when some kind of shit was going on like that. You know, I remember something. I was down to
the Tisa is not the real.
No, not the teaser thing I went to. No. Show my, it's a teaser.
You try only the show my.
And that was crazy. That was crazy.
It's not like that. Show my the show my festival is.
Show my, it's a
really.
teaser. And that song used to be on my brain for years. Because if you were in Labangon, actually in the Tiza area of Cebu, and it was the Shomai Festival, which they have every year. What is it, September? I'm not sure when they have that.
It's not that one.
Boy, oh boy. And they got this,
It's
pre-recorded music.
just only the little pista in the.
Oh, I know. It's little compared to Sinaloa. But they would play this music over and over again, several things. One of them was a song about Tiza. Show my, it's a Tiza. Da 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 da.
It's the
Show my, it's
it's
Tiza.
the
Da
town
da da da
song.
da da. And boy, you'd walk away from there, because I spent several hours or more there. It was a nice parade in their costumes of women, lovely looking Filipinas there, very lovely. There was a nice atmosphere. I think for most part, I think the people were very friendly. But I do remember it was a hot day. But I had to get the video going. I spent time because I was visiting somebody at the time, a female, right near her house area, because she lived in that area. So I spent, I don't know how many hours out there in the sun, and it was hot, and I do remember that. And my ears were practically ringing with the loud music they were playing just over and over, and it was like being brainwashed. I sing it to this day, except I don't know the lyrics. I just sung it. Then I wound up eating shomai after all, over here. Except I got sick on it, I think, one day. I think I had food poisoning. They steam this stuff, right? But, if you're out on the street, like locally here, you don't know if that's been left over from, it's supposed to be steamed. That'll kill all the bacteria. But then if they want to save propane, and they'll do this, believe me, they will. They'll turn it down, and, maybe it's not steamed enough, and, what creates bacteria, right? Darkness, warmth, moisture. And you eat that shit, about an hour later, you're on the fucking toilet. That happened to me. I think it came from the shomai. So now I'm very reluctant to eat shomai, unless I know it's fresh. And by the way, that's the only food stand type of food that I ever eat in this town. Yeah, other than them going to Chooks to Go or any other little chicken joints, they got them all over the place here. Don't touch them. They may come home with that stuff, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to eat it. It's too heavily fried anyway, But shomai, yeah, I kind of developed the taste for that. I could eat a bowl of that. They sell for 8 pesos a piece, which is rather expensive for these little things, actually. But, they'll fill you up, and you dip it into a sauce that's made of, it's actually made of chili peppers and vinegar, and what else is in there? What else is in that sauce when you eat the shomai? We always have that bowl. What is that made of? Vinegar and chili peppers and...
Vinegar, chili pepper, some meat.
And whatever else.
Yeah.
And you dip the shomai in there. Oh, it's tasty. Oh, it's spicy. It's spicy. I'm not supposed to have spicy, but, I suffer later. I enjoy it then and suffer later.
Eat and enjoy and suffer later.
Eat, enjoy, and suffer later. That's what she says. Well, I'd rather not suffer at all, really. Suffering succotash. All right, ladies and germs. Let's see, who should I say hello out there that probably listening? Maybe. Hello, Ken, wherever you're living these days. Hello, Shauna B. You like listening to your dad, I know. Love you, baby. Love you, baby. Love you, baby. Someday you'll love me back. I'm sure she's listening. That's the only way she could be part of my life, is to listen to my shows. Ain't that sad? Yeah, it's sad. It's a way of her being in my life without being in my life. It's one of those things. It's like voyeurism, voyeurism. You're going to peek into somebody's life, but okay, I guess everybody's celebrating and getting trumped up for, excuse the expression, trumped up for the Sonolog Festival tomorrow, which I guess the weather's going to be holding out tomorrow. It didn't hold out very well over here, but it didn't stop anybody from attending. I don't think as much as the last time when it was good weather, but it's been raining on and off here. It's been Good evening, YouTube world. Just had my dinner and I decided to do a show. I want to inform you I have an upload coming up in about 20 minutes, I guess, somewhere around there. Now, those people that are not familiar, the newbies that don't know who I am, I got an incredible story to share. And of course, most people on YouTube know me in this genre, anyway, the Philippines. Some don't. Some don't know the background of my story, but I did a video that pretty much says exactly what's going on and how it basically will warn people dealing with Filipinos in this country to be very careful. Now, I'm never going to make a blanket statement about Filipinos being bad or Filipinas. As any other country, you got all kinds of people out here. But when you're living in this country, there's things that you have to be aware of. And how you deal with people, or how they will deal with you. There is a show I listen to a lot, Something Asia. Oh, can't remember his name. He's a guy with a black beard, kind of a balding head. And he talks about a lot of these different goings on in the news in the Philippines and otherwise. Immigration stories and people getting deported and all that jazz. And that's pretty much basically what he talks about on his show. I don't think he's really aware of me, but I sent him a note anyway. But the whole idea of my upload is to let people know my situation and that this can happen to you. That this could actually happen to you. You got to be very careful. Yes, there is injustice here in this country. Of course there is, and we're hearing it all the time. But then there are people that are actually guilty of certain crimes out here. Lots of them, foreigners. You know, you got Vitali going to be deported. You got Slim's going to be reported from pro-life travel. And many of the cases of foreigners being deported for things they actually did, and maybe some for what they didn't do. Because who's got more power generally, a Filipino or a foreigner? If you had to look at a balancing scale and put a weight on each side, one representing a foreigner and one representing a local citizen, the scale is going to be, in most ways, you know, it's going to be weighing out to the local citizen of this country and not the foreigner. It's just the way it is here. I'm not saying it's the only country that's like this, but you have to know what you're doing out here, who you're dealing with, and you have to be smart, collect evidence. Because in some ways, you're fighting for your life. If somebody's trying to take away from you, it's a pretty harsh situation. Now, I'm not going to explain it all for newbies. I have an upload. I don't know, 20 minutes or less should be on there. And listen, it's about 24 minutes long. And I'm not going to go into all the details on this live show. Just listen to my upload. And for people that don't know who I am and what my story is all about, you will know it. And I didn't leave anything out. And you could easily find yourself in a situation like this. Some cases out there, and I'm not saying it's in my case, but sometimes people are paid off, get something against you. Disclaimer, I'm not saying that's what happened in this situation with me. Is it improbable? I wouldn't say it's improbable. But always to be on the safe side, I say pretty much anything could happen. Unless you have verifiable proof that something went in that direction. But I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse. You just have to listen to my upload that's coming after this live stream. As again, for those that don't understand my story, I'm going to give it to you on my upload. And you'll understand exactly what's going on. And how it's a very volatile atmosphere here in the Philippines. Very volatile. According to who you're dealing with out here. That's why you always got to be prepared. Take your notes. You always have to have evidence. You always have to have a backup plan. You always have to fight tooth and nail. In certain situations that you will come to, I mean, there's lots of situations. A Filipino could take all your money in a relationship, spend all your savings, go broke and wind up on the streets. We hear plenty of those stories. Well, they're more and more. We're hearing more and more of those stories. You probably say to yourself, how the hell did that guy get himself in that situation? Well, you know what? It happens. And whether these guys are bullshitting and they just kind of blundered their money, could be another story. But a lot of them, I believe, are true. Sometimes the Filipinos took advantage of the man, his money. He was too gullible, too naive to, believe in a Filipino that she was a great person, one of the most wonderful person in the world that would never do any harm to him. And then, something went down. And sometimes it doesn't take much. Sometimes you could get into a small argument or something. And you might have a Filipino claiming that he hit you, or you were violent to him, or you said things that you never said in order to protect herself from the real truth of what was going on. And this happens all the time. There's so many stories in the naked city out there, and we hear them all the time, more and more. A couple of guys that are going home. You're familiar with Vitality, you're familiar with Pro-Life Traveler. They're on their way back home. But in their case, I mean, it was inevitable. However, with the Pro-Life Traveler guy, he got off really easy. I don't know whether he made a sweetheart deal with somebody, I don't know. But I know one of the Filipinas that he violated, there was talk about a settlement. See where I'm getting with this? Okay. And he's just getting deported back to Russia. Or back to, Estonia. And probably have the ability to come back. Despite all the other evidence was never talked about by his lawyer. And they didn't really push it in court. No, they didn't. Horrible stories of how he took advantage of younger women, underage women. Even had some nude photos. I mean, always touching these girls. Going through the most poor communities to find vulnerable young Filipinos. He got away with murder. He got away. The worst that's happening to him, he's just going to be deported. Probably with the ability to fight it and come back in again. And probably do it all over again. Oh, he'll continue vlogging because that's how he's making his money. He'll continue that. But the city of Dumaguete found him to be an undesirable person. He'd have to leave there anyway, but it did go to a small court or a group of prosecutors and so forth. And the lies were being spread. That he didn't do this. He talked about, well, I only have like 20 different words in English I speak. He has no problem speaking English. I just didn't understand the culture, and which was a lot of nonsense. A whole lot of nonsense. He knows what he did. Then we got people running popular shows that committed felons. We got a gal on there who people are familiar with that well, she was in Florida in America many years ago, and she went to jail for 5.5 years, prison, in fact, where she was in need of drugs, mostly pain pills and Valiums and stuff like that. So she wore a makeshift bomb in 2 different popular pharmacies. She got caught on the second one, I believe, and a liquid-filled jar, like it's part of a bomb, to steal from the drugstore. It's a felon. But she made it through the gates of Manila. And now she has a popular show she's making money off and probably doesn't even pay taxes on it. She's in a very bad health condition. She probably won't last very long, really, in consideration of some of her health issues, but that's besides the point as far as her longevity. But she got into this country as a felon. Now, of course, immigration is more stringent now because of a lot of things happening, even internationally, and they're going after people. But they were also supposed to be reviewing records of the foreigners that are actually living here now, which apparently they didn't do a good job of, or they're not doing it at all. Because if they went to some of these people's files, and it's not just her, some other people on here too. We got this political radical right-winger guy that looks like a fucking pig with a space between his teeth, who claims he's living the life, the 5-star lifestyle, which he's not, who causes more trouble on YouTube than most people, who does shows against people left and right, causing havoc in the community. We got another character from California who ran to the Philippines because he was in trouble in California, so bad that he had to put a protective order for himself and his family, having to do with something he allegedly did with some, I imagine they were Mexicans by the guy's name, something really bad, and we don't know if it was taking money, drugs, we don't know what it was, disclaimer, but it was bad enough for him to run out of the country. We had another guy who passed away, who ran away from both New York and Florida because he owed people money, he owed the county money, and he went and took money out of his house, remortgaged it, refinanced it to get a tidy sum of money, and he skipped out of the country to go to the Philippines. That's how he was living. Fraud with the bank, you know. And they got away with it. Of course, he didn't get away with anything because he passed away, because he was a fool and didn't know how to take care of a problem that could have been resolved with a bad infection. And he died of sepsis. Of course, he was an interesting character, of course. He was a really huge troublemaker. He's gone. A few of the characters that were troublemakers, they're gone. They died. I don't know if it's karma's curse. I don't know what it is. But they're dropping like flies. So if you get a chance, listen to my upload I put on. And for newbies that don't really know the real story and don't know who I am, I don't think I did the best job of explaining it, but I think I covered it pretty well on my upload. It might be uploaded in the next 10 minutes. It might be on there now. I'm not sure. But when you get a chance, listen to it and understand exactly what's going on. And if you want to talk about injustice, well, this is a story of an injustice. It's something that was deemed by my own attorneys to be more of a civil thing than it is to try to get me deported. Because even if anything was true that the person said in their complaint, not a court case, but a complaint, if anything was even true, which it wasn't that she said, this fell on the level of more of a civil complaint rather than trying to get somebody deported. And my lawyer said it time after time, even to the authorities. Where is this turning out trying to label somebody as an undesirable? When there's so many undesirables out there, you can't even count them anymore. The only person that's undesirable, but they happen to be a citizen. They're not going to deport them because this is their country. But their act that they did, the unjustified act of putting in a complaint against an innocent foreigner that never said the various things that was compiled on an unwarranted and unjustified and untruthful complaint. So, I think the moral of the story I was telling in my upload, which I could say here, is that don't trust anyone. Your dealings with Filipinas and Filipinos, you got to be very careful. When there's motive, when there's motivation, you have to be prepared for any incidents like that. Because they could happen, and they have happened to people. And there's people living on the streets, foreigners, if you can imagine that, living on the streets. You say to yourself, how the fuck did that happen? It's not something you normally see. But it does happen, where maybe the Filipino takes advantage of the man. Now, please make a note of this. They're not all like that. These are rare cases, but it does happen. You got to know who you're dealing with. You know that saying, and how does that go? Well, it's about watching out for a woman scorned, basically. Because when a woman gets scorned, they're very dangerous. Okay. Let's see. Good afternoon. I gotta put my glasses on here. Jesus, Christmas. All right. Good afternoon. Do you know why the man Vitali's case is fast traced through the court system, but Barry Jordan languishes in jail? Well, the Vitali guy had a lot of money. And Barry's case, he doesn't have any money. Nobody wants to help him. And because the court ordered him to pay a penalty to the court of X amount of money and damages to me, he doesn't want to pay or doesn't have the money to pay. Basically, he's, on subsidiary and punishment, meaning that if you didn't pay court-ordered penalties and so forth, they're just going to keep you in there a little bit longer. And if you cause any trouble while you're incarcerated, they can keep you in there even longer. And then it's combined with the fact that he was 7 years an overstayer. Pretty harsh stuff, 7 years. That's pretty much. It could have to do with money. And we don't know what happened in Vitali. And I'm not going to make a statement on here that he paid people off, because actually he should be staying in jail. But he spent 9 months anyway. And you would hope that he learned his lesson. But chances are he'll go right back to it. He's probably never going to be able to come in this country again. In regards to, say, Slim, Pro-Life Traveler. Now, we don't know what, behind the scenes, what went on with that. The city council from the beginning to the court, whatever. We don't know the story behind that. Why he's just getting away with being self-deported. And considering all the things he did, and maybe a few things they found on his hard drives or his, his cards, memory cards and so forth, SD cards. He's getting away easy, actually. Calling Filipinos monkeys and making sounds like a monkey. And then all the touching of these underage Filipinas and his persistence to go to a poor community and, try to get these Filipinos with money and food to come with him up to a waterfalls or whatever transpired from that point. Only he knows. Excuse me. So, yeah. So Vitali's case, well, he was a millionaire. And you can think what you want from that point. The guy was worth about 12 million American bucks from his show. He's worth 12 million bucks if you didn't know that. Vitali should have been in jail for said amount of years. But when you have that kind of money, magical things happen. Oh, it's been known to happen. It's been known to happen. Let's face it. I think you meant fast-tracked, not fast-traced, right? Yeah. In Vitali's case. Yeah, fast-tracked through the court system. Well, how long could Barry remain in the detention center, do you think? Has it been nearly 4? No, it's been about 3 years total, from Mandawi detention to Big Katan and then to Bilibid. It's been almost 1,000 days, actually. So it's been over 3 years. So somewhere around there, anyway. Figure about, well, he spent 3 Christmases incarcerated, so let's just say 3 years, anyway. As far as how long he could spend in there, it really has to do with immigration. Can do whatever they want. They can do pretty much anything they want. The ball's in their park. If he didn't behave in jail, and we don't know what's going on there because you don't hear the stories of what his life is like, and I know he's quoted, he does some comments now and then that he's miserable where he is. And I understand. And he hates the Chinese. He thinks they're dirty and filthy. And if he has that attitude, I'm sure the Chinese in there, a lot of them, from all the pogo workers, are probably in a pretty pissy mood themselves being in there, and probably don't want to deal with his mouth, which has historically got him into trouble. So your guess is as good as mine. As far as the law goes, he should have been out of there already. Because on subsidiary punishment, where they give you more time in lieu of the money that you're not paying the court that you owe, that's what it is. Basically, the court is punishing him for non-payment of what the judge ordered a penalty for him to pay in damages to me. So, by law, in my understanding, only 6 months extra time. But it has gone over 6 months. Fast-tracked, yeah, I understood what you meant, yeah. That's okay. So listen to my upload, and if you're a newbie, don't understand me, and all you heard was bad about me, well, trust me, the stories were all bullshit. They come from trolls. They made up stories. I was this, I did that, I did this. I'm like the biggest criminal in the world. But then again, alas, this is social media, it's YouTube, and that's what you're going to hear on here. And none of the stories are true, but, you know, there are gullible people. And there are newbies that hear stories about this person and that person and me and so forth. Oh, really? Oh, really? Like Slim liked to say. Really? That's crazy. Well, it is crazy. People say whatever they want about you, and there's some gullible people that believe in. There's some people that know the real story, and they support you. There's many that don't. So my story, I could have spoke a little more eloquently, I think, in the story on my upload, but it pretty much gives people an idea of what's going on with me. It has to do with the word administrative. Just listen to the show, where that word comes in and why. It has to do with an injustice, the way the system is out here, and I'm thinking about going to Raffy or make it more publicized. They just won't come to a resolution. And this has been going on quite a long time, but listen to my upload. I'm kind of ahead of myself on here. With that being said, go listen to my upload. I got to get off here. I want to watch a movie or something and find something healthy to eat, which I'm not sure if I have anything around here at all. But make your judgments, folks, on facts. Not what you hear on YouTube about this guy, me, or anybody else. A lot of their shows speak for themselves. You see them, you hear them, you know they said. They can't get away with it. You know they said something. Just like Barry did. He thought I didn't have any evidence, but I had plenty, and he got shocked when in the courtroom and it was on a big screen. Eventually, it led to him pleading guilty, and there you go. He already had a summary deportation anyway, several years ago. What's that? Does the U.S. Embassy get involved if someone held in detention without resolution? Well, I'm not in detention, according to how you want to look at it. There is no resolution on my situation, which is very unfair. And Barry caused his own problems on his situation. And the reason I even have a situation is because of Barry and because of his girlfriend. But a lot of you know that story. Just listen to my upload. It kind of explains it. So, is there justice in the Philippines? I believe there is. You got the right evidence to back yourself up. There's justice. There's justice out here. You as a foreigner do have some rights, believe it or not. But sometimes big money speaks loud. Big money speaks loud. People can stretch the truth and try to get their way. Sometimes there's money involved with these people. Sometimes there's not. Money always helps, because there are corrupt people out here, as anywhere else in the world. So you got to watch out who you deal with on here. Everything has a beginning and everything has an end, but it can't be left unchecked. You can't go on this long. Now, this woman, look, just listen to my story. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to cut out now and just go listen to my upload if it's on there yet. And I will fill in the blanks on my upload. So for those that don't know the real story, I'm telling the real story on my upload. And what's going on with that and why there's no resolution? Well, I know in part why there's no resolution, but there's more to it than that. Is it injustice? Absolutely. Just had to do with somebody that wanted revenge on me because her boyfriend was incarcerated. Revenge. The one sentence or of advice I could give anybody out here is your dealings with a Filipina. Now, being a foreigner, you don't have a whole lot of rights in this country, and I think a lot of people figured that out. We have channels devoted to that, talking about immigration, people getting deported, and the whole ball of wax. A lot of people are familiar with my situation. And my situation was I put a real creep in jail for cyber libel. And a lot of people are happy about it. There's a few that are not. And he's a long-term YouTuber that has taken money off people, women, stores, borrowed money and never paid it back, used and abused women in many ways. And he was out for himself, e-begging, and wasn't the greatest character in the world, by far. In fact, one of the worst e-beggars and characters that you could find on YouTube. Although a few have taken his place since, but he was active for 10 years, doing what he does best. Now, in my scenario, for those that are not familiar with my story, I've been on YouTube for approximately 10 years myself. And for many, many years, this vlogger was, because I refused friendship with him, he just wasn't the type of person I wanted to hang. He came over my place unannounced, and one thing led to another. He started talking shit about me on his show and blah, blah, blah. One thing led to another, and he started to have death threats to me. He's easily a character. I could just, one strike and he'd be on the ground. But nevertheless, it's a situation where he didn't just want to take it with words of, like, I don't like you or something like that. Just end it. Obviously I didn't want friendship with him, and one thing led to another, and he started calling me a pedophile. Oh God, there's so many words. A child predator, and so forth. Now, he couldn't just say some nasty words to me, which he did, but he went further than that. And this went on for years and years. And I fired warning shots for him and told him it's got to stop. And he never stopped, so I decided to do something about it. So basically, I got him for his 7-year immigration overstay, and I got him on 5 counts of cyber libel, which he pleaded guilty to because he was guilty. I had a whole nother case on him, too, for his death threats that I didn't put in. But anyway, he pleaded guilty to 5. He's in jail now 3 years, partially because of his immigration, and partially because he hasn't paid the court the penalties or the fines for me. which doesn't add up to a lot of money, but he still hasn't done it. He already had a summary deportation years ago, but they never released him because, well, they had to run him through the system, and they had to put him somewhere, so they had him in Mandawi Detention Center for a couple of years, 2 years, I believe. Now he's been in Bikitan and Bilibid in Manila for a while now. Anyway, he's done almost 1,000 days in jail. And some people loved the idea, some people didn't. Said he deserved to go home. But, see, the problem was, even in the beginning, he never stopped, even after he had the charges filed on him. He just kept on doing shows, the same thing over and over again. Well, he was never really a smart man. He comes from the South, and a very cocky type of person, but a non-stop mouth, and all his life has been getting him in trouble. And as such, that's why he is where he's at now. So make a long story short for the newbies out there, he was dating some Filipina for a couple of years, and basically they kind of teamed up against me, really, and they wanted to get revenge. So as such, they put their heads together along with the help of some other people who were not exactly pro-me, paid for the lawyer to write up something, and they sent a letter. Now, this is not a case, mind you, it's a complaint. Sent it over to immigration, and to try to get me deported. Yeah, it was pure revenge. In her affidavits, which was all bullshit, she claimed that I called her a whore and a prostitute, and I was threatening her. And I never met the woman. I just knew of her because she was this guy's boyfriend. And I've seen her YouTube shows, and when they were both together, they would do shows together. Of course, I questioned why she was with him. And, you know, I guess she didn't like that, and he didn't like that. So the pressure kept on being put on me, and he did more and more shows and more shows. And what she claimed on her affidavits to the Board of Immigration, I did all these terrible things to her when I never even met her. She even went as far as claiming she had PTSD because of me, but yet she was seen in videos after she filed the report in a park dancing to some ethereal music, happy as any woman could possibly be happy. And, you know, it was obviously all to enact revenge, because basically I was that wall between them of getting together. But you see, they would never get together anyway, because he has a summary deportation, and he's not going to be able to come into this country again. So I didn't play interference in any way. Not really. And that was never my intent, to separate them, although they think it was. His situation was a situation where the relationship couldn't work out anyway. He was going to be deported. There's no way she's going to be able to come to America and live with him. No way he could come back to the Philippines to be with her. So it was a no-win situation for her. But she filed a complaint on me about a year and a half ago. And as of March of last year is when an administrative hold was put on me. That it was administrative. You know what that means. It means that you were not refusing to pay your visas by your own account. You never had a refusal to do that. You were very good on upkeeping all your legal stuff. But until they come up with a resolution, then they put me on a hold order. On a hold order. And this will make a good show for somebody out there, actually, if they want to interview me. And as such, of course, my lawyer has put in counter affidavits. He's put in a lot of other material, basically demand letters to say, hey, you know, pretty much shit or get off the pot. Make a resolution on this. This is a bogus case. It should have been more of a civil complaint if they really felt that there was something going on at all. There was more of a civil complaint, not a complaint to deport. Obviously, there are worse people out there than me if they thought I was a bad person. There are people that shouldn't have gotten into this country because they had felons, but they let them in. And they're letting somebody like Slimy out of the country when he's done a lot of shit. Slimy had a lot of money, and who knows what he did with it. Disclaimer, I won't say anything from that point because I don't know. But they let him get off on so many things. Now he's just doing a self-deport. We should be in jail. Absolutely. Now Vitali, the other one, he's been in jail waiting for whatever to happen to him, 9 months. Now he's going to be deported back to Russia, where I thought that America and Russia did not want to take him in. Now he had a lot of money. We're talking millions of dollars from a popular show of his, where he did all his very negative antics that pissed a lot of the people off in the Philippines, insulted them, and well, if you're familiar with him, I don't have to go into detail, and I'd rather not, actually. There are a lot of people out there that deserve to be labeled as an undesirable, and that's what she's trying to do to me. I'm kind of familiar with what's going on in the background with this. I can't talk about it, but it goes deeper than that. It's been a long time, and despite my efforts, despite my attorney's efforts, and I had an attorney go all the way to Manila one time to go sit with these people, and they still didn't want to give even him an answer to why is there no resolution. Like, have you read these papers, the counter affidavits and the other legal work and evidence they provided in regards to why she put a complaint in on me? Then the law says that there has to be, in situations like this, a reasonable amount of time to resolve this issue. And this is going on since she's put a complaint in over a year and a half. No, nothing going on. There's nothing going on at all. I can't leave the country. I can't do shit. Well, I wasn't planning to leave the country anyway, unless it was, an ECC thing, your 3-year deal, which everybody has to do, and I certainly would have done that. But they're basically putting me in a situation where, because of her complaint, in which I do not qualify for an undesirable in any formal way. A lot of stories have been made up about me that are not true, but you see, immigration doesn't know the deep end of the stories. They don't understand the volatile atmosphere on social media. I'm sure they have some familiarity with what goes on social media, obviously, but they don't know everybody's case to heart, So there's a lot of circumstances that surrounded this report. There could have been some enticement for her to do it. We don't know, and I'm not going to say that there was. Disclaimer. But there are people that would love to see me leave the country, but these are trolls, of course. There's some people that have financed her, and I'm pretty damn sure of that, because she would not have the money to do that herself, to get a lawyer and write up that paperwork. Lawyers are not cheap. So it's within my belief that she was helped out from some people that wanted to see me get deported. Why? Because I got a good show? Because I speak my mind? That's not a crime. Am I a child predator? Of course not. That's Barry's words. That's her boyfriend, Barry, that you're familiar with. Now Barry's suffering the consequences of his actions, and he's been incarcerated for whatever reason or continuing, which has nothing to have to do with me at this point, because our case is over. And he's been confined, 3 years, almost 1,000 days, actually, coming up. I'm not exact. All because of him. It was revenge. Nothing more or less than revenge. Let's put a report on this guy, and I'll show him. Oh, we'll show him. Well, the unfortunate thing for this is that, it has a boomerang effect on here. You put a phony case against somebody to try to ruin their life. Well, the boomerang effect, that boomerang could go right back to the person who put the complaint in. And they could be facing legal charges for several reasons, actually, which I have and can prove. But people don't think very clearly. They're just thinking, man, it's going to happen, it's going to happen, hope it happens, hope it happens, hope it happens. Then something comes back to them, and they find themselves in a world of hurt. Now, were they stressing from all this? Oh, yeah. You could bet the person who put the complaint in is stressing big time. In fact, I think the person has, according to their shows that I visually have seen, has been starting to drink all this time. Apparently, the guilt has gotten to the person, or else they would not have taken to drinking, and I could prove that, and I got the videos and the audio of this person talking about drinking and being stressed out from all this and all that. So I got the proof on that. So she does have a conscience after all. And yes, of course, it was a woman we're talking about. So with that being said, yeah, there's a lot of injustice that does going on here. I don't know. Take it to Raffy Tulfo. Take it to the public. Interview some in newspapers, something. Get the word out. And maybe get this thing going. I'm still thinking about it. This is inconveniencing me a lot. A lot. And if you were in the same position, you would be inconvenienced too. I'm not all stressed out about it, but I just feel really inconvenienced where you want to get something settled and you can't. And as I said, I know of at least one reason why there hasn't been a resolution, which I said many times and not at liberty to say. However, according to Philippines law, this is an unnecessary length of time to make a resolution in a matter of this. It's not somebody tried to kill somebody, rape somebody. This is like, the low end of the scale type of complaint. And it should have been resolved a long time ago, but it hasn't. So that makes me have to accrue fines and penalties for every month that they do not allow me to exercise my requirements of staying out here, which, as I said before, is all administrative. It's all administrative. It's not like, and this has happened to other people too, it's not like they held back on, committing to their responsibilities as a foreigner living in this country. I certainly have the whole time I've been here. So it's administrative. It don't matter if it's administrative. It's what they're doing. And it should have been resolved a long time ago. And it hasn't. So, you're looking for a good story, I got one for you. Don't find yourself in a situation like this. And it's not something I created for myself. It was created by a person who was incarcerated because of his own actions and his own stupidity. And it got to a breaking point. I had to do something. And most people are familiar with my story, but for newbies that are listening to this now, you have an understanding what's going on. There's nothing right about this at all. There is a law that says that there has to be a reasonable time to make a resolution in a case like this. And there hasn't. Time is just dragging on. And what they're going to do, try to get me on a visa situation that I never created. That they created for me. To try to get me out as an overstayer. None of my fault. None of my fault. It's administrative. They do is they put a hold order on you until they come up with a resolution, whatever direction it goes. That puts strain on a person, and it prevents you from leaving the country. But fortunately, I had no plans of leaving the country and making a trip, so that's not been a problem. I don't see that as a punishment of sort because I had no plans to actually go anywhere to visit. But it's just the legalities of the situation which are wrong. Very wrong. It's called revenge. Be careful of a woman's scorn. Especially a Filipina. Remember, I don't care what degrees you hold as far as I call it degrees, an SRRV, a 13A. It don't mean squiddly. If you have to fight against a Filipina or Filipino in this country, you're not always on the good side. According to what the circumstances are. they're more likely to believe her than you. More likely. It doesn't mean that they're going to be successful. And you got to remember there's ramifications to what they do too. Perjury, for one. And it so happens that the person who put this complaint in actually harbored, aided, and abetted this person when he was hiding from immigration. So charges could be put up with the DOJ in regards to that matter, where she could be in a lot of trouble. The question she has to ask herself, is this worth it? She's just hoping and praying that it goes her way. Don't catch yourself in a situation like this out here. It happens all the time. Maybe you have a girlfriend or something that you put trust in. Maybe another scenario. She takes all your money, or, I don't know, you yell at her or something. She puts a case on you for shouting at her. Sure, they'll take you in just for shouting at her, because you're a foreigner. You got to watch what you're doing out here is what I'm saying. It's a great country. I like being here, and I like the people, but you got to be very careful who you're dealing with out here. You get into what you think is a simple argument with a Filipina out here, they could turn into a travesty. And they can make up stories about you that really never happened. And put you in trouble. So even if you win, the damage is already done. Because they put a bad word about you out there. There's some people that'll believe you, and there's some people that don't believe you. Just be careful who you're dealing with out here. Because you really don't have many rights as a foreigner out here. Some may think you do, but you really don't have a lot of rights. Anyway, that's my story, and many people know of it. And maybe it's a Raffy Tufo situation, I don't know. Maybe I should go forward with this. Which, of course, will create a lot of embarrassment for the person who put the complaint in. And if I make it more publicity on this and get somebody from a newspaper, a popular one, maybe that's the way to go on this. Because personally, I want to see this over. And for that long of time to make a resolution on such a small complaint, it's absurd. It's absurd. My God, imagine if I really did do something wrong. Tried to kill somebody or something. I'd really be in trouble, wouldn't I? But something as small as that you wouldn't even think of. It's something that the courts like to throw out. Remember, it's not a case, it's a complaint. It's a complaint. But immigration can do whatever the hell they want. Whatever they want. They could just stick up for another Filipino person and say, with all the trouble we had with all these foreigners, let's make an example of you get somebody else at the expense of the life of that person and his family. It's the way it works on here, boys. That's why I advise you to be careful what you do out here. No resolution for this amount of time? Well, there is a lot going on, and some of it I can't talk about. But no matter what, it's not righteous what's going on. And many people have gotten themselves in situations like that quite innocently. I mean, even in America, you married to a woman married to a man, they're going to stick up for each other. The woman doesn't want her supporter, for example, to go to jail for some reason, for some accusation for somebody. She's going to fight tooth and nail. In fact, she's going to get the nail files and sharpen her teeth. And she'll say things that'll be support for her husband that might be totally a lie, outrageous, and even deadly. But trying to fight against a Filipino in this country is a hard thing to do. But you can be successful. You can. But, I mean, look at the success I had with her boyfriend to put him in jail. That worked out real well. So you do have rights. You do have rights, but not as much as native citizens of this country. You just got to watch your ass. Watch what you say. And there's always going to be somebody on YouTube trying to find fault with you. Well, it's kind of part of the responsibility of being on YouTube. It's a touch and go thing. It's a game of dare. And everybody's being watched, everything they say. Whether you're in the streets photographing whores, people are going to complain about that. They're always going to complain about something. And rightfully so, some of the complaints are rightful. And we know who these people are, and some of them are being deported for such. And rightfully deported. And there are people that come in this country with big fucking felons, and they come right through the doors. And nothing happens to them. But then a Filipino decides to put a complaint on a foreigner. So he called me this and said that. Well, when you didn't, if you did, I guess you'd understand the situation that you're guilty. And even if you were guilty, which is not in my case, where's the evidence? Now, would immigration go forward just even if there isn't the evidence to prove it? They can do whatever they want. We presented the evidence of all the bullshit and narrowed it down that it was simply revenge. Yeah, I've been wanting to talk about this in detail for a long time, instead of little snippets about it now and then. Don't put yourself in a situation. Well, it's not that you put yourself in a situation. Somebody put yourself in that situation, and they should pay for this. They should pay for all of this in the legal system for filing a false report. That's my show.
Angeles City, sitting in her air-conditioned room. You just look like shit. You look like shit, honey. You like shit, Heidi, you little fat pig on my big screen. Your fat fucking inflamed face is ready to burst out because your heart's is given away, but you can't leave to go back to the USA, back to the homeless shelter, back to that shithole, back to nothing because you burned every fucking bridge, and all you got now is a Filipino family, Georgia's Filipino family, and you think they're gonna pay a fucking penny, honey, when you're sitting in that hospital? When you start that GoFundMe, Heidi's GoFundMe, come on, my loyal supporters from Philippine Annex, I know you're gonna save me and pay this 500,000 peso hospital. She's smoking hot, and she's here, you know, to take care and do caretaker services. You wouldn't even fucking believe how much pee I'm taking down out here, motherfuckers, in 2026, 2025, you know, had its ups and downs, but 2026, especially with the K-shaped economy and the affordability crisis, shit's off the hook out here on the hot, fresh Pina pussy. And they don't care if it's a $200 a month room. They don't care if I look like shit. They don't care if I look like fucking Beluga the Whale or the Pillsbury Doughboy. They don't care if I'm a fat, ugly, nasty, white, trailer trash talking ass, you fat man. I mean, you're a fat fucking beaner from the Inland Empire that showed up out here as a sex tourist in 2014. You got a little traction for 3 years, and then you started a fucking sex series about putting anal butt plugs into your young Filipina. That's what you're famous for, you fat fucking beaner, is anal plugs. You're not taking any credit for, you know, tourism in the Philippines and all these people going to Dumaguete. You stupid fucking fat beaner. You're famous for butt plugs, period. That's what you're famous for. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, these people are fucking whacked out of their fucking mind, bro. They're whacked out of their mind. Alabaster Smudge in the chat, the number one support. A guy that's deported, a guy that's finished, a guy that's a threat to the public. He's on the watch list, he's on the blacklist, he's on the hold list. He's completely out of here. Go, Frank. Go to Raffy Tufo, Frank. Go to Raffy Tufo so we can put up all the witnesses on and play all your greatest hits, Frank. Do it. Didn't he look like he's fucking 80 years old right here, motherfuckers? because obviously he's coming down off the fucking drugs that he took in Cambo, taking off the drug. I'm 61 and a half years old, ladies and gentlemen. I am full of life. I'm getting all the hot, fresh, tasty pina pussy all over this fucking Cebu City. And this old, decrepit, 53-year-old fucking single numbskull, disabled cuck bitch living with his mommy and his daddy who rides a mountain bike 100 miles a day before lunch. I mean, oh, that's right. Yeah, you're better than us.
Well, when YouTubers kind of push the envelope and they try to get away with a whole lot of stuff, and we have one man out there, Richard Jarret, you know, as Sick Grandpa, and a lot of other titles, who does such. I don't know anybody that Richard Jarret has not attacked so far. It's just about everybody. A man who claims to make a lot of money, but he's a little worried now because he kind of, I don't know, overextended his military benefits. He took more out. It's kind of ending, something to that. So his money's going to be reduced, but he lives in one of the lower class apartment complexes, Decca Homes in Mandawi. And he claims to be the 5-star lifestyle, which is a joke. I know that. Richard Jarret has demonstrated, and I don't believe it's all on camera antics either. I just don't buy it after listening to him for years, and as well as anybody else, listening to Richard Jarret, who's 61 years old, who hails from America, and I think it was Las Vegas, and he's been on YouTube for a while. And, as such, he has been probably the biggest antagonist on here among many, but who tends to stand out among the others with his seemingly psychological impairment. And I don't think it's all an act. I don't think it's all an act. I got videotape of him knocking Pinays left and right, and one or two of them you probably have on here tonight on my shorts that I've uploaded on my channel, so check them out. I got enough evidence on this guy to put suspicion, to put an interest with the prosecutor's office, not to mention all the things he said about me, all recorded. Now, the other thing bad about his position, he already has a police record, which, you know, it really doesn't help his situation at all. That is really important. And they will look at this. Of course, everybody's familiar with the incident where he attacked the senior, Fazio, Michael Fazio, who in his own sense was a real antagonist on YouTube, but nevertheless he did a cowardly act of actually stalking Michael Fazio, a YouTuber, and stayed at a hotel next door. And while Mr. Fazio was doing a live stream, came up behind him with his big fat hands, started attacking Michael Fazio, who could not defend himself. He did spend 4 days in jail, but he worked something out, I guess, to get out. But you see, the thing is, the most important thing is, it's on his record. Oh, Richard Jarret talks about everybody, not just me, and he's still talking about me all the time. And he is a coward. You know, I met up with him in person, and I also met up with him in, you know, SNR. Didn't do shit. Although I pretty much verbally addressed him to how I feel about him running his mouth. He wouldn't do anything to anybody, but he'll do it to some disabled guy, 60, how old was he then? 67, 68 years old, Michael Fazio, who has passed away. And he spends his time on YouTube and never does a straight show, and he's always attacking somebody. But one of the things that Richard Jarret, the American, does on his show is not only attack other YouTubers, but he is one of the definite undesirable people that's ever been on YouTube or coming to the Philippines. And he does have an address in the Philippines, and he does have his little residency status, which, well, it's going to recognize him as being such, and recognize that he is staying in the Philippines, and his address is well known by everybody, including myself. And he makes it very apparent. And he uses his money to spend time with Filipinas. He doesn't always treat them very well. I remember one time the gal was sitting outside on a table somewhere, and he was making fun of her, right in front of her, and she hears everything, what he's saying about her, and he's making these faces to his audience about her. He's rude, he's crude, and he's fanatical. If anybody knows him, he's like a political antagonist in America who was saying rude things to Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton at some kind of a rally or some press conference or something, and he's known to do this. He's the kind of person that you don't want in this country. When you talk about the word, undesirable, he wrote the definition of that. So he continues to make his shows on YouTube, and they're not pleasant shows, and all he does is attack people. He's no better than Vitaly, and he's no better than Slim from his channel, but he does it on a consistent basis. That's what makes him stand out. Now, of course, he's looking to stand out. And I've got recordings of this guy. He's attacked me for years and years and years and years. And he's worried about my deportation to happen when he doesn't realize that he has a police record in this country, which is on record, and he can't change that. He can't get them to, erase these records from the country. It's already on a police file. And that's why I laugh at everything he does on here, not because he's insane or he's demonstrating he's insane by his behavior and by demonstration, but the acts he commits and how he looks down on Pinays, how he looks down on Filipinas, how he really degrades the women here in this country, which is what Slim, some of the charges were originally against him, and Vitaly's actions, the Russian, who really mistreated Filipino people. Now, what Richard Jarret, the American, does is he likes to create shows to make money, and he likes the attention, but unfortunately for him, the attention he's getting is actually very negative attention. And a lot of people record his shows, and I'm one of them. Of course, I just record the best ones that might pertain to what he talks about me, but I also keep shows and, lots of them. I've uploaded some shorts. If you want to check them out, they're on there right now. That's just a small example of many, many, many very horrible YouTube shows he puts on where he's attacking just about everybody. Now, if anybody ever wants to classify somebody as an undesirable, this would be one of the top lists of undesirables that's in the Philippines. And he likes to create YouTube sensation by attacking people. But the thing he does all the time is his outlook on Filipinas, which I think is an important aspect of what he does on here that will gain the attention of the appropriate people. He has no clue what's going on behind the scenes, but you just never know, right? He has been brought to the attention, of course, when he had slapped Michael Fazio enough to at least obtain a police record. Now, why is that important? Because there's already paperwork in there on him, and that's important. He assaulted, it's down as assault, which makes him look like a undesirable, arrogant American expat who's living in the Philippines by such of his address that he's been living in for quite a while. he has sort of a residency status here. So he's indeed in the Philippines. So now he's been burning his bridges for years. And he loves talking about people, but he gets so carried away with what he does to get the attention that he needs so much. He's not done very well with women out here, but unfortunately in his situation, he goes through rent-a-date type of situations because his personality doesn't warrant him to find a good Filipina, but those that are basically in the business to make money, because his radical personality does not allow him to meet appropriate Filipinas, but he doesn't want to meet appropriate Filipinas. He wants to go for working girls and things like that. And that's been demonstrated, obviously, on all the shows. So there's no, no disclaimer I need on that at all. The videos prove it. But it's his attitude toward Filipinas, and not necessarily Filipinos, period, but Filipinas. It's his attitude, his outlook on them, and how he downs them in so many ways. We call people freely, we'll call them, names like undesirables, but you have to earn that title, and Richard Jarret has earned that for years. And he's like one of the typical YouTubers that figured they could get away with just about anything on YouTube until something actually happens. Well, it did happen with Michael Fazio. He didn't expect it, but he was in shock. I'm sure he was. But he continues his arrogance. He continues his knockdowns of Filipinas constantly. My Filipina has heard his shows left and right. How many years are we listening to Richard Jarret? A lot of years, huh, Gilda?
Yeah.
And you've heard all this stuff too, right?
Yes, I hear.
And you heard all the things he said about me, and even making references to you, a Filipina. Is that correct?
Yeah.
A little more enthusiasm.
Yes, very,
A little
yes.
more enthusiasm. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about this guy's character? Do you think he's an undesirable?
Of course, more than desirable.
More than many, yeah. And he said, I got things he's talking about Gilda too, And he's met her,
Yeah, I met that guy.
We both met him. It's not like we don't know who the guy is. And how he uses people too. He tried to get an affidavit from me, and that's all he used me for. And he came over, I gave him a breakfast and all that, ate up our whole meals. Well, that kind of like understandable when you see his girth and so forth. He's not a very healthy man in obviously ways. I don't think he actually cares. I think what Richard Jarret does, he throws caution to the wind. He challenges people to the point of where he's at a point he's going to be getting in trouble. And he did that with Michael Fazio. As I said, he didn't expect that to happen. But he does have a police record now. See, that's really important, to have an actual police record. And actually, he did spend some time in a jail cell, not very long, but he bailed himself out. Now, the case was going on with Michael Fazio, but Michael Fazio passed away. Or else this case was actually ongoing. But the cowardice act of Richard Jarret, where he sneaks up behind a senior, someone he knows is not in good physical condition. Sorry, I had to sneeze there for a second. Where he snuck behind as a coward Michael Fazio. Now, Michael Fazio is not a likable guy. He was his own character, that's for sure. Another antagonist, another loser. But Richard Jarret has taken things to levels that many people on here haven't taken it, because he figures that so far, well, he didn't get away with everything because he did have that situation with Michael Fazio. But that's just the icing on the cake, there's a lot more that he's done on YouTube, which is all recorded, especially by me, who had reason to record it. And the things he has spoke of me, and not to make mention of my Filipino partner of almost 10 years, I've recorded just about every video that pertained to me and pertained to how he down-talked Filipinas. Now, with all the environment going on now with the immigration office and how they're coming down on undesirables, he's a top candidate for that. And all it really takes is people making reports to immigration on him. He's under the radar and he doesn't even know it. He allows people to know where he lives. He puts these shows on. He's taken some stuff off, but, you know, unbeknownst to him, maybe there's some people like myself that have recorded his shows, and that not third-party type of shit. Actual show titles, his name, his photograph on video. I've got all that. I told you, I keep a good file for my own protection. And Ricky's been pushing it with me for a long, long time. And that may come to fruition sooner than he thinks. But I encourage him to keep up the behavior. And the same thing happened with Barry Jordan, who's now 3 years incarcerated. Richard Jarret would not last 3 years in any kind of confinement. He'd be crying like a baby. Now, how do you define somebody whether they're psychologically ill? Well, you listen to their show. If it's consistent, I think it pretty much tells a lot about their character. It's not always a put-on to get the audience attention. I think in his case, because it started many years ago when he lived in America, how he was a political radical right-winger who was attacking verbally at public speakings such as Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and other political personalities. And for all I know, he might even have a record on that. And I don't really know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. But he's been a pain in the ass to people, whether they're in the Philippines or otherwise. Even his trips to Thailand and the women that he met. Of course, they were all rented dates, of course, because that's all he can get, apparently, by demonstration. But he has such a sad, basically opinion of himself, really, because he wouldn't do these things. He has a non-caring attitude, as if he knows that he's unhealthy, and he doesn't have much time on this earth. He figures, let me throw caution to the wind, whatever, and talk about anybody I want, say what I want. But you know, the thing about that, historically and documented, people of his nature they were met up with big surprises from the government of the Philippines. There's a big list on people that have tried his kind of tactics on social media and off social media. He's met with a lot of vloggers on there that wanted to just cold cock him. He came across some situations where they almost did. He'd walk up to people and run his mouth, and many times these people were ready to attack him. Now, one of the most embarrassing incidents is when Mick Fisher came over near Bamboozers, and Ricky was there with another loser, Brevis, and Barry Jordan, to name a few. And Mick Fisher, who's a YouTuber, approached Ricky because Ricky was saying all kinds of shit about Mick Fisher. But Richard Jarret backed down to Mick Fisher and was apologetic to him because Mick Fisher, at any moment, according to what Ricky was going to say, was ready to cold cock him right there on the spot. In fact, the words of Mick Fisher, who personally told me that he saw the color in Richard Jarrett's face change. He thought that he was going to pass out. It was surprising that Richard Jarret didn't piss his pants at the moment. And he had no choice really to act very, apologizing basically to Mick Fisher, the YouTuber. So much for his bravery. See, this is what happens when you run your mouth. Sometimes it catches up to you. And it did many times with him, actually. The important thing is that Richard Jarret does have a police record here in the Philippines. That's really important to note. He has attacked me so many times I can't count, but I'm very fortunate that I've kept all the videos. Well, I eliminated some and just kept the ones I thought were a little juicier than the others. In case the event comes, I want to do something about it. He has pushed the envelope with me and has crossed the line with me as well as Barry has. And you know what happened to Barry. Richard Jarret basically is an American coward who ran away from his problems in America like most people do. And basically he's using the Philippine women as tools for his pleasure. It's not that he could even perform with these women, because I think most of the women he probably never had in his bed other than a roomie for the night. Although he displays a big bowl of Viagra that he proudly says that the government pays for it. And he says that the government's paying for his erectile dysfunction. He said that on his own show. I even got the recording of that. What is his motive in the Philippines? Well, to make money on his show, for one. Because he doesn't have that much expendable money that he claims to have. Or he would be living in the Deca Homes apartments in Mandawi, which is a really low-class, low-income, less than $200 a month apartments, which is a studio. But he claims that he lives a 5-star lifestyle. Is he really? You wouldn't know it by the place he's living in. Now he claims he makes over $8,000 a month, which is also claiming some of that's coming to an end because he kind of he did some kind of deal with his pension where he took extra out, but it's coming to an end this year. So his so-called $8,000 a month is going to be reduced by several thousand a month if he was really making that much money. I've heard about this story a long time ago, so I do feel there's truth in that. He did talk about it himself. So he lives in a dumpy apartment complex, claiming the 5-star lifestyle, but he hasn't proven it to anyone yet. Occasionally, when he makes a little money on his show, he'll stay at a nice hotel, but he doesn't do that on any regular basis at all. And his health is going downhill, and I have the suspicious feeling that, well, I actually know that he knows between his diabetes and high blood pressure and other issues he has to wear a CPAP at night. This is all documented stuff that he said on the show, no disclaimer needed. That's been demonstrated and recorded. But it's the way he treats Filipinas is where I think a lot of people have a problem with, or I have a problem with. This is a man, I guess, I don't know if it's the right expression, throwing caution to the wind, but I think he knows that at his age of 61 that he's been drinking quite a bit all his life, and he did smoke for part of his life. Hasn't smoked for a while, but he's been drinking pretty regularly. And he gets himself shit-ass drunk, shit-faced drunk when he goes out, and even demonstrated sticking his tongue down a ladyboy's mouth, and everybody knows about that video. God knows what he did afterwards, but he probably liked it. I don't know. No disclaimer needed for that. We've all seen the video on that. It was a disgusting and embarrassing thing that he put on that he will never ever be able to live down. So when he does all this shit talk about people, it's just that he doesn't respect himself. And he figures, I don't care what happens to me because I know I'm not really going to have a prolonged life. I'm just going to eat and get more obese. And he is obese. No disclaimer for that. You know, he talks about it. He makes jokes about his weight, about his looks. And he just goes with that like it's some kind of a stand-up comedy show. Well, he thinks he's a stand-up comedian, but what he is actually a louse on society. A louse in the skin of society to the people of the Philippines where he resides. Looking down at people, trying to tell people how much money he makes and telling people they're broke and they'll never live up to his standards. But when he winds up in a prison cell, he's not going to have any standards to live up in there. He's going to have to be like any other prisoner in there and eat the same food they eat, lay on the floor, or whatever he has to do in prison. And it's not out of the question Now, so much is known about him, where to find him, his address, his background, the fact that he has a police record, isn't really helping his situation at all. But he's so damn stupid that he doesn't think about what he says on here. Or he does think about it. He figures, well, I gotta create drama, act like a fucking psychopath. Is it an act? You decide. I don't think it's an act. I think he does have some, let's just say he has some problems. I'll leave it at that. And by his own demonstration, and you can make your own assessment of that. I already made mine. He has actually mistreated Filipinas left and right. He's laughed at them on camera, licking his chops, making comments about these Filipinas, and really degrading Filipinas out here. So when we define an undesirable, he's a perfect example of an undesirable. He's actually taken money off a funding project for the notorious Barry Lee Jordan, who's still actually incarcerated. And he collected money to supposedly fund the Free Barry J campaign, when he had pocketed most of the money and bought a very expensive phone for one of his girlfriends called Apple, which is a rent-a-date that he had. And it was a rent-a-date. There's no question about it. No disclaimer on that. He said it pretty much, and it's what it was. He continues to try to meet women. He's very obnoxious with women, besides other people too, YouTubers, and people in general. He thinks he's of a higher class in his mind, but in fact his demonstration shows that he's one of the lower class individuals on YouTube, on social media. And he's been lucky because he got away with many occasions where it was probably a rightful situation for somebody to beat the snot out of him. And there's a couple of occasions that it really came down to that. I hear you, Bill Waverly. I'm in the middle of a dissertation. Hold your fucking horses, man. I see you. I see you there, Bill Waverly. Relax. Take a chill pill, man. So to sum this up, I've recorded the juiciest stuff from years down the line. It just cost me an SD card, whatever. But not a big expense. In his situation, I had to get the greater megabyte cards to put all this conglomeration of his best hits, as I call them, Richard Jarrett's best hits. And it will be utilized. See, sometimes you get on this roll and you think that nothing's going to happen to you, but he talks about everybody else. Or what's going to happen to you? Or Frank's going to get deported. Or this is going to happen. Or couldn't happen to a better guy. And he's an antagonist that causes his own problems. And to tell you the truth, I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten a snot beat the shit out of him at this point in his illustrious YouTube career. Well, dude, if you got something to say, say it, man, okay? You got big news, well, spout it out or just go away. I don't have time for this. I'm kind of winding down for the night, so if you have something to say, say it. But I get enjoyment from, because actually, Richard Jarret is a lot of entertainment, but unfortunately he goes beyond this entertainment definition. And he does commit acts that are not, and violations here in the Philippines under cybercrime codes and other endeavors as an undesirable, and proving that he's an undesirable foreigner. The information is known about him. We know a lot about his background. We know where he lives. But despite that knowledge, he continues to make shows like this, figured he could just get away with everything. Let's just say that so far he's been lucky, other than the Michael Fazio situation, where he did indeed get in trouble for that. It was stupid what he did. It wasn't well thought out. Michael Fazio was actually doing a live show, which he knew it because he was staying at the hotel next door and knew there was a possibility he'd be on camera slapping Michael Fazio, which he did. So apparently he don't have much of a brain. Obviously not. Well, just didn't give a fuck. Now, despite Michael Fazio not being one of the most liked YouTubers, except he had certain circles that followed him, he was a major troublemaker on YouTube, and many people, including myself, cheered. But then when I think about it in another way, it was a cowardice act that Richard Jarret did. And Michael took him to court. And it would have been a continuing situation until, well, Michael Fazio did pass away, and Richard Jarret was very happy about that. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. Bill Waverly, I'm going to get rid of you in about 2 seconds here. You're trying to get my attention by saying you have big news. If you have big news about something, spurt it out. Not that we're going to believe you. But either shit or get off the pot. Say what you have to say, and I'll determine whether that's big news. And generally on here, so-called news is usually hearsay and bullshit or lies. Convince me you got big news. If you have documents, show it, whatever it may pertain to. But I've came in situations with Ricky, such an SNR, and I meant business too. I had him on camera. Of course I was going to get that. I need proof. And I told him straight up in there, and he's a bigger guy than me, 3 times my size. But I said what was on my mind. I didn't hold back, and I didn't care what size he was, because he's not in good health anyway. He may be 3 times my girth and size or something, but it doesn't mean I couldn't do something. But thinking ahead and not thinking what my anger with the moment of seeing him and wanting to say what I did to him, you know, and my girlfriend knew that I was like, as Brevis says, locked and fucking loaded. Unlike Brevis, I would have probably done something, but I had to think very clearly. I'm in a public store with cameras. As the situation with Barry Jordan at TJIF's, it was kind of a similar situation where I wanted to do something, but I realized that the law would be involved, and if I raised my hand to him in any form and way, I would have been in trouble. But instead, I verbally expressed my disappointment with all his bullshit and the crap he said about me. I made my point, and he cowered some. He just acted like a coward. Okay, yeah, I know. I'm not even going to come on YouTube anymore, and then he walked away to do his shopping. Bill Waverly, it looks like I'm going to knock you off here, man. You with your big news. I haven't heard it yet. How long have I given you so far? I'll give you 2 minutes to write something. And if you don't write something, I'm just going to give you a permanent removal from my show. Your ability to make comments that I will see will be gone. Unless you go into a different name, you could try it again, and I'll do the same thing. So you got less than 2 minutes now. I will give you the opportunity to speak your mind about what you have on your mind about your so-called big news.
Big news. Delete that guy.
Oh, I'm giving him 2 minutes. I'm giving him 2 minutes on there. Hey Gilda, how much shit do how many fucking videos, recordings do you think I have on Richard Jarret? And she's heard all of them. She listens to these videos too. When I'm doing a show or I'm listening to other vloggers, because she's usually in bed laying with me when I'm listening to this. And there'll be shows that I decide it's not worth recording. And there'll be other stuff that I'll say, yeah, I'll keep this, or I'll consider keeping that. I got quite a file on Richard Jarret. And the fact that he has a police record out here is not helping his situation at all. I've given him many warnings, but he comes right back to talk about me again. It's kind of like a Barry Jordan situation, where Barry was just persistent on doing shows about me, negating everything I say, calling me names. It's the certain names that got him into trouble. He had 5 cybercrime charges on him, and he pleaded guilty to all 5. Now he's going through a hard time in a filthy prison with some Chinese people that he don't like. Claims they're dirty. The living situations are terrible, but he put himself in a situation just like Ricky. We know Richard Jarret is doing the same thing as Barry's doing, and he just figures he could get away with it. Can he? I don't know. Will he? One never knows, does one? But the main thing is, you got to have the evidence, and they got to be on camera. That's probably the better way of going about it when they're on camera. And I've got so much things of Richard Jarret on here, and it's not just the stuff he says about me. It's how he really kind of downtrods Filipinas. He's very disrespectful of Filipinas. And in this country, they got tired of people disrespecting the country and their Filipinos and fellow Filipinos, which he is guilty of all of the above. And I'm going to get rid of you right now because you're not writing anything. So say bye-bye. If Alla was on here, who's my wrench, he'd get rid of him, but he's not. So I'm just going to save the time and trouble here and get rid of this jerk off. So Ricky, my message to you is, I know you've been behind a whole lot of shit. I'm not stupid, I'm not naive, I'm not gullible. I know you've been one of the factors that was pushing a certain person to put a complaint against me. That you have. You also took Barry's money, which I don't care about that. But you lied about what you were doing with the funding for Barry when you just wanted to use it in your pocket so you could buy your rent-a-dates and cavort with Filipinas, and to continually show your disrespect for Filipinas in this country. I will also save this broadcast of mine because it saves me a lot of breath to have to present it. Ricky, I think your time is coming, and of all the people on here, you were like really at the top of the list of people that I would like to see incarcerated or kicked out of the country for good. And you could do your bad deeds from Las Vegas, or if you come back, are able to come back in to Southeast Asia, to do your thing on Thailand or wherever you wind up. I don't like you, Ricky. My girlfriend don't like you. You have said shit about her, made a lot of innuendos about her too. I don't forget these things. In fact, to make sure I don't forget it, I do record everything you say on here that I feel is worthwhile. The other stuff I'll just get rid of. But you've been pushing your luck with me for a long time, Richard Jarret. Your time may actually come. Don't be surprised. Just keep up the good work, and I told that to Barry too. Keep on keeping on, brother. I encourage it. I get more and more evidence. Yes, it's true. I have recorded everything that was worthwhile recording with Richard Jarret on here. Okay, we're going to get rid of Bill Waverly here. You're gone. He's trying to get my attention, but, I've only give you so much time, Mr. Waverly, whatever your name was. You're gone. That's one control I can have, and it's on my own channel. That's my message to Ricky. Keep up the good work, man. You see, unlike other people, I encourage your behavior. I encourage Barry's behavior, too. I encourage Jay's behavior. Numerous people on here, actually. Sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do. And I'll challenge you anytime in a court of law. Because I got enough on you that would get you totally excommunicated from this particular country And in the light and atmosphere and environment going on now, where the immigration is coming down on a lot of people, Vitaly caused a big part of this, who got a lot of press, and all the disrespect he had for people in the Philippines, which you have demonstrated, not just with Filipinas, but with other vloggers. You think I'm the only one that has recordings? Of course not. But I do, and I could definitely tell you I do. Anything worthwhile recording on you, I've got it. I spare no expense to put it on a card. You got quite a library here, by the way, at my house. Quite a library. If this had to be presented to a prosecutor at the DOJ's office in Cebu, and I've been there before, I could put it to the test. Anyway, I'm going to wind up the night here, wind down for the night. And, Ricky, I can expose you in a big way that you're not going to like. Well, excuse me. You've exposed yourself, and that's what the problem was. You got too cocky and arrogant and self-serving and just plain disrespectful to Filipinos in this country, and they take that very seriously. You've been walking the line for a long, long time. Maybe it's your time. But hey, like I told Barry, keep up the good work.